All right, friends. I think we've got both of our YouTube streams live and going. We're going to get our TikTok stream up. Awesome. TikTok stream should be up now. Let me make sure that both of our guest boxes are open. All right, bada bing, bada boom. We got it. Everything should be open and ready to rock and roll. Welcome in, friends. Welcome in. Sorry I couldn't be with you all on Monday, but we've got hump day today, and we're gonna do some cooking. Before we get anywhere, we've got 2 open guest boxes. If you're on YouTube, you can join at tiny.cc/dzguest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video. If you're watching on TikTok, well, you already know how to get into the discussion. And we've already got 4 super chats from some of our friends to start the stream with. Thank you so much, Viking Chef. Great to hear from you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I've been catching up on your old lives on Deconstruction Zone. You performed a random Jordan Peterson impression, made me spit my whiskey everywhere. Here's some pounds to your next bottle of Kraken. Happy cooking. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much, Viking Chef. And I don't know how often I get to do a Jordan Peterson impression, but he's pretty easy. You know, you really just have to string random words together. There's not a whole lot of work involved. So he's an easy impression. I see Jesus is the Father. Certainly not a Christian, but is shouting in TikTok to fear God. And that repent, the time is short. Well, we don't fear God. Time certainly isn't short. They've been saying that for 2,000 years. Your Messiah is a sky carcass, and you're too cowardly to debate me. So that's what we're doing right now. Thank you, Lennox, for the face paint. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Dalton. Oh, hold on a second. I almost forgot. I have to actually put my earbuds in. Not going to be able to hear anyone. All right, we'll try this with headphones actually on. I knew I was forgetting something as we were getting going. There we go. Now I can actually hear everybody. Welcome, Dalton.
Hey, you've had a busy week. Wedding on Sunday, the line on Monday, Myth Vision on Tuesday. Oh, you're just a busy man.
It was a lot. We've got possibly something special planned for tomorrow too. I'll let you know if it happens. Low Bar Bill, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, haven't heard you mention this contradiction. Elhanan either killed Goliath or his brothers. Samuel and Chronicles are full of contradictions. Yeah, okay, so the reason why I don't bring this up is because the Greek Septuagint seems to have fixed this, if I recall. And most Christians are willing just to say that the Greek Septuagint is right and that the Masoretic text is wrong. So it's not, and we don't, as far as I recall, we don't have, I don't know if we have this in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it's not a powerful contradiction for most Christians because it requires them to accept the Masoretic text. And a lot of them don't really care all that way. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't use
Well,
that particular contradiction.
now I gotta go look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. So
I know,
I'll
right?
be over here.
Open up the biblical Qumran scrolls from Eugene Orrick and see what's in there. Brian, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, I'm glad you're live. I recently lost my grandma and needed a distraction. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Brianna. That's terrible. Our condolences are with you. Says, one question, how true is it that Jesus's character was inspired by previous myth? Well, that's a guess, right? As to like how true something could be inspired by another thing. All we can say is that it's really striking that Jesus seems to parallel so many mythologies that came before him. It just seems with the data that we have available that it's likely that there's some plagiarism happening. Obviously, you can't prove plagiarism. That's the problem. We don't even know who wrote the dang text, right? So proving plagiarism is out of the question. I think you just have to use the old noodle and ask yourself, what's more likely? A guy walked on water, rose from the dead, 500 people or hundreds of people broke out of their tombs in Jerusalem and walked the streets, or it's just another mythology copying on older mythologies. I'm going with the latter. Adam, great to hear from you, buddy. Says, hey, good looking. What you got cooking? Well, Adam, you know what we got cooking, my friend. You know what we got cooking. We've got some crispy Christians cooking most likely here in a minute. Once they get into our guest queue, we haven't had anyone load up, but the live just started, so I'm sure we'll have somebody load up in the guest queue shortly. Source code, great to hear you. Thank you for the super chat. It says appreciate your work. Crafted with logic so sharp it can cut through dogma. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And that is the goal here, is to stay logical.
All right, so I looked at the Dead Sea Scroll, and the translation says brother. Of course, it's in italics, and right next to it says words in italics cannot be seen in the scroll. So
Exactly.
it's whatever.
We amended it. We fixed it. Anyway, that's why I don't use that particular contradiction, because it kind of relies on some textual witnesses that is, depending on which witness you like, you can fix the problem. DB, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says landmine companies now selling prayer mats, profits through the roof. I think there's actually two jokes there, by the way, because depending on who's on the mat, they theoretically could be in the roof. I think that's the second hidden joke in that. I appreciate that. Noko, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And helping Mega deconstruct, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says praise be to Doug and Sharon for this barbecue and for holding the line against Christian nationalism. Well, we're certainly going to try. When the most powerful government in the world is pushing Christian nationalism, certainly they'll pull all the levers they have at their disposal to make things happen. So there's going to need to be some people that are part of the resistance. So we'll do what we can, friend. Just be careful, because you could get yourself arrested. There are some parameters. And Ehud the Leftist, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Big W, my friend. And also another big W from our friend Dex. Thank you so much, Dex, for sending out 5 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that. Now, we are still waiting for opposition in both guest boxes on YouTube and TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description. It's also on the screen where you can join the conversation. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to be a member for anything. We don't need your information or your email address. You just got to put the link in your phone, browser, tablet, and you'll be logged in.
Justin, since the last time we talked, I had 150 subscribers on my YouTube channel. I now have 400.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You're going to be up over 1,000 real soon. While we're waiting for opposition to come in, guys, make sure you're following Dalton on both of his accounts on YouTube and on TikTok. Thistle Honey, thank you for the face paint. Larry, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I super appreciate that, my friend. And Thistle Honey says, Justin, missed ya. Well, I missed being with y'all, but we're here now. And Lock Forey, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Big W says, much appreciation for the content. Been binging like crazy, trying to get my Christian friends to watch now. Well, if you poke them enough, they'll typically watch. I remember talking to quite a few people on this live stream that called in only because like their atheist friend told them that they should call in, or it was a kind of a challenge. So maybe if you poke your friend enough, you can get them riled up enough to call in.
Justin, I had Cyber. He pointed out a really interesting historical contradiction to me that I'd never even thought about.
Yeah, we're at.
So, as you know, in the Gospel of Luke. So, as you know, in the Gospel of Luke, Jesus is born during the census of Quirinius, 6 CE. According to the Gospel of Luke, he was also baptized at the age of 30, placing his baptism at 36 CE. Then if you factor in the 3-year ministry, that brings his crucifixion to 39 CE. But Pilate was only the procurator of Palestine from 26 to 36 CE.
That's actually on my cheat sheet, buddy. That's in there.
Look at that.
That's a good one.
I told you. Look at that, Cyber. He's ahead of it.
That's a good one. We've got that one. I haven't used it in a debate before because I tried to stay away from timeline contradictions, because it requires too much work for the believer, and they typically never have their Bible on them, and they don't know how timelines work. So it's not my favorite mode of contradiction, but it's just a rock hard contradiction. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, they usually just end up going, well, I don't know anything about history, and then just throw their hands up and that's the end of the conversation.
Or they'll say, well, the history is wrong, the Bible's right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Demonstrate that the history is wrong. Well, the history is wrong because the Bible says it's wrong. Okay. Whatever. Hill Hugger, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I went outside and looked at the rocks, and they declared the glory and hardness of Doug. Of course they did. The rocks cry out, my friend. The rocks cry out. And Contra Christos, I like that name. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. Big W, my friend. Sudro, great to hear from you again. Says, nice talking with you on Skep Talk, Justin. Sudro, it was great to talk to you on Skep Talk. Thanks for being here, my friend. Eris, good to see you tonight as well. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, according to Jordan Peterson's daughter, he was recently attacked by demons in his sleep, whatever that means, and was hospitalized for a little bit. What can a demon do? What could a demon do to you while you're sleeping? It sounds like he had a bad dream.
I'll just say, if you watch this at the end with Jonah Hill, you don't want to know what a demon can do to you in your sleep. Same.
I know enough from watching skits, though, that you got to beat the demons off with both hands. One isn't enough. So if they come to you in the night, just know you got to use two hands. Parker, thank you for sending the Polaris map. I appreciate that. And yeah, Jordan Peterson, certainly, he's been attacked by something. And last one for now from our friend Carnage. Great to see you, Carnage. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Question is, smash, marry, or unalive? Denominations edition. Your options are Baptist, Episcopalian, or Methodist. This is actually pretty tough. Here's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go with maybe smash a Baptist because they got all that pent-up frustration. And then probably going to unalive those Methodists, don't need them. Definitely marry the Episcopalians. The Episcopalians are like nearly left-leaning liberal Christians at this point. So definitely going to marry the Episcopalian. That's a good one, though, Carnage. I appreciate that.
That was my exact answer, too. In the same order, yeah.
Oh, well, we had a guest, and they just dropped out. Nick, if you're still here, you want in, you're about to get pulled in. Well, you were about to. Before we get our next guest, then, let's grab J.A. Debates. Welcome in. How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh, there you are. How you doing, Joe?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Just wanted to come up and say hey.
Oh, hell yeah. What you got going on, buddy?
Oh, nothing. Just chilling at the house.
Did you stream last night?
Not last night, Monday.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I try to keep people's schedules in my head, but it's hard to keep them all. People on TikTok are asking, am I an atheist? I don't know why that would be in question. How do you not know that I'm an atheist?
Facts. Yeah, I'm gonna change the Tuesdays because Mondays just aren't. Those lives never go as well as any other day of the week. So I'm going to move to Tuesdays, but yeah.
Yeah, Mondays are typically kind of slow. That's the case.
People often mistake me for a Christian, but it's the username. I don't blame them.
Yeah. The Bible guide does lend itself to possibly a Christian name. But I
I'm
guess
taking it back.
While we're waiting for opposition to show up, let me pound through some super chats. Cotswoldy, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, please repeat the mutely he. Be bolder. Keep showing gratitude. Praise be, and get your ass to the UK, please. Listen, there might actually come a time where I'm going to need to get to the UK. You'll know. You'll know. Actually, I got a good friend from the U.S. Right now that's getting ready to move overseas because of the current situation. But we might have some opposition in the box. Let me grab the guest. See if Kuma can connect. Welcome in, Kuma. Kuma. Can
Hey,
you?
shut that off because it will unmonetize you.
Oh, you're right. Shit, you're right. Yeah, on YouTube for sure. So Kuma wasn't real apparently, or that'd be by accident. We'll try YouTube. I think Nick came back. Also, somebody I can hear me echoing through their speaker. Is that? I think that's got to be joyful.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that any better?
Let's check it out. Yeah, it seems to have taken care of it. Okay, we'll grab. Oh no, it's not better. It was better. What just happened? All right, let's grab. We got a guest in the YouTube queue. I think Nick came back. Nick, welcome in.
It won't.
Yeah.
Hold on, Justin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop because it won't even let me mute. I think there's just something screwed up with my TikTok. I'll request here in a minute.
Sure. Nick, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm good. I'm good. I hear you, man. I think I have a delay.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, but I don't think it's too terribly bad.
Man, believe me when I say this, man. I'm happy to speak to you, man. I'm an atheist, but I'm trying to send you a super chat, and I'm fucking up. I don't know how to do this shit.
Yeah, don't worry about it. What do you got to say?
Hey, long time listener for you, man.
I
Happy
thought
to
I
see
recognized
you.
your name.
Yeah. I've been throwing some stuff to you before. You know what I mean? Asking questions. You've been giving me some answers. You know what I mean? Doing some stuff. You know what I mean? I'm a Jamaican also. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, but listen, man. Respect, bro. I was just trying to find out how I could send some super chats right now. I can't find how to do it. I don't know. It's not showing me how to do it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to pay my tolls and my debts to Sharon Stone and fucking Doug. You know what I mean?
Well, typically, like if you're using the phone and you're in the live chat, there's like a little dollar sign. You have to hit the
I
dollar
can't.
sign.
I'm not. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm not seeing it on my fucking phone. I don't know why. But don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna
Might
figure
not,
this shit out.
might not be
Make
able
sure I
to where
get
you
my
live.
tithes into you right now.
Might not be able to. It's okay.
Hey, this is not cracking though. You know, this is a do say.
Well, drink one for me, friend.
Hey, say no more, my brother. Bless, man.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy.
Peace.
Big W, Nick. Thanks for being here, Nick. I appreciate that. Yeah, if he figures
He
it out, he
seemed like
figures it out.
fun.
Yeah, he's been on the channel for quite a while actually. All right, let me grab our first guest. It looks like Real Miles. See if they can connect. How you doing, Real Miles?
Hello.
Is
Can
your
you hear
name?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is your name Miles?
Yes, my name is Miles.
Okay. Would you like us to call you Miles then?
Yes.
Cool. Miles, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a God?
Yeah, I'm 18, but I think I'm deconstructing.
Sure. Yeah, that happens. What religion are you deconstructing from?
Christianity.
Okay, so you're deconstructing from Christianity, and what's keeping you? What's keeping you from just letting it go?
I would say a fear of hell and some prophecies. They say there are prophecies that Jesus fulfilled.
Like what?
The other prophecies, I think he didn't fulfill, but I'm having a problem with Matthew. I think it's Matthew 1:23.
Yeah, the virgin
Matthew
birth, Matthew
chapter
1:23.
1. Yeah, that's the only one that I'm having problem with. So yeah, I think
Okay, well
it's that one.
we can fix
And
that real easily. The so-called prophecy is not really about a virgin birth, and certainly not about a Messiah. Let me put it on the screen for you real quick. You should be able to see that. Cool. In Isaiah chapter 7, we've got a really clear context. The king of Assyria is going to come down and wipe out two different enemies of Judah. But we'll start at the beginning. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but they could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So King Ahaz is the king in Judah. He's being attacked by King Pekah and King Rezin. There's an alliance between the northern Israelites and the Arameans, and they want to replace King Ahaz with a king that's more friendly to their alliance. So they attack. They're unsuccessful initially. Initially, they're not successful. And then God sends the prophet Isaiah to go shore up their faith. At the end of the first prophecy from Isaiah, he says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand in all. And that's kind of the context happening here, is God wants Ahaz and his people to remain in faith to Yahweh during this time of trouble, which is why we get the second prophecy. The second prophecy starts in verse 10. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So based on the prophecy from verses 10 to 16, what do you think the prophet is saying?
I think the prophet is saying that King Ahaz is going to have a child,
Well,
and then this child is will be called Emmanuel.
There's a woman. We don't know if the child belongs to Ahaz. We just know that obviously Ahaz knows who the child is going to belong to. But there's a woman who's pregnant, who's about to give birth,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Right. And then what do we know about this child that's important?
It says before the child knows how to talk, I think the two kingdoms will. Can you go so I can read?
Yeah, actually, you're accidentally quoting what it says in chapter 8. In chapter 7, what it says is, before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So he's saying, before this child knows right from wrong, these two kings that you're afraid of, they're gonna get wiped out.
So how did this get into Matthew?
Yeah, the reason why I got into Matthew is because the New Testament authors started with the conclusion that Jesus is the Messiah, and then they went into the Greek Old Testament and just started to look for anything that would remind them of Jesus, whether it had a context about Jesus or not. There's anything that remotely sounded like Jesus, they would take. And the reason why the Greek Septuagint is important is because when they translated the Hebrew into Greek, so this is well before Jesus, they used the word Parthenos, which typically during the New Testament time period referred to a virgin, but actually at the time the Hebrew was translated into the Greek, Parthenos didn't always mean just a virgin. It could just be a young woman, whether she was married with child or not. We find this in the writings of Homer. We find it in Genesis 34 in the Greek Septuagint. We find married women and women who have children referred to as Parthenos all over the place. The problem is that by the time Matthew was reading, Matthew didn't know that Parthenos used to have a wider semantic range. So he read this and said, it must be about a miracle birth. It must be a virgin birth. And he applied it to Jesus. But there's nothing in here about a virgin birth, and there's certainly nothing in here about a Messiah.
Yeah, I can see that. So, what?
And unfortunately, all of the
Okay.
prophecies of the New Testament read just like this. They're randomized, out of context quotations from the Old Testament. There's not a single prophecy Jesus ever fulfilled.
Because I also talked to my sister, but she argued about this one of Jesus being on a donkey.
Yeah,
And yeah, I think that one also.
that comes from Zechariah 9, and unfortunately, he didn't fulfill that prophecy either, because just riding a donkey doesn't actually fulfill the prophecy. I've ridden a donkey; that doesn't make me the Messiah. So in Zechariah 9, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you." So first of all, it's got to be a real king, like an actual king over a people group. It says, "Triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." So what does it mean to be a righteous and victorious king? Well, the prophet tells you in the next verse, "He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea," yada, yada, yada. So this is about a real physical king who defeats the enemies of his people. That's what this is about. This is not about some guy on a donkey. Anyone can get on a donkey and ride it into town. That doesn't make you a king.
So he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. So this was supposed to happen on earth.
Yeah. And to be sure, it
With
still
like
hasn't even it still hasn't happened even to this day. I mean, obviously it should have happened when Jesus was on the earth, but even if you want to stretch it out and say this is going to happen over a course of thousands of years, it still hasn't happened.
So I think now I understand. So does that mean Jesus was supposed, like if the prophecy was to be true, does that mean Jesus was supposed to be like a real king, like king
Yeah.
who is
Yeah, he
on
had to be a
earth?
real king. Yeah. He can't be like a Burger
What?
King. He can't
But
put a Burger King hat on and claim kingship.
wow, because what they told me, because I grew up in church, so I used to think that Jesus was supposed to be like king in heaven. I didn't know about the context of the whole thing.
Yeah. The Old
So
Testament doesn't say anything about a heavenly king. The Old Testament says that there's going to be a king in the physical Israel, and that he's going to restore the people to a physical land. There's no spiritual king in the Hebrew Bible.
what was that chapter again so that I can write it down?
Yeah, Zechariah chapter 9, verses 9 and 10.
Okay. Um, and then the concept of hell, because I think that's the one that is keeping me from religion,
Yeah,
the
well, I
fear
mean,
of
listen,
hell.
hell is a horrific idea, but just think about this logically, right? If God is a God of justice, but it says in Deuteronomy 32:4 that all of his ways are just, and if God is a God of love, which First Corinthians would certainly want you to believe, well, then it's asinine that he would send you to eternal conscious torment in hellfire because you just didn't believe the right thing. Like hell is completely illogical, even if you are a Christian. Like that's one belief you can just tell it to go fuck off if you're a Christian. It has no place with a God that has those properties. Oh, we lost him. Oh well. Okay. Guess we'll move on to the next one.
You know, I had a really, really short debate earlier on Monday because I decided to go live in your place, Justin. But I had someone come up to us and said, "What would it take What do you need to believe in? What kind of things do you believe in? I said, I believe in things which are demonstrable. They said, what are demonstrable? I said, able to be demonstrated with evidence, and immediately gone. They disappeared. I was like, all right, that's a concession.
Yeah, you can tell how the conversation's gonna go when they don't know what demonstrable means. I actually used to open all my debates with that, and I stopped doing it because so many people didn't know what the word meant. I'm like, okay, whatever. People, it's not a hard word. Jeffrey, thank you for the $666 super chat. Big W says, I used to believe that the FSM would guide me. What's the FSM?
It
Anyone know what that
beats
means?
me.
Does anyone know what FS? Well, anyway, pretty. Thank you for the hat. So you used to believe that the FSM would guide you with its flying spaghetti monster with its noodly appendage. I realize now that it's far better to be rock hard for Doug. Listen, Doug loves the flying spaghetti monster. He's got no grudges against the other members of the Pantheon. And Bearded Heretic, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that, friend. Minutemen, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, asking everyone to listen to the song Dear God by XTC. Not the best anti-God song, but it's close. Praise God, Doug, and fuck the patriarchy. Absolutely agree on both those accounts. I don't know anything about that particular song, but I'll definitely give it a listen, friend, for you. And Shadow Slays, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, we all know Leviticus 18:22, but another interesting verse in Deuteronomy 22:5. Interested in your thoughts about that verse and its context. Always appreciate you. Well, I mean, there's others. Like Deuteronomy 22:5 doesn't really sit by its own, but it says, a woman shall not wear a man's apparel, nor shall a man put on a woman's garment, for whoever does such things is abhorrent to the Lord your God. We have a similar command against the effeminate in the New Testament. The reality is gender norms were highly important in this culture. And so I'm certainly not surprised at all that they wanted to do that. That's one of the reasons why penetrating a man as a man was so wrong, is because you're messing up the gender norms. It has a lot less to do with getting your dingling wet and a lot more with messing up gender norms.
This is one of the probably Deuteronomy 22:5, probably one of the most difficult verses to actually like follow, because what one considers men versus women's clothing is very arbitrary. Like high heels and makeup and what do you call those things that women wear on their legs, the really skin tight ones. Anyways, the American forefathers wore all those things, so it's like it's kind of arbitrary.
I mean, technically, Jesus wore a dress. So obviously, it's just got to be within the context of your current time period. Ray, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, would say praise Doug and the dude, but neither require it. Both are. You are good as you are, and the dude would add man. I agree. The dude absolutely was. I'm a big fan of dudism, and I watched the movie. It's got to be at least once a year. Peter, thank you for the $10 super chat. My friend says, making flashcards in some languages, Spanish, Portuguese, German, French, and Italian, such a slog. Vocab is my weakest. No patience to memorize. Finally sat down to do it. Listening makes the time go faster. Well, listen, thank you for being here, and I agree. If you're going to do vocab, the appropriate way to do it is fill out your flashcards, memorize the vocab words just like you would anything else. Flashcards will save your life. I got 4 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Ehud the Leftist, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Justin, seeing you put in work on these other channels has been great. Congratulations, man. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. That's the one good thing about my current schedule, is I can actually show up on other people's channels now, because I've got a little bit of availability. Dalton, nice work on Unapologetic. Keep it rolling. I thought he did great too, by the way. I
was just worried the whole time I was talking too much, so I I was nervous the entire time, but yeah, I had fun. And if you ever need to go do a thing and you need someone to cover you again, I'll let you know if I'm free.
Absolutely. Steve Gear, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Doug's my new god. He's a progressive rock. Absolutely. And a Rolling Stone. Praise Doug. And Nick, you figured out the super chat button. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, finally got it. Big ups to Doug and Sharon Stone, maybe Oliver Stone, not sure. We might have to get Oliver Stone in here. Not sure forever. Also, I was checking the Bible guy. My guy is pretty cool. I love that shit. Yeah, Bible guy is pretty cool. He's incredibly knowledgeable. And last one from our friend Roger. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Roger says, another amazing show. Time well spent. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. It's good to hear from you. I really appreciate you supporting the channel, my friend. All right, now we've got a number of people waiting to get in here. I'm going to grab, I think next in line was Pretty and then Button. I'm pretty sure in that order. And then O from the YouTube queue.
Hi.
How you doing, Pretty?
I'm good. So I'm deconstructing as well. My family's been Christian. I was Christian almost all my life. So obviously, I'm not an op, so I didn't come up here to prove you wrong. But I did need a little bit of your help because you seem very intellectual on the text. So tonight I'm having a debate, and the main problem that I have is just from the beginning. The serpent in the garden with Adam and Eve, and my biggest thing is it seems like the serpent is the one who told them the truth and God lied to them. But every time I try to explain that to Christians, especially my family, and I'm telling them, like, basically the serpent told them, like, hey, you can eat from the tree and it'll open your eyes. But God told them, if you eat from the tree, the day you eat from the tree, you surely will unalive.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't unalive. So they try to basically say, oh no, it's a spiritual thing, to basically say, you will not have everlasting life, or you will be disconnected from him spiritually. But that was the whole point of having a tree of life. And they never ate from the tree of life, so they were not going to live forever anyway, due to the fact that they didn't choose that choice. Even though they had the choice, they didn't choose that choice. They chose to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So and in my opinion, that's the whole point of why they got kicked out of the garden, if I'm not mistaken, because it said it's something about least you reach your hand, basically, so that they can't eat from the tree of life. So I don't really know how to elaborate on how I'm thinking about it, but I hope I gave you a little bit of context on what I'm trying to say.
Was there a question you need answered? I guess I don't know what you need.
So basically, the question is, because they always try to they try to manipulate me by saying, if you go back to the Hebrew text, or if you go back to this text, which I know nothing about, I can't really debate on something I know nothing about. But I see you obviously know a little bit more about it. So that's what I'm asking you. Is that true? Is it a spiritual thing, or was it a physical unalive when he said, if you eat from it, the day that you eat from it, you shall surely unalive?
Yeah, the phrase
won't.
spiritual death shows up nowhere in the Hebrew Bible, not once. That phrase does not exist in the Hebrew Bible. Ever.
So
Yeah,
it was a physical thing that they were supposed to do if they was to eat from it.
Yeah,
It's supposed to get unalive.
specifically the Hebrew that Yahweh uses to describe this. He says mot tamot, which is like you will surely die. It's like very definite.
And they didn't die, but somebody said, oh, sorry, unalive. So the other thing that they argue is one day is like 1,000 years in God's eyes, or something like that. But then they turn around and say God created the earth in 7 days.
Yeah.
So which is 7 days or 7,000 days?
Neither. The problem is they want to get away from the idea day by just saying one day is like 1,000, but they would never apply that universally. Like, you wouldn't apply it to the creation, because then you've got plants existing without sunlight for 1,000 years. It just is.
Or Jesus, or Jesus dead for 3,000 years.
Right. Yeah. It's just a silly cope.
Oh, I'm glad you guys brought that point up. Okay. There's a whole bunch of other questions, but I'm going to let someone else get a chance. Thank you for helping me out.
Thanks, Pretty. Good to hear from you.
All right.
Cheers, Ren. All right. Well, I'm sure there's some ops in here We got to have some ops in the box somewhere. Mike Leitner, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. That's generous, my friend. Says surrounded by ice, but the fires are kept warm with Justin's cooking. Thank you for being the right side, on the right side of history, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Where are you that there's already ice? You must be up in the Great White North. We don't have ice yet. We got to wait for like Thanksgiving to roll around.
They might not be referring to cold water. They might be referring to certain fascist soldiers.
Oh, that ice. Well, that certainly could be the case. Yeah, good point. Matthew, thank you for the $5 super chat. Matthew says, "Hey, Justin, I wanted to say thank you for the pleasing aroma of cooked Theas. Much love, Rock Hard for Doug." Listen, I got you, friend. I got you. And last one, we'll get our next guest in here, Ms. Pickles. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says a new Eastern Orthodox talking point is that the Trinity is logical and true. Oh, it's not. Can you discuss why it's not the case? Can you discuss why that's not the case? That's not the case? So yeah, I mean, Miss Pickles, we got lots of videos on it. The problem with the Trinity is the minute you do something that's logical, then it becomes heretical. So, like, for example, if they would accept partialism, you can say that Jesus is a part of God, but if Jesus is 100% God, then there can be no distinction between Jesus and the Father. The minute there's a distinction, Jesus is no longer 100% God. That's why the Trinity fails. There's other reasons, but I think that's the most easy to ascertain. If you believe that there are two entities that are both 100% God, but they're not 100% identical, then you've got two different entities. They're not the same thing. All right, let's get Button in here. Welcome in, Button.
Hello. So
Button, are
I
you
actually have
at least
okay.
18, and do you believe in God?
Yes. Kind of, yes. So I have a question. So if life is emergent, as we know it, couldn't God or like a type of God be emergent with, go ahead.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be God, it'd just be an alien.
But I guess, how would you define God though?
The creator of all things.
Could it not be the like start of all things?
If it's emergent, then it can't be the start.
It could be the start of a new universe.
It couldn't be the start of all things.
Well, that's true. But I guess the question I'm getting at is when you think at some point in our history that we'll reach a point where we'll have so much knowledge, and with AI existing and being capable of existing forever practically, that we would come very close to having something similar to God?
No.
You don't think so?
No, God can just vocalize things into existence. I mean, depending on what religion you're in, but typically.
Yeah, it certainly isn't capital G God.
Yeah, all the gods that we know of or think of have magical powers. Like even the Babylonian gods could take the carcass of another deity and split it in two and create a planet with it.
Okay.
Like,
That's all my questions for now.
Yeah, these aren't things I would expect from a super evolved entity.
Okay.
All right, cheers, friend. It's certainly a thought. So the super evolved entity hypothesis was something that I thought about a lot after I left Christianity, because if you believe that the universe is eternal, then certainly there must be something out there in the universe that's more evolved than us. It would be weird to think that we're the only evolved entities in the universe. And if we're not the only evolved entities, then how advanced would they be? The question is, the universe is so vast, would they ever even find us?
Yeah, after leaving leaving theism altogether, I dabbled in the idea of ancient astronaut theory, but found out that it was just as much bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't do much for the for answering any questions. The Walking Dad, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Justin, keep doing Doug's work. You know I'm going to, Walking Dad. You know I'm going to. Thanks for being here. And Herbie, good to see you tonight, says, please, please, you can fit us into your takeover of all atheist call-in shows, and we all survive the rearranged rapture again. I've enjoyed Dalton's YouTube. Yeah, Dalton's got some great content. If you guys like me, you're going to like Dalton. That's just all there is to it.
Getting lots of love today. Gee whiz.
For real, well, you're doing good work out there. Vincent, thank you for the super chat, says, sure, Kraken is good, but have you tried any Don Papa rum? I have not, especially Barocco and Mascara. I have not. Slightly pricier, but hell yum. I have not tried it, but I'll definitely put it on the list, my friend. And Sonos, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Says, hi, Justin. I have to come back later. Save me some baby paste for the end. Happy cooking. You know I'll save you some baby paste, my friend. And I got 3 more super chats. Lockery again says Peterson's history of benzo abuse disorder might explain some hallucinations. I forgot about the benzos. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. You abuse those things, your brain stops doing things that brains are supposed to do. Red Trek, great to see you. It says, thanks for the fun conversations about Assyria when you co-hosted Skep Talk. Red Trek, those are really good questions, by the way. Those are really good, informed questions. I was pleasantly surprised to actually hear them. And Calvary, I'm sorry, not Calvary, JH, thank you for the super chat. It says, Calvary Chapel made me an atheist. To their credit, they have the balls to teach every verse of the Bible. Laughable how little Christians read it. I know. It's funny. The Christians that really stand by everything in the Bible, like they really stand 10 toes down on it, that's good. They're being honest, but that being honest is going to push people into atheism. All right, I said next in line was going to be O from the YouTube queue, and then it looks like Azmodan, however you pronounce that name, is going to be next after them. So let me grab our guest, and we'll get them added. How you doing, O?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's all right. Oh, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18, but I do not. I am not an op here.
We're looking for ops, my man.
I understand. I just had a quick question about something in the Bible, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, you're already here. I'll ask it.
Cool. So I know that a lot of times when it comes to slavery, Christians will be like, "Oh, it was a compromise with the Israelites." Are there what examples are there where he explicitly says like, "This is the compromise"? Like one that comes to mind, I think, is I think when he gives them a king, he says like, "I don't want you guys to have a king, but I'll give you a king since you keep begging for it."
Well, I mean, a little bit, yeah. The Bible's a little bit wishy-washy on whether or not God wanted or didn't want them to have a king. Samuel, if you listen to the speech of Samuel, he clearly didn't want them to have a king. That seems to be the case. Is Samuel speaking for God clearly? We kind of have to trust, whoever you want on that. I don't know if Samuel knew the mind of God or not. The reality is, though, whether or not God initially wanted them to have a king, he clearly enshrined it as an eternal principle, which means God changes his mind. Like if he didn't want them to have a king, but then he decides later that there's going to be a king eternally, well, then God just changes his mind. It's like nonsensical. But that being said, there's no reason to believe that slavery was a change of mind. God never condemns it, not even once. He talks about in the Old Testament that when he rescues his people and saves them from their enemies, they're going to enslave their enemies. We read later on in the book of Isaiah that during the Messianic age, the Israelites are going to make slaves of the nations. And God could have just said, don't do slavery. There's no reason why he couldn't have said, don't do slavery. He never said it, not even once. And he also says in Deuteronomy 30, during the Messianic age, that you're going to follow all the laws in Deuteronomy. Well, the laws in Deuteronomy still encompass slavery. So, I mean, if the law of Moses isn't going anywhere, if the law of Moses is permanent, and it clearly is, according to Jesus and his father, Paul and the other heretics that came after Jesus' death are the only ones who disagree, then slavery is not going to go anywhere. Slavery is enshrined in the law forever.
Yeah, it's I think it's pretty clear that it's not a compromise, and especially because it's a law of Moses, like, and it's supposed to be a good thing.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Are there any other compromises he has, or
The
like
only
I know
compromise
Well,
really.
technically divorce would be one, but I'm not sure if that would. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, so in Matthew 19, Jesus points out that it wasn't initially God's idea for divorce. Now, I think Jesus is wrong, but I think the reason
Uh,
why Jesus can say this and get away with it is because in Malachi, there's a verse where God says, I hate divorce. And I think
yeah.
Jesus is trying to square the idea of God hating divorce with God allowing you to do divorce. But the reality is, Jesus couldn't exegete the text properly because he's talking about the divorce between him and his people, not between two consenting adults.
hmm Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, I
All
had
right.
one other
Well,
question, if
thanks
that's
for the
okay.
question, buddy. I got to get some ops. Okay. No
Okay,
one's
I
here. No
understand.
one's here for the atheist circle jerk. Okay.
Okay, my bad.
All right. Cheers,
Love
man.
the content.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. All right, friends. If you're not ops, I'm just gonna cut you from now on. It's an hour in. We haven't had an op yet, so we gotta actually make the show a show. Okay. I love you. I appreciate you being here, but this is not it's not atheist hour. Then, great to see you. I appreciate the super chat. Big W says, nice to see you at your home grill. Thanks. And rock hard for Doug. Looking forward to this birthday celebration. Does he have a wish list? Wait, is today Doug's birthday? Now I have to check. Shoot, I have to. I thought Doug's birthday was in like a July. Now I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to let me know on this. When's Doug's actual birthday? Because I don't recall, friends. I don't recall. All right, let's get Jesse James in the guest box. Maybe, maybe not. Mark Ballman, thank you so much. Big W, Mark Ballman, for $250 on Cash App just now. Let's get some W's in the chat for our friend Mark Ballman. Big W, friend.
while they're still loading in, it just occurred to me that, you have that story where the Israelites are begging Samuel for a king, and he, God relents. And yet the Torah seems to speak in Deuteronomy 17, like, when you establish like a king over yourselves, making it very obvious that the text is coming at a time after the idea of kingship has already been established.
Yeah, and
Damn.
even there's a bunch of stuff in the text that prefigures a king. That like if God didn't really want them to have a king, it'd be weird for that to be there. So for example, in Genesis, there's a statement about
49.
the kings of Moab prior to there being a king in Israel. Like, well, how would the author of Genesis, if it's Moses, know anything about a time period before there was a king in Israel? Well, what are you talking about?
Right. Also, there's the quote unquote prophecies about King David, like a star shall rise out of Jacob, scepter for Israel,
Yeah.
or Shiloh. Yeah.
Which is a whole other topic. We don't get to talk about it very much. I have a really interesting take on Shiloh.
I've been reading into Shiloh all day, and I wanted to hear your take on it.
I think it's a prediction for the division of the kingdom, personally. All right, let me grab. I'll flesh that out when we get some free time. Let me grab Asmodeen. Did I say that right?
Hello,
Like the
am I
demon.
here?
Yeah, you're on
Am
the
I
stage now,
here?
but
Hello?
it turns
That's
out you
awesome.
are. Asmodeen, are you at
I
least
did.
18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am 18 and I do. If you want to like shorten the name, you can just say A.
Sure. All right, so A,
Um,
which God do you believe in?
would you offer a general deistic proposal or merely just like the Bible?
I mean, only if you believe in a deistic proposal. Do you believe in a God or do you believe in a deistic entity?
Uh, I have no reason not to. Is the Yeah, I I guess you've ran into the section where it is only your fans watching you, basically. But uh, to pardon me if I'm a little bit slow with my speech. Is
Do you
my
believe in
audio very
Yahweh?
well? Do I believe in Yahweh? No.
Right. So what we're trying to ascertain is whether or not you believe in a God, or if you want to argue for a deistic concept because you can't argue for your God.
No, I believe in a deistic concept as basically I have yet to rule it out.
Okay, so you
okay.
so you don't believe any specific God, but you do believe in a deistic God. Cool. So what would be the argument that would lead one to believe in a deistic God?
If you were to allow me, is the only thing that you are absolutely correct on, or could be absolutely, to be true, is that you are in this moment right now. Like you are the thing experiencing your moment.
I mean, that assumes that you've already ruled out solipsism, which I think you and I can probably do that.
True.
Okay. So we can just operate on the axiom that we're not brains in a vat. So we would agree, yeah, the thing that we do know is that you and I are having an experience. Like I'm experiencing and you're experiencing.
Well, of course, we can't actually perceive that we are brains in a vat because we are in this current state.
Yeah, but we have already concluded that we can just operate on the axiom that we're not brains in a vat.
Yeah, you're correct. But I'm just saying it was already in the proposal because we're not in that state. We are in this state. Pardon. So within that proposal, it's just that you are yourself and only that. You are unsure of every other factor of the world and how it interacts in the way that it's correct that science, of course, exists and that things can be causal.
No, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think I'm unsure about every other factor that we could propose.
Do you believe that you can be sure of anything from outside of yourself?
What do you think the word sure means?
100% know to be true.
No, but I don't have to be 100% sure to have beliefs or to have assurance of something.
You're correct. I'm just using the wrong word.
So my beliefs are not based on 100% certainty. My belief is just a justified belief. Like, do I have evidence to believe it? Yeah. Some things I have a lot of evidence for. Some things I only have a little bit of evidence for. But there has to be some kind of evidence.
Well,
what's the evidence for a deistic God?
It's a weird form of humanism in which it's belief in the self.
Okay, so you don't believe in a deistic God. You're an atheist.
It's a self-deistic.
Okay.
In which you perceive.
Well, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to move right on off of that bullshit. If the only God you believe in is the God you invented in your head, you're an atheist. Just admit it. Just move on with your life. You don't believe in God. Say it out loud. Take a couple deep breaths. Let your family know it's going to be okay. Jordan A, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. It says, first time chatter. Keep it up. Just wanted to suggest Dr. Pepper and Kraken. Listen, you know I love both of them. Not sure if you tried it before. You know I have. Going to have some before ice hockey tonight, drunk goalie. I love that for you. And yes, 100% I've mixed Dr. Pepper, especially Dr. Pepper Zero, and the Dr. Pepper Zero Strawberry with the Kraken. I mean, they go together really well. They really do.
Have you tried it with cherry?
Not yet, but I'm sure it's good. Nick Trail, thank you again for the $20 super chat. Big W, my friend, says, I have nothing to say, but split this one between you and Dalton. I can send Dalton some money after this. I gotcha. Also, make sure over on TikTok, y'all sending Dalton some love, my friends. Mila, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, my mom runs institution for disabled and neurodivergent children. They are the most loving people I know. It's not them, it's us. How we feel. I agree, Mia. I have a neurodivergent son myself, and he is an absolute delight. He's an absolute delight. Now, some of them can get really frustrated with life because being neurodivergent is difficult. You'll definitely find some where they have rage and fits and things like that. But you can work through that. Melanitis, thank you for the 50 PLN. Says regarding the spaghetti monster, there is a recently placed statue of that deity in Poland, my country. They say it's the first of its kind in the world. You can look it up to find out more. I love it, Melanitis. I would absolutely appreciate a statue of the flying spaghetti monster. And last super chat for now, again from our friend Nick. Big W says, also next time up, Bible Guy and Sarah, I'm subscribing. You guys are great. Yeah, Sarah's not up here tonight. She'll probably be up here at some point, depending on if she's live streaming it and available. But Nick, thank you so much. Sarah is awesome, and so is the Bible Guy. Really, really rock hard friends. Let me get Paul the Christian in here.
Well, he's coming up here. This is the picture of the shrine they were talking about.
Oh, that's nice. That's well done.
Yeah.
Did a good job with that one. Welcome in, Paul.
Yo, what's up?
Paul, are you at least 18, and is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
Yeah, I'm 43
Cool.
and I'm a Christian.
And do you believe that Christianity is demonstrable?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Do you believe that there is evidence for Christianity being true?
For me, I'll say it is.
Can you tell me what the evidence is?
As far as other people's worldviews, I use that as some evidence. A lot of people say they know that it ain't no God, but they don't have no other answers for you.
Answers for what?
Like, for instance, yourself. You say there's no God. So, how do we get here?
We didn't get here. The universe always existed.
The universe always existed.
What's the evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
Well, I would have to say science. Science say it doesn't.
No, science didn't say that.
Science doesn't say it was a Big Bang.
Big Bang doesn't say anything about whether or not there was nothing prior to it. In fact, most cosmologists agree that there was certainly something before the Big Bang. The exact form of the something is mostly what they're debating.
Okay. So they say that the Big Bang caused the start of the planets, correct?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, the Big Bang was a moment on the timeline that eventually planet formations occurred, but I mean, to say that planets occurred merely because of the Big Bang that's not really a connected statement. They formed because of gravity.
Well, I kind of see the way you act with it. I'm the same way as far as the Big Bang. It's a theory. It's not really fact.
So
No, it's a fact.
germ theory is also a germ. Do you believe in germs, Paul?
I didn't hear you.
Do you believe in germs?
Yeah, germs are out there.
Yeah, it's called germ theory. A theory doesn't mean the same thing in day-to-day speech as it does in like the scientific realm.
Like you've heard of electrical theory, I'm assume. Like when I was in school for engineering, I had to take electrical theory. It wasn't theoretical. It doesn't mean that they're just spitballing. We pretty much know how electricity works.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll throw this at y'all since I don't think either of us three are scientists. I'll throw this at y'all. So what do you think about evolution? How do humans get here or evolve?
I think evolution is just a rock solid fact. Now that we've got the genome mapped, we know for a fact that we have common ancestors with the great apes and even more ancestors that predate them. I think one of my favorite evidences of that has been endogenous retroviruses. So we've got billions and billions of different base pairs in our DNA, and sometimes there will be a foreign virus that gets into our body and it'll actually insert DNA into our DNA, and it leaves like the little scar at the beginning of the end of it. You can actually identify where foreign DNA got into your DNA. Now, interestingly enough, if it gets passed on to your children, then they reproduce with that DNA being, we'll call it damaged as well. And then it passes to their children and their children. There's almost 215 of these endogenous retroviruses that all human beings have. And it turns out we share them with the great apes as well. And of these endogenous retroviruses that we share with the great apes, it's also true that we don't share most of them, if not any of them, with the rest of the plant or the animal kingdom. They're exclusive to the great apes and human beings because we had a common ancestor. And the idea that two individuals would have even one retrovirus in the same location is statistically impossible. The only thing that can account for endogenous retroviruses is direct reproduction.
Scientific Snitch said she'd be happy to help out.
Oh, a snitch up here? Hell yeah. So as it turns out, Paul, we do have a scientist with us now. Welcome in, Emmy.
Why,
Or Ella.
hello.
Sorry.
I'm a physiology master's student, and I did my undergrad in the science of human body and movement. So I'm pretty well versed on physiology. Now, as far as endogenous retroviruses are an amazing piece of evidence, but there is also so much more evidence. In fact, there is evidence that there is a chromosomal fusion. So if you didn't know, a lot of great apes have an extra chromosome compared to humans. And there's evidence of this fusion site in our genome, meaning we can literally see the ends of chromosomes in the middle of one of our chromosomes indicating this fusion. And there is virtually no other reason why we would see the quote unquote caps of chromosomes in the middle of our chromosomes if this was for any other reason. There's also, so every single cell in your body has these little machinery called mitochondria, which contain circular DNA, which is different from our linear DNA. And basically mitochondria are like little bacteria, which would go as evidence that very long ago, our cells, or at least, man, it's not even like our common ancestor, but the common ancestor of that common ancestor of that common ancestor of that common ancestor plus like tenfold, was probably a unicellular organism that engulfed another organism, which made that new organism that could now perform oxidative phosphorylation, i.e. making energy from like fats and cellular respiration, which probably you may have heard of that term. It's not as, it's a little bit something that you'll have to like remember from like beginner level biology, but that's some evidence. Then there's also vestigial structures. So on your forearm, you may or may not have this muscle, but in virtually every single climbing monkey ancestor that we have, it's more well developed than great apes. And then great apes pretty much all have it. But then humans, it's actually disappearing out of the human population. It's called the palmaris longus. And that's also evidence of evolution. And then you also have the fossil record. So yeah, lots of evidence.
Okay, well, y'all said a lot, and I'm not no scientist, but I got this one question, but I do have another point I'd like to present. But to the scientists, do all scientists agree with you?
So all reputable scientists would agree with virtually everything that I said, particularly evolutionary biologists who study this for a living. Now, there are going to be some pseudo-scientists and pseudo-intellectuals in the field, just in the same way that not all doctors are good doctors, not all scientists are good scientists. So it really matters about the data that you're looking at, not necessarily how many people agree with you. If I had half of my field disagreeing with me, except I was the one who had all the data, then I would be the only one who is objectively correct in the scenario. So it doesn't really matter how many scientists agree with me, even though the majority do. The main thing that matters is the data behind everything that I'm saying. And if you would like, I can cite you every single study that would corroborate every claim I've made.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't like that.
So,
Other,
what would be the data in your mind that would lead you to God?
you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I say, I'm not no scientist. Y'all brought one up. I don't think 466 scientists in here, so I like to keep it simple. So I'll throw this at y'all. I believe in life, everything needs a caregiver. Every baby needs a caregiver.
No.
Have you say
That's
no?
not true.
Oh, there are animals that
There
are
are a lot.
independent at birth.
Yeah, and also animals that the parents just kind of leave them and they take care of themselves.
Hmm.
So the animals didn't create themselves. They needed a parent, right?
So, if you're referring to abiogenesis, which is the generation of life from abiotic molecules, there is evidence of that. And there's also evidence of basically pre life forms. So, things like viruses, for example, are considered not necessarily life, but have markers of life. So, there are some bacterium that only encode for like one ribosome, like very, very simple forms of life that wouldn't have otherwise come about any other way aside from, like, let's say like abiogenesis or something like that, and they don't even meet all the qualifications of life. But over time, these molecules eat, or these, like, I don't even know if I want to call them life, but these quote unquote organisms that maybe satisfy one or two requirements of the definition of life, they eat each other and slowly develop, for example, membrane bound organelles like that exist in your body. This is evident. Evidence of this is your mitochondria, a nitrogen fixing organelle, which we've recently observed come about through the same exact fashion, chloroplasts in plants. And there is evidence of unicellular organisms developing multicellularity in a very reputable article from Nature Journal, which is called De Novo Evolution of Macroscopic Multicellularity. If you're interested in learning about how a unicellular organism could be multicellular like us. And then, as far as the fusion site that I was referring to earlier, there's genomic structure and evolution of the ancestral chromosome fusion site in 2q13 to 2q14.1 and paralogous regions on other human chromosomes. And then, as far as abiogenesis goes, there's a slew of different studies. I have about 15 in front of me, so I don't want to go through every single title because that would be boring. But if there's any one that I would have to cite in particular, it would be the Miller and Urey experiment, which is a production of amino acids under possible primitive Earth conditions, which we know based off of evaluating the sediments of like very down in Earth, where that we could kind of like see like what kind of chemical reactions were happening millions upon millions of years ago. So yeah.
Okay. So all that sound good, but it seemed like we got away from animals and humans to
Because that's what evolution is.
viruses.
You know that there are animals that produce asexually, right?
You say it's animals that produce asexual, but
Yeah.
at the same time, when those children are born, does that animal provide for 'em?
N-
No.
no.
Well, give me an example of that.
Sea
Yeah,
turtles?
sure. Sea stars, sharks, lizards, hydras.
So y'all saying that the turtle didn't go up on land, have the eggs, cover the eggs, so that it wouldn't be eaten, seen.
So sea stars are invertebrates. They don't lay eggs.
I got talking about sea turtles. You saying sea stars?
You said to give you an example. I
Yeah.
gave you an
So you
example.
said sea stars.
Yes, they asexually reproduce.
Okay. So you got the sea stars that asexually produce, and they spit it out.
Yeah. That's how reproduction works.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. It's still a cause of that.
No one's suggesting there's not a cause. We know how reproduction works.
That's why I went back to abiogenesis, because that's when we're talking about very far behind, like far away in life. Like you could talk about how bacteria reproduce asexually as well, in a way, unless you really want to call like horizontal gene transfer their method of bumping uglies. But that being said, like bacteria technically reproduce asexually, and as I said, there's evidence of unicellular organisms becoming multicellular. So, yeah.
Okay. Well,
So,
I mean,
Paul, I'm still
yeah,
hoping that you're not going to ignore my question that I asked 2 or 3 times, which is, what's the evidence for God?
yeah. I gave you my evidence. I don't know
I
what you
didn't,
will
I didn't,
accept, but
I
I
didn't hear
gave
any
you my
evidence yet.
evidence.
Your
Yeah,
evidence so far has been you don't know how science explains things, but even if we didn't know how science explained anything, that wouldn't be evidence in favor of God. There has to be some kind of
Okay.
evidence in favor of God.
Okay, well, let me throw this at y'all because I really don't agree with what y'all just said because it's a cause and it's
Is it
things
evidence?
causing it. It's
just
not it,
just so you're clear,
it's not
Paul.
evidence
Like
that it's not a God.
Paul, just so you're clear, when like Scientific Snitch gave all her evidence for evolution, she didn't have to once talk about God, or she didn't have to like disprove what you believe. She just talked about the proof for what she proposes. You should be
Yeah.
able to do the same. You should be able to give us evidence for God without having to say anything about evolution or our worldview.
Well, I understand what y'all said, and I gave you my evidence.
You didn't give
You
us
didn't
any
give
Okay.
us
evidence.
evidence.
You just said I
I
don't
mean
know.
that's
You
what
said
you're
I don't
saying.
know how to explain this, therefore God. That's not evidence. I could say I don't know how life started, therefore I believe in the life-granting unicorn. That's not a real argument. I still have to substantiate that the life-granting unicorn exists.
Yeah, and I can say the same thing about y'all asexual stuff that y'all believe that
But I gave you evidence of it.
magically
You
cause.
you don't believe that asexual animals exist?
It's not that I don't believe that. I don't believe that is the ultimate cause of
I don't
everything.
know what you mean by ultimate. We don't have an ultimate cause of everything.
I know, and
Oh,
Pro-
wait, I think
prove
I understand. Well,
prove that there is a singular
that
ultimate cause
that
of all things, Paul.
hold up. I think I understand what he's trying to get at. So, when I was describing abiogenesis earlier, there is a specific reaction where heat is introduced to methane, water vapor, hydrogen, and ammonia, which gives rise to the building blocks of life. And those building blocks can come together spontaneously as it's a favorable chemical reaction to form self replicating molecules. And self replicating molecules are the basis for all life. Once you put them into a cell membrane, which also forms in a chemically favorable way, especially in an aqueous environment like water, you get life, or at least you get pre-life, which is what I was describing earlier. So the quote unquote cause you're referring to would be favorable chemical reactions, otherwise known as a favorable or negative delta G standard, plus a low activation barrier um, due to having heat and energy available, which helps those chemical reactions go away.
I mean, I'm hearing what y'all saying. I don't
I
know
don't
if
think you
y'all
are.
will allow me to respond.
You might be hearing it, but I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm
convinced that you
hearing it.
understand it.
I'm just not agreeing with it
Why?
because y'all are sitting here. I asked you, do every science agree with you? But
Do,
y'all are sitting. Hold
how
up. Let
many
me. I got. Hold
how
up,
many
right quick.
scient
Right
Paul,
quick.
how many scientists agree with you? Because the majority of scientists agree with us. Almost none of them
Well,
agree with you. So
I mean, I hear what you're
this isn't
saying, but
this isn't your
we
best
all.
argument, Paul, because this argument cuts against your own position.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do y'all want me to respond, or do y'all want me to go on to my
No, I just don't want you
reason?
to waste a bunch of time with this same argument by saying 100% of scientists don't agree on something, therefore your position is wrong. Well, almost no scientists agree with your position, therefore your position is wrong.
Well, see,
I wanted to save everybody the time and effort that it took to do that bad argument. I want to do it the quick way.
but see, that's where you wrong. When you say no science agree with me, you
I
can't
didn't
sit
say
here and
no.
say you didn't.
I didn't.
97.
No.
You
90
didn't say no scientists agree with me.
Nope. Paul, this is why I got to put your listening ears on. I said almost no
Okay.
scientists agree with you.
Almost
The,
no. So
the majority
if
of
it's
scientists,
almost
90,
no, it's not
90
100% in what you
It's
were
well,
saying.
98. 98% according to a PEW
It's
research
not
membership.
100% in what you're saying.
yeah, it doesn't have to be 100%. You have 2%. To be clear, we have 98%, you have 2%. That's the divide right now. So the fact that we have 98% doesn't do anything to further your argument. It just makes your argument more embarrassing because your support is at 2%, our support's at 98%.
No, sir.
Just to clarify,
100%
that's
would make my
revolution.
claims embarrassing.
You haven't even
Because
made
that
it. The
means
only claim you've made so far
there's
is that
no
you don't
room
actually
for me to
understand
say what
science.
I'm saying.
So, Paul, I want you to not use this argument because it's not a good argument. I want you to use a real argument. I want you to use an argument that ends with your God being real. Just saying you don't understand how
I'm
science
trying
works.
to meet y'all where y'all at. Y'all
Just saying that
scientists.
you don't understand how science works doesn't make your religion or your God real. So what's the actual evidence that points towards
Well,
your God being
evidently,
real?
y'all don't understand how science works because you're not 100% accurate, sir.
Buddy, you don't even know how words work.
And let me tell you this. We went to elementary school. All
Not
So
you.
Didn't
You
we?
didn't graduate elementary school. All right, so this guy's not. He's not 100% present, like mentally. I don't think we should allow this conversation to continue. I don't think it's going to be fruitful for anyone, and I think I would be reluctant to believe that he graduated from junior high. So I'm not sure we should continue beating him up. You know what I mean?
Sounds like Angel, doesn't he?
You know what? He sounds a lot like Angel Investor, but Angel Investor actually has some level of intelligence. If you've got to know who Angel Investor is, he goes by a different name nowadays, though. What's his new name? Do you guys remember what his new name is? Oh,
I don't know. I thought it was
I-
Paul.
I know for a fact that Scientific Snitch knows who Angel Investor is. He shows up on Ian's live all the time, and he shows up on Dr. Blitz's live all the time. He sounds just like that guy, but he talks faster, and he refuses to talk when it's his turn. He has to talk over top of the guest at every moment. Anyways, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Thank you for that elucidating scientific evidence for evolution, Snitch.
of course, anytime.
We've got Gretchen in a house tonight. Gretchen, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, can't really chat tonight. I'm crossing the country in enemy territory. Holy shit. And stuck on my phone. But hi, Justin, Dalton, and chat friends. Rock hard for Doug and all that. Well, Gretchen, be safe. I don't know what kind of enemy territory you're in. I'm a little bit worried about you. So whatever you're doing, be safe and travel safely. Pay attention to the road. And Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat, says, Glory Hallelujah by Frank Turner's a pretty good anti-God song. I actually don't know that one. Glory Hallelujah by Frank Turner is an atheist jam. I'll have to check it out. I do love The Hand of the Almighty by John Butler. That might be my favorite atheist song, although it's more agnostic than atheist. It's good. John, thank you for the super chat, says, I see the sweatshirt, Justin. Today was chillin'. I need a Bahama cruise. Well, it's no longer hot. We'll say that. It's not cold here yet, but it is no longer hot. So yeah, I've got I got a second layer on. Thank you for the support. I hope you enjoy your cruise. And Steve says, there's a lot of ice with the capitals in the Great White South too. Yeah, I believe they're deploying ice to a lot of different locations now, if I am reading the news correctly. Piao, thank you for the super chat, says, would go for Kraken, but my small liver can't handle that power without crumbling like a rock. Unlike almighty Doug, still rock hard for Doug. Keep up the good work. Well, Piao, you don't have to drink Kraken. I only recommend drinking adult beverages for those who can handle it, and those who can handle it safely without harming themselves or others. And Rangama says $2 for beverage support. Hey, I appreciate that. I actually did restock my Kraken this weekend, so I've got more Kraken loaded up. Twisted Scriptures, thank you so much for the $1.49 super thanks, and it's good to see you tonight. I appreciate that. S with us in the house tonight as well. S says the serpent was incapable of lying. Sin hadn't entered the world when he spoke to Eve. Such a good point. Now, It's also true that if temptation is a sin, then there was an Eve created a sin before she ate from the fruit when she was tempted by the fruit. But you're right. If what Satan is doing is a sin, that means Satan sinned prior to Adam and Eve sinning, which means original sin actually started with Satan. It would appear. Shane, thank you for the 666. Says, hey Justin, I'm in Detroit. Are you down for a bro date at Cedar Point? I love me some Cedar Point. I would be down. I don't know what my schedule looks like this year. But if you're in Sandusky and you want to make a trip to Cedar Point, we can probably schedule that. There's actually probably quite a few people who would like to join us too, actually. Michael Brook, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, do you think that's the Old Testament has the unpleasant aroma of anti-Semitism? That's a good question, but I don't think so. When people say that that's the Old Testament, I don't think they're being anti-Semitic. I think they're just coping with the fact that the Hebrew Bible says something they don't like and they don't know what to do with it. So they do what their pastor does and say, ignore that. That's Old Testament. You don't need that anymore.
It gets very close to it when they start saying things like the Jews have a veil over their eyes. It's bordering on it.
I mean, the New Testament is anti-Semitic, that's for sure. Raga, thank you for the 750 ISK. Says, isn't it funny that of the few women that call in, almost all of them are atheists? Girls rock hard for Doug. Actually, I think a lot of female callers that are on the Christian side are probably intimidated to call in because we have kind of a toxic male environment here. So I get that. If you're watching this and you're a woman, you don't have to be scared. I'm not going to bite your head off. I only treat the asshole male guests that way. And only when they're assholes. When they're nice, I treat them nicely. But I think what we do here just isn't everyone's vibe, if you know what I mean. And Science Lover, thank you for the 729 THB, says, hi Justin, praise Doug. I have an evangelical sibling who traveled to the Holy Land to walk in Paul's footsteps. I was thinking of getting him a Harvard Study Bible to add some truth to his assumptions. Do you agree? Well, I think what you want is the Oxford Annotated Study Bible. And good news, friend, they finally have a release date. They were saying they were going to release it at the end of 2025. Currently, you can pre-order it, and it should come in the spring of 2026 if you pre-order it. The Oxford website now finally has it for pre-order. Unfortunately, we don't have any guarantees it'll be here before the end of the year. Space Lord says, God also omitted the parameters of the punishment in the Eden story. Christians ignore the lies. Cognitive dissonance is a hell of a thing. It really is. But that's a good point because Adam and Eve were not given all the information they needed to make their decisions. So God set them up. If God didn't tell them that natural disasters and diseases and torture and everything else was going to happen after this, then he misled them. And last one for now from our friend Twisted Scriptures. Great to see you again. It says, hey, Justin, ran out of coins. So you can call this the widow's mite. Keep grilling. Well, Twisted, thank you so much. I deeply appreciate all the love and support that I get from you on this channel. And if you're pinching pennies, you don't have to spend it on me, friend. Take care of yourself. I promise. I'm okay. I'm just fine. All right, let me grab our next guest. I think our next guest is going to be Anglo and then Saan or Sean. I can barely read the text because my screen's so small. But I think Trev might have been here longer than Sean. I think they just got moved around in the queue. I think Trev might have dropped out and come back, which is why he got moved in the queue. But I think Trev's been here for a while. I'll grab Anglo and then Trev and then Sean. I remember reading Trev's name a while ago. How you doing, Anglo?
TikTok's got to do something about the way that the guests come in and keeping them consistent.
I really wish they would, yeah. Anglo, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am. And yes, I do believe in God. And I make the transcendental argument. I'm sure you've heard that before. I just would like to present it to you, obviously.
Yeah, this would be my first time hearing tag. It works every time. So I don't know if you answered the question fully yet, though. Do you believe in a specific God? Do you believe in like a Christian God, Islamic God, Buddhist, quasi God?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so you just believe in a generic
classical
theistic...
theism, perhaps.
Okay, and would you swear on Jesus's life that you don't believe in Jesus?
No.
Why Christians always come up here lying to me about not being a Christian? You guys are embarrassing.
It's for the sake of debate.
It's crazy that you guys have to get up here and lie. Okay, well, we're not moving forward until you swear in the name of Jesus that you're not a Christian.
Are you going to address the argument, though?
Are you going to address the fact that you started the argument with a lie?
I presented the argument before you asked that question, though.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't present the argument. You just said, I want to run tag. No one cares.
Yeah, sure. And you said that you were familiar with it, so
Yeah,
I
we
wasn't
hear
sure
it.
if I needed to explain
We
it.
hear it literally every night I go live. I don't know why
Okay.
you think now is going to be the
If you
time
hear it
that
every
tag
night,
finally
then
works.
do you have a particular premise that you reject?
Yeah, premise number 2, also don't care. Also, it's boring. Also, I want you to defend your actual faith, not the thing that you quasi believe in. You don't believe in a theistic God. You believe in a specific God. And if you're embarrassed to
Hold
defend
on,
that specific God, then you're in the wrong
Hold
place.
on. You said you reject the second premise.
All right, we're just gonna move on. Okay, child? No one cares.
I hated that his voice sounded too much like mine.
Oh no, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no one gives a shit about defending a God you don't believe in. I have kept a pretty strict line here. If you want to defend a theistic God, you have to be a theist. You don't get to be a Christian or a Muslim and then deny the fact that you have a God. Now, you can deny it and fool me. You can do that. But if you do that, don't come back later and admit that you're a Christian. I'm going to cut you. You got to come up here and be honest about your position.
Yeah, don't forget if you what Jesus said, that if you deny me before men, I'll deny you before my Father in heaven.
That's right. Yep. Don't be that person. Listen, you could have just came up here and said, "Listen, I'm a Christian, but I want to run tag." I probably would let you do it. What you didn't do is that you came in, you lied about being a Christian, and then you got mad that I wouldn't let you lie to me. That's why you got cut. Don't do it. All right, let's grab our next one. It looks like Trev coming in from our YouTube queue. Maybe. Let me see. Why does it show Trev not fully connected? Oh, we'll try it. See what happens. How you doing, Trev? Trev?
Trey. It's Trey.
See, when I read it on Video Ninja, the text, the bottom of the Y gets cut off. When I read it on the YouTube screen, actually, I can see it. Yeah. Trey, no one can hear you. Something's wrong with your connection there. Or it looks like you have maybe a microphone not plugged in. I think his connection's shitty too. I don't think he's actually fully connected because I can't access his audio video settings. Yeah. All right. Trey, you got a shit connection, buddy. You gotta find a better connection. All right. We'll see if he comes back.
I just want to say that the last guy was 100% a Phil, bro.
Oh yeah, well 100%.
Oh, yeah.
And like, if you want to waste my time with tag, you have to at least come in and not lie to me. Like that's the bare minimum.
Also, I just want to say, how do you say that you're not a Christian but believe in a book character when that book character doesn't have evidence of even existing?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's
What?
crazy that they're so
They-
terrified of just admitting that they believe in the sky fiction.
Have you ever noticed they all have the same cadence? They all sound like they're very bored of their own lives when they talk.
Yeah, trust me, we're all bored of hearing tag too. I can't believe in 2025 they still get on people's live streams thinking they're going to run tag. Cyber, welcome in.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Yeah, so I am a Christian, but I think that I do in the order in which I came to the belief in God was more of a classical theistic type of argument view, and then I went to the historicity of the Bible, and it led to me to Jesus, and also, of course, personal experience. But the reason I wanted to come up was to ask you and maybe discuss morality, because I think morality. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call.
You want to make the moral
if I
argument
get
for the Christian God?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the moral argument is going to work for a specific God. It's a classical theistic argument, and then after that, once you accept that God's real, you can go, okay, which one, and then look at history.
Well, I don't think the moral argument works for the classical theistic God either. Why would I? Well, I'll just let you go ahead and run it. Give me your argument
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
what I assume is going to be objective morals, and I'll tell you why it doesn't work.
And then I'm just going to
Yeah,
add
I
a
run a
secondary.
I run a reductio. Oh, God.
And just real quick, I just want to add secondarily, there's a huge problem that the God of the Bible is not the God of classical theism. Those are two different deities. But yeah.
Yeah, and we do
The God.
also.
Do you know what a classical theistic argument is?
Yeah, we do also have a timer for these types of arguments. I'm going to put 15 minutes on the timer. If you can't get through your syllogism and prove your point in 15 minutes, then you didn't do it very well.
Okay, I mean, I'm not a master of philosophy, so I don't know if I can give you a proper syllogism, but I can definitely get through it and be coherent. So, for one, a classical theistic argument is just for arguing for like a creator God in simplicator, so that out of the way. I'd take the stance to do a reductio, and it's either going to be the case that morality is subjective or not. If it is not subjective, then it is based on something objective. Can we agree there?
Yeah, I mean, but we don't agree on the fact that theism leads to objective morality. So you believe
Okay, yeah,
in subjective
I'm just.
morals as well as me. You just don't realize that you do.
Well, I mean, I don't take subjective to mean any mind at all. I take subjective to mean that it is going to be a limited mind dependent.
Why? What's the word subjective mean?
Limited mind dependent. So if it's dependent on a limited mind, then it's going to be subjective.
That's not what that means.
Why are we inserting limited?
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
I mean,
let me change the definitions of words to make my argument work. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all. That's all words
I
are.
disagree. That's not the word subjective.
Okay, I mean, are you doing an internal critique?
No, I'm just using words the way they're actually defined.
Well,
you
I
can
mean,
use
words are
different
just
words
going to be internal.
if you don't like what the words mean. You can use different words.
Do you agree? Okay, well, hold on. You do realize I could say that floop duh means the tree outside, right?
You could, but we're talking about a word that has an actual definition. When we say that something's subjective, it means it's mind dependent. And if your God has a mind, then it just means that it's dependent on your God's mind. It means it's subjective. So
yeah,
you
I
don't
understand.
believe in
I
objective
understand
morals. You believe in divine command theory.
Well, hold on. No, I mean, I definitely believe in divine command theory. That doesn't have anything to do with being objective or subjective, right?
Wrong.
So look, hold on. This goes for any word.
Does your God have a mind?
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Right. Let's go.
Is your God
let's go
a
step by
subject?
step. Yeah. Well, that you've now brought up 3 points. Let's start with the first one, which was the definition. Right.
Could
please don't steamroll me.
You could just answer the first.
That's going to be a
question.
fallacy. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, and you asked 2 more after that. So how do you expect me to answer the first one if you ask me 2 more? Yeah, because you're interrupting me and asking me questions as I'm trying to answer it. Okay, so let's not do that.
Okay, so what's the definition of subjective?
Limited mind dependent. You rejected that,
okay,
and then you asked, well,
show me where that definition is. Where can I find that?
Yeah, internally to my worldview.
Oh, I reject your definition then.
Yeah, in your worldview, that's fine. You can mean something different by subjective. I assume that you're asking to see if my worldview isn't.
Okay, well then I'll just redefine objective morals as bumble shove, and I believe in bumble shove, and therefore I have objective morals. Like if you're just going to redefine words to whatever you want them to be, then I'll just say whatever my moral system is, it's objective because I've redefined the word objective to mean my moral system. What a crybaby terrible argument.
Yeah, wait. So let me get this straight. You have a problem with people defining words to mean certain concepts internally to their worldview. If their definition is different than yours,
you can't just change the definition of words so that it matches your argument. The argument must be designed to use the words based on how the words are actually defined. You don't get to redefine the words.
Wait, hold on. Redefined according to who?
This is embarrassing. I'm just going to turn the Fibro timer off now.
Yeah, how can we have a cohesive discussion if we can't even if we're not sharing the same meaning of words?
Yeah, sorry, Cyber, you're not fit for this discussion either. I'm going to move on to an actual adult with a real argument. I'm not going to do another 10 minutes of let me redefine words so that my new definitions will make my argument true. That's just not honest. I'm not interested in that dialogue. I'm not going to subject my entire audience to that boring discussion. Mac, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, though. It says, if Jesus imagined the fruit from Genesis as a fig, the cursing of the fig tree makes way more sense. The Holy Spirit must have been a hack writer. Well, actually, Mac, most scholars agree that the fruit was irrelevant. The peri in Hebrew doesn't mean a particular fruit. It's just a fruit. Was it a fig? I don't know. Figs are native to the land. It certainly could have been a fig. But I don't know. Because
And
they both
certainly
ate,
the
from
cursing of
it.
the fig tree. Yeah, and I think the cursing of the fig tree is more of a callback to it's a temple. It's a representative of the temple system.
That certainly could be the case. Nick, thank you again for the $5 super chat. It says, I live in Florida. Whenever you get a chance and you show up in Florida, hit me up and get a haircut. Well, Nick, I certainly will. I don't know when I'll be in Florida next, but when I go to Florida, it's usually in the wintertime because it's cold here in Brown's territory and warm down where you're at. Jeff says, if I give testimony that a spaceship full of aliens landed in my yard, would Christians believe me on faith? No other evidence? Just my word? They would not. They only like their fairy tale on faith. They don't like any others' fairy tales on faith. And Carrie, good to see you tonight, says, in response to Isaiah 7:16, why would Jesus have to learn how to refuse evil and choose good if he was born sinless according to Christian doctrine? I'm confused. This is a really good point, Carrie. I've never actually considered that point before, but like it's spot on, because even though the Bible does say he grew in stature and whatnot in the infancy or the infancy leading to young adulthood, he wouldn't have to learn right from wrong theoretically. Like that doesn't seem like something he would have to do, because if it's impossible for him to sin, then he would just know what right and wrong is all the time.
There's a lot of instances like this in the Hebrew Bible where if you just read one more verse over, it becomes very clear it can't be about Jesus because they think Jesus is sinless. A very classic example being, I will be to him a father and he shall be to me a son in 2 Samuel. And when he does iniquity, I will beat him with the rod of man.
Yeah, 2 Samuel 7 when it's applied to Solomon. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good one. Andy Pate, thank you for the super chat, says, I knew she was a real scientist when she used the term bumping uglies. That's how you know. That's the tip off. Love this channel. I learned so much. I love it too. And I'm so happy that we get people like the Bible Guy and Scientific Snitch and other people that can help out with their expertise. It really makes for a fun time. And Lord Justify, thank you so much for the 2,000. I think those are yen. The deconstructed 7 years ago, living overseas, a lonely process. And it is lonely. A lot of us did it alone like you. Now I know more about the Bible as an atheist than I did as a theist. Glad to have found this community, and thanks for all you do. Hope to do what you do one day. Well, I hope you do as well, Lord Justify. It certainly is a meaningful career. Also, if you want to join the community, in my link tree, in my profiles, you can join our Discord community. There's a lot of like-minded people in the Discord community that are deconstructing, talking about these same topics. And good question. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, mythically, Satan is on the good side, just like Griffin in Harry Potter. He's in charge of testing you, which theists consider persecution, therefore evil for them. Yeah, so initially, you're right. Satan was the tempter. He was a tester. That was his job. But eventually, when they got into the Persian period, they needed some kind of enemy, like a scapegoat to pin on something for their suffering other than God. And they stole this Zoroastrian idea that there's like a divine enemy. And obviously it turned into Hasatan. And last one for now from our friend Hank. Thank you for the 777. Says, Tag Bros refuse to defend Christianity because they actually know it's untenable. They'd rather flex, and it's just 100% for their chud audience. Jesus wept. 100%. Tag Bros are not concerned whatsoever about demonstrating the validity of Christianity ever. They don't want to do that. They just want to play word games, and they want to feel special because they learned like a bunch of big words in philosophy class. Your $5 words won't help you here. They're not going to get you anywhere. Also, Merce Denver, thank you for the goats on TikTok. I appreciate that. Now, Trey did come back. We'll see if the connection is any better this time around. It looks like the connection fully went through because I can see all of Trey's microphone and audio settings. So he must be fully connected this time. let's bring Trey into the conversation, see how we get. How are you doing, Trey?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think he's got a poor connection. Trey, you might want to try turning your video off and leaving your audio on only, because your connection's pretty slow. We got a Trust But Verify raid. Thank you, TBV. I appreciate that. Big W to all the friends coming in from TBV. Trust But Verify is a friend of the channel. Good channel to sub to. Trey, you get it figured out? Trey? I think you broke it. Okay, well, Trey will be back. I'm sure we'll try again. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's grab Shroud from our TikTok queue. How you doing, Shroud?
Oh. 1 sec. Sorry. I didn't know you pulled me up.
Yeah, how you doing, Shroud?
50-50.
Well, 50-50 is better than 20-80. So are you at least 18, and are you a believer in God?
I'm 35. I was a believer in God for 32 years and then walked away after starting a research paper over 4 years, contacting thousands of pastors. And my research paper has now turned into a documentary. And yeah, it's pretty bad. Pastors are pretty illiterate when it comes to the Bible. It's sad. But I
So
wanted
you're
to
no
ask
longer
you guys,
a believer in God.
Yeah, no more. I can't, because I have integrity, so I can't go back to believing in something that's obviously not true.
Yeah, well, definitely big W for that. Big W for actually sticking with the integrity. But we are looking for debates, okay?
Yeah. I figured. I wanted to ask you a question if I could.
Well, we wasted like the first hour of the live on questions. I got to get to actual debates.
Oh.
Everyone's here
I got you.
for debates. But I do
All right, my
have
bad.
a Discord. If you join the Discord, you can DM me on there, and I'll answer any of your questions.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. And big W for being on the right side of reality, friend. Thanks for following the data rather than following the lies. Even though the lies can be comforting, I'd rather believe in the uncomfortable truth than to believe in a comfortable lie. Okay. Let's get our next guest. It looks like Mihail, if I'm reading this correctly. How you doing, Mihail?
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm very interested in this topic because most of the time I'm learning for the Big Bang, but from time to time I'm learning for religions as well. Why scientists don't suggest that...
So we'll start with the easy stuff first. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I don't think there's a God in Bible style.
Okay. Yeah, we agree. Definitely no God. Thanks for being here. We're looking for people who do believe in God, and we're going to find somebody eventually. I'm glad there's so many atheists out there today. Big W for being an atheist, but this stage right now is, I know, right?
You have no man. You have.
Speaking of God,
you have.
Klombadrov's in the house.
You go ahead.
Klombadrov, great to see you. Thank you for your donation, friend. Glad that you could make it in alongside of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. And Sonic Shroom, thank you for the super chat, says the ops all got raptured, maybe. That's what it is. The rapture finally happened, friends. That's why we don't have any ops. Actually, we've got some waiting in our queue. Let me grab I can't read the name. Give me a second. The text is too small. I'll be able to read it in a second once I put them on screen. Looks like Brian. How you doing, Brian?
I'm doing great. I had dropped in the side chat. I'm a friendly whose YouTube app completely shat the bed, so this was the only way I could listen.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
so, don't worry.
Not a problem
Just
then.
please don't drop me. I'm just gonna be here to listen.
I will not drop you then. Not a problem. I'll just remove you from the stage, but I won't drop you. Okay.
Oh, quick thing. If you do need to.
All right,
Oh.
and move on to the next one. Looks like next one's going to be glitter. We'll pull up glitter. We're going to get some opposition eventually. It's going to happen. I can feel it. How you doing, or not? Is it FTD or is it glitter?
Glitter.
I'm up here by mistake.
Yeah, I was gonna say glitter's not up. They're
No,
friendly.
I'm not up.
No worries. Thank you. Hey, thanks for tapping. That's usually how people get up here by accident. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Remember, friends, tapping is clapping. So let's grab our next guest. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know it's been kind of slow getting hops. Roy, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. To both.
Awesome.
Yes.
And which God or gods do you believe in?
Well, first and foremost, I believe that I know that there's only one creator of all things. Religions define him in their own different ways. So you have Islam, you have Christianity, you have Zoroastrianism. These are all different religions created by men to define the one true God.
Cool. So do you believe in a God that has a specific book, or do you believe in a generic God? Like, do you believe in the Christian God?
I believe in one God, but I also believe that these religions were from the minds of men to explain something that's beyond the realm of human consciousness. And so,
cool.
Yeah.
So you don't believe in any of the formalized gods, but you do believe in a God.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so what would be the argument or the evidence that would lead one to believe in the God that you believe in?
Creation itself, the diversity of creation. Looking around, you and me, a human being is the most vivid.
What's the evidence that there was a creation?
The evidence of creation?
Yeah.
If you look around, everything around you is created. Like the visible world that we see is.
I disagree.
Evident.
I think the universe always existed. I don't think it was created.
So how could it? Where did it exist from? And who? Like where did it come from?
It didn't exist from anywhere. It's always existed. Like this is a weird line of questioning, being that you believe in a deity that didn't come from anywhere. There's obviously no logical issue with something existing forever. I don't know why you would pick a deity as opposed to the thing that we know already exists. Like, we already know the universe exists.
Right, and the universe was created. The universe that we live in, the material
you haven't established that yet.
Oh, it's definitely established. Quantum physics says the zero.
Oh no.
The 0 point effect, right? There's a.
Oh boy.
There's a.
Oh, I know. I know a physicist.
Are you a physicist, Roy?
No, but I've studied a lot of work as well as the Vedas.
The Vedas? You just said you don't believe in any of the formalized religions.
It's not necessarily a belief in formalized religion in the sense of their version of God. Like I believe God is bigger than a formalized religion's take on it, right?
Well, let's do this.
Has arrived.
Yeah, let's do this. I've got a good friend who is a physicist that wants to talk on this topic, and I have to desperately use the restroom. I apologize, but you're in good hands. I'm going to let you talk to Quanta on your quantum woo, okay?
What's up, Quanta?
As a brief disclaimer, I might need to drop off randomly if I get a call. But anyways, yeah, what's this about quantum mechanics proving a god? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Oh, well, yeah. Quantum mechanics, as we know it in today's world, is getting to the point where they're basically understanding that everything is energy, and energy begets matter, and what begets...
That's not what quantum mechanics says. Energy is a property of matter. Matter doesn't come from energy. In fact, actually, on the cosmological scale, energy is not even a well-defined concept.
Well, matter is, if you look at matter through a quantum lens, matter is consistent of energy, which is consisted of information.
No. Energy is a property of matter, but it is not all of matter. Like, energy doesn't have angular momentum, just regular momentum, spin, charge, anything like that.
Well, we live in an energetic world. The world we live in right now, it's actually formless, but it looks formed to our eyes because of the way we view the world. And
It definitely has a form.
But everything is energy. Everything is always in motion. Everything is always.
Again, that's not true. Not everything is energy. Like, electric charge is not a type of energy.
Well, what is it? What would you call electricity?
It's electric charge. It's its own thing.
Right, it's a form of energy. Everything that you see, everything that
I just said it's not a form of energy. Like, they use different units.
Well,
it's a completely different concept. Specifically, energy is something that comes out of Noether's theorem due to time invariant symmetry. So the basic idea is that in physics, you get conservation laws through symmetries in your system. For example, the fact that if I shifted the entire universe over by 1 meter, nothing would, actually change. You can use Noether's theorem to show that that symmetry would relate to conservation of linear momentum. In the same way, if you took the entire universe and then somehow teleported it forward or backwards 1 day into the future or past, and then nothing would noticeably change, that you can prove relates to energy invariance. But the interesting thing is that on large timescales, our universe does actually not obey time translation invariance. So over very long timescales, energy is not a well-defined concept. It can go up or down,
Well, I'll tell you, I work with a group right now that has proven my theory correct. There are 2 devices. There's one called a matter replicator, and there's one called a health capsule, in which both of these...
Did I hear that correctly? A matter replicator?
Yes, you can replicate.
That's a Star Trek thing.
But it's real. It's real life.
Was Terrence Howard on this team by any chance?
No, it was actually the Alatra volunteers, physicist, Dr. Egon Shalakian. They presented it at an international conference, this new technology, and basically you can create anything matter replicator from energy.
This guy's trolling.
This can't be real. You can't replicate anything from energy. He's laughing.
Look it up, bro. No, I'm serious. Look it up.
I mean, you can create matter from energy, but you have to create an equal amount of antimatter, and they ain't doing that.
There's no such thing as antimatter. The universe, there's no such thing as antimatter.
I've literally done experiments with antimatter myself.
And what did the experiment yield? What did the experiment yield?
It was testing the detector resolution of a new hadronic calorimeter in front of a positron beam of about 5 GeV positrons.
But as far as what did it yield, what was the result? What was the proof from this experiment that we could...
Well, it just characterized how good my detector was that I built.
So you have a detector, and I'm telling you that we have matter replicators that work on the principle that I'm explaining.
Are we just going to ignore that I detected antimatter?
Where is this published and proven? Where is their claim published and proven at? And what research journal?
It's called the pair spectrometer at Jefferson Lab at Hall D. They make 1 beam of matter and 1 beam of antimatter. The antimatter goes off to the right. The regular matter goes off to the left due to a dipole magnet that they send it through.
I would argue that the antimatter is another form of energy.
Again, energy doesn't have an electrical charge. It's just a property of matter.
Okay, you got that one. I'll let that one rest. Did you look up the host? Did you look up the matter replicator to see if I was trolling?
No, I didn't. It's a nonsensical idea.
Look it up, bro. Check it out. It's real.
I think Star Trek is the only good thing that comes up.
You can't manufacture atoms out of nothing.
It's everything is energy. Everything around
this is
it.
so
no
typical.
Nothing.
This is so typical of New Age talk that you just take scientific words and then strip them of their meaning, and then in order to talk about magic as if it were science.
No, I'm telling you guys that it's real. I can name scientists who have presented this in online open forums in 180 countries around the world. Look it up.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as nothing in the universe. Every single inch of the universe has something in it. It's an energy. Energy.
Thank you for the big nothing.
That's what dark energy is. I mean, that's not surprising, but the claim that everything is energy is just completely false.
Yeah, what's the name of the scientist that hypothesized the matter replicator?
Type in the Creative Society Matter Replicator, and then type in Dr. Egon Chalakian.
The Creative or Creator Society?
The Creative Society Matter Replicator. They also have free energy. They also have free energy.
Something tells me that they didn't present an APS.
No, they do have their own website though, and a YouTube page. Says that technology will change the world forever. Do you know how to turn plastic bottle into a sandwich, a t-shirt, or a phone? So it's not talking about matter replication. This is arrangement. This is a 3D printer, Roy.
No, it's matter replication. So what happens is
this guy's a troll.
You can take a
Get the fuck off my stage, Roy. This is a
Gotta be
3D printer.
Either a troll or in psychosis.
No, it's a 3D printer. It's not a real person. This person isn't real.
What did any of that have to do with God? I forgot what the point was.
I'm gonna drop down real quick just because I want to spend some time with my boyfriend.
I totally get that. Get some smooching time in, okay?
I am the scientist now.
You are. You're the scientist.
I am the scientist now.
Let me grab a couple of super chats and we're going to try to get Trey in here for the 5th time. Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how did I get here? Through my garage door. Before that, a long series of often boring events. Couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. I believe in cause and effect too. I just believe in an infinite chain of them. Ursmont, good to see you. My friend says, got here just in time for sea turtles. Hail Doug. Well, you got here at the right time. Any time that you get here is the right time, friends. I'm just glad that you're here. And Luke, thank you for the super chat, says, but you do have 100% more evidence than Paul. Well, that is 100% true. Paul didn't have anything. Paul had nothing. Incredulity at best. Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, April X Angel fanfic when? Am I supposed to know who April X is? Is that a... Am I old? Am I a fuddy-duddy here? Am I supposed to know who April X Angel is?
I don't. Oh, Angel is the Angel. Oh yeah, April. She's okay. April and Angel. They're the two people who come on to. They are people who come onto these platforms and debate nonsense. April. She was on Planet Peterson's live.
I know who April. Oh, you mean April and Angel Investor fan fiction?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who April is, and I know who Angel Investor is. That's what you meant. Yeah, that's a good point. Jag, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, just wanted to support the channel. Keep it up, y'all. I appreciate what y'all do. Well, thank you, Jag. I super appreciate that, friend. And big W for being here and supporting. And Tim is with us tonight. Good to see you, Tim. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, no, I committed the original sin. I won't get into details, but it involved 4 midgets, 12 feet of hose, 13 gallons of marmalade, and a pigeon. Now, if you took a video, I really want it. In fact, I feel like I would pay money for that video. Let me know. We can work a deal out, friend. Strider, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Chevelle released... No way. Chevelle released a new album? The opening lines from the song Pale Horse are, you looked for God while Dawkins spells it out. Check. Did Chevelle finally leave Christianity? For millennials out there who were Christians, Chevelle was a hard Christian rock band from back in the day. It sounds to me like maybe they're deconstructing. We'll see. I'm still waiting for Reliant K to figure it out. With Eyes Wide Shut says, love your vibe. The co-host is sick. Peace. I agree. The co-hosts on this channel are sick, by the way. We have nothing but the best professionals up here. Dan Monzalowski says, Phil bros always have to bitch about the meta. Must be because their arguments are shit. It's 100% because their arguments are shit. And they get mad because it worked in my philosophy class. Why won't you let me do it here? Gates of Delirium, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W says, Phil bro will never admit that a reductio is only a refutation of a positive claim, not evidence of a claim. It is. Actually, I should have held his feet to the fire on the reductio. You can't run a reductio as evidence for your God being true. A reductio has to be what you're doing to my claim, which we didn't even establish a claim in an argument. Man with a stoat through his head. I don't even know what a stoat is. Thank you for the super chat. This is formerly known as oh, you're Silotaxibit. Change my name to match my avatar. Keep up the deep fry and rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And if I squint real good, I can see that there is something going through the head of that individual. I just can't make out what it is. But thank you for being here. It's great to see you tonight. And we got 2 more super chats for now. The Covert Deconvert, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I live in Ohio and an ex-evangelical too. I'm a PK, but now a closeted atheist. Well, we'll get you out of the closet. Hence the username. A big meetup of Doug's followers would low-key go hard. I'd be cool to meet your fellow Dougites. We're actually planning a meetup for a fundraiser for our nonprofit. Now that we have status, we'll keep you informed on how that pans out. But yeah, we're going to be doing a Midwest meetup. It's going to be dope, friends. And last one from our friend Can Best. Great to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for the $27.99 super chat. The Phil Bros are such Phil Bores. Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. And as much as I love a good intellectual conversation, running tag is not an intellectual conversation. It never has been, never will be. All right, let's try Trey again.
Fantastic. Can you hear me this time?
Welcome back, Trey.
Oh, you heard me? Oh, thank God.
Yeah, we can hear you this time until your connection slows
Good.
down.
Well, just so you know, yes, I'm over 18, and I am a Christian. So there
Cool,
you go.
very good. We get that right out of the way. We appreciate that. Okay, so Trey, then, what would be the evidence or the argument that would end with the Christian God being real?
Well, if what I would start with, I guess I would start with the historical reliability of the New Testament, starting with the number of the manuscripts. With about 5,700 manuscripts of the New Testament alone, 27,000 of the Old Testament, and not just that, but then to give you your credence, a lot of people would probably bring up the 200,000 discrepancies, but a lot of those are just because Greek is an inflected language. So the ending of what that means is the ending of the word order.
We know what inflected means. We speak.
Okay.
We know Greek and Hebrew here.
Well, if anyone out there doesn't know, that list is at the ending of the word.
I'll leave that to you guys.
I would say there are major historical problems with the Gospels, which is why we can't believe them to be true.
Yeah, to be clear, the number of manuscripts is kind of irrelevant to whether or not the contents are true, and most of the manuscripts are from the medieval period, so it's not even really something that matters. If we had full manuscripts from the 1st century, that would be unique. That'd be pretty cool, but we don't. We've got P52, which is like the size of the palm of my hand. It's got a small snippet from the Gospel of John. And that's the earliest one. We don't really have any good manuscripts from the time period.
The number of manuscripts is 100% necessary to prove the reliability, because the more manuscripts you have, yes, it is. The more manuscripts you have.
All it demonstrates is that there were people who. All it demonstrates is that there were people who were very adamant to copy the Bible, but it doesn't mean like the Bible's true.
It means the scribes were reliable.
No, it doesn't.
It means that.
And you have the Dead Sea Scrolls.
At best, what it gets you.
Actually, the Dead Sea Scrolls actually hurt your argument, because the Dead Sea Scrolls demonstrate that the Hebrew manuscripts were being edited hundreds of years after the initial authorship, such as the prophecies of Jeremiah.
No, what it shows is that the Septuagint is more reliable.
Okay, so what it shows is that the prophecy of Jeremiah was being changed and edited both in the Greek and the Hebrew hundreds of years after Jeremiah supposedly lived. The Dead Sea Scrolls does nothing for whether or not these books are reliable. And no, we have no reason to believe that the Septuagint predated the Hebrew texts. That's a nonsensical claim. His connection's crapping out again. Yeah, no one can hear you, Trey, because
Also-
your connection sucks. Apparently, God didn't want you to be
Also-
on the stage tonight.
Also, TikTok has been saying that he is very, very quiet as well.
Yeah, I know. I think it's because his connection's so bad. I can't hear him. I'm not surprised that TikTok can't hear him either. Trey, you have a terrible connection. Fiber's cheap nowadays. I don't know what the whole.
I don't understand why the argument for manuscripts keeps coming up. At best, what it can get you is that if they were like perfectly replicated, that we would have like really good like replicas of the originals, but it doesn't mean the originals are like recording true history.
Yeah, I mean the number of manuscripts is irrelevant. Even if they were copied perfectly, it doesn't make the what's in the manuscript true. For example, it certainly doesn't fix the problem that Jesus could not have been born during the reign of Herod the Great and then also born during the census of Quirinius. They're at minimum 10 years apart. No one can hear you, Trey.
One issue I have.
Oh, there you go.
One issue I have is that even if you were to admit that it's all accurate and everything historically, I
But it's
prefer to
not.
follow the worldview that is accurate for several billion years rather than just a couple, thousand.
Well, it's not accurate for several billion years. It's accurate till a maximum
Well,
of
I'm saying I
6,000
prefer
years.
to follow.
That was
Because it traces the. Wait, is that Quanta speaking?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
sorry.
was Trey.
I'm saying I prefer the several billion years one over the several thousand one, even if you were to admit that the Bible is like historically accurate.
Right.
Because it doesn't get like the origin of the universe correct.
Well, yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Trey, if
Trey,
you
I
said
think you
something
should
I
just turn
didn't
off
hear
your
you.
camera.
Yeah, just turn off your camera. No one can hear you right now. Your connection's too poor. All right, try it now. No? All right. I don't know what to tell you, Trey. You gotta get a good connection if you're gonna come up here with these bad talking points, okay? It's a shame. I actually wanted to talk to him. He sounded like he'd be an entertaining person to talk to. He sounds like he was on the edge of crashing out with bad talking points, but he doesn't have enough Wi-Fi connection to make it happen. Nicasis, Nacasius? I can't pronounce that. Thank you for the super chat, though. So you entered this conversation accepting the common vernacular already in play. I agree. Yeah, when Phil Bros come in and they want to redefine words, you've already came in trying to make an argument for objective morals, which means you have to at least agree with the common vernacular, objective and subjective, or else it's not even an argument anymore. I'll just redefine my position to be objective. Rob Feller says, cyber, ugh, fastest words don't mean words. They never do. They never do, because Phil Bros can't be honest. And Sir Game-A-Lot says, a Phil Bro argument was good in the Middle Ages. Rock hard for Doug. I agree. These arguments might have flown back when people didn't know about science, history, or have like someone to talk to that wasn't part of their philosophy class. Master Machete, good to see you, said, if Phil Bros could argue in good faith, I'd believe in God because it would be a miracle. Well, that's a funny joke, but also never going to happen. All right, 2 more super chats. Most definitely Stephanie. Good to see you, Steph. Says, my cat Meowski Lebowski says, hi. P.S. Do you have a P.O. box yet? I don't. I promise I'll get one. I'll get one this winter. I haven't done it yet. They're stupid expensive where I live, guys. To get an appropriate P.O. box is like $100 a month. It's really dumb expensive. I know it's not like that everywhere. It is like that here. So I just don't. I've been putting it off, but I promise I'll get to it. Mabus999 says, thank you for the Philbro timer and for having less tolerance for BS callers. The show rocks even harder now. Listen, I appreciate everyone being here. I don't want to waste your time. If we get a dumb tag Philbro here, I'm not going to waste your time with it. Drew Smith, thank you for the $10 super chat. Did God exist before there were trees? That's a good point. That's a good point. God had to create the trees before
Sharks
the humans.
were here before trees.
What
Just
was
saying.
that? Oh,
Sharks
stars
were here before trees.
Oh yeah, back in the day they would just say, "Look at the sharks."
Yeah. All right, let's get Peter into the discussion. How you doing, Peter?
I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to add something. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with ancient Pelasgians.
We'll start from the beginning. Peter, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 40, and I do believe in God because I'm predecessor of ancient Pelagians, and we invented gods.
I'm sure. And so, do you believe in one God or multiple gods?
Multiple.
Okay, are they all good?
Yeah, it's God of sun, God of earth, trees, air, everything is God.
Okay. Did they evolve? Wait, everything is God. What the fuck does that mean? So you don't believe in God?
No, I do believe in God.
No, if everything
There's
is God, you don't believe in
And
God. You believe in everything.
I don't believe in one
also,
God. I
your
believe
God.
in a lot of gods.
Did he say God was good? But doesn't the sun give me like skin cancer?
No, it doesn't.
It does.
What? Yeah, it very much does.
So
In fact, all
how
of
come you
space is
didn't get
full of
cancer yet?
cancer-causing radiation.
Well, if you stay too long, obviously.
No, even normal
Yeah.
exposure.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
Sugar gives you cancer
this is
too.
how radiation dosage works.
I know. Yeah, you're making the argument worse, not better.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that like humans invented gods because they wondered and they felt something.
Oh, we agree.
So
Yeah,
how can
gods
you?
are invented. They don't really exist. Okay. So I want to make sure we're clear on something. You believe that God was invented and that God is everything, which means you don't believe in God. You just believe in everything and you've defined it as God.
Yes.
Okay, so you're an atheist. Congratulations. Welcome to the atheist
No,
circle.
I'm
We're going
not.
to remove you from the stage now. Maybe eventually you'll grow a pair and be able to admit you're an atheist, but you are. You just gotta live with reality, okay, bud?
There are so many atheists in denial on
It's
this
crazy.
platform.
It's crazy how many atheists can't just admit that they're atheists. It's weird to me. It's just me. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, still thankful for all you do, sir. Proud atheist fighting for stage 4 cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. It is a fucking fight. But enjoying life each and every day. Rock hard for Doug. Sinfully wet for Sharon. I live life to the fullest each and every day. And it's just me. You know my slogan around here. We're all going to die eventually. But I'm fucking alive today. I'm going to live this day to the fullest. I'm going to live the shit out of this day. I'm not going to leave anything on the table. We're going to do it all, friends. All right, let's get our next guest in the guest box here. How you doing, Black Salami?
Hey, how are you, bro?
Good. How are
It's
you?
been a while since I've been on. I'm all right. Uh, I mean, I know it's gonna be questionable to believe the claims I'm making in chat and whatever, because I won't be able to do it on live without someone else's help, and I don't have anyone else. But I would like to answer any questions you would have for a possibly alien or hybrid being.
The only question is, why the fuck did you come up here? We're talking about God. We're gonna move on to the next guest. We'll get Brandon from the queue. This is not a conversation about aliens. How you doing, Brandon?
Hey Justin, what's going on? I'm a believer.
Cool.
But I'm a believer of Doug. And I
Oh
was gonna,
hell yeah.
yeah, no, I'm pretty much freshly 18 now.
Praise Doug.
I was gonna send out a super chat to talk to you for like maybe 2 minutes because I have a few questions. And then I'll probably just donate a 5 or 10 in the YouTube. But I had two questions. The first one was that I spent a lot of time growing up around religious people, and the idea that they have Christianity is a good one. And I was kind of thinking like maybe, how you say like religion is a net negative. I think in a lot of cases it can be kind of a good thing because like the perception they have of the religion is like a good one and it leads them to do good things. But I mean, I'd like to hear your take on it.
Yeah, I would first say, well, which religion? There are some religions that you could say
Oh yeah,
were
sorry.
a net
Didn't
positive, but when
specify
it
that.
comes like Christianity and Islam, I think Christianity and Islam are net negatives. And we could just easily point this out by all of the millions of people that they've killed.
Yeah, no, that's true. Like over the course of history, no doubt. I feel like in modern times, a lot of Christians are pretty willy nilly about their faith, and a lot of them benefit from it. I've had a lot of people that have struggled with issues, and then they, come to Christ or whatever, and then their lives improve and they become better people. Like my dad, for example. I don't know, like in certain cases, like it can be a good thing. Like I know it's not true. Like I know with every fiber of my being that it's not true, but sometimes I feel like that
I
hole that's
mean,
within people, like that
to be
existential hole,
clear,
is kind of
I've
necessitates
never
it. You know what I
claimed
mean?
that nothing good can come from it. That's not my claim. My claim is that it's just a net negative.
Sorry, what'd you say? I cut out.
I said no one here is denying that something good can't come from it. We all agree something good can come from literally anything. The question is whether or not it's a net negative or net positive. I think it's a net negative.
All right. Well, I guess I agree with you on some level. But then the other question was, you're an electrical engineer, right?
I do this full time now.
Oh, you were? Oh, okay. Do you have any advice for like me, because I'm studying, and I'm just thinking about which I'm undeclared. I'm thinking about which engineering to go into. Do you have any advice?
Yeah, if you do electrical engineering, you'll almost always be employed. There's never not a need for electrical engineers. And if you get a good degree, you'll be pretty diversified. You can go into PCB, you can go into controls, you can go into all kinds of stuff. If you're young and you have the time to do an additional master's after you do your bachelor's degree, it's worth it. Most good engineering firms have pay scales that are based on educational attainment, which means if you start your career at a master's degree level, you're actually going to be starting at a higher pay scale than most of your peers, and you'll eventually outpace most of them. And it only takes an additional year to year and a half of your life. So I would say do electrical engineering. And if you do electrical engineering, just go ahead, suck it up and do your master's degree right after, and then join the workforce. You could
All
also do
right.
mechanical
Thanks,
Designing a
Justin.
engineering.
PCB right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, mechanical is good. I have a lot of friends that say that mechanical is the way to go. But yeah, I mean, I love what you do. I'm a big fan. Keep up the good work. That's all I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good luck on your studies.
All right. Thanks.
Now, all the theists, come on up.
We're gonna get them eventually. We are gonna get them eventually. Adam, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that. That's 5 more people with access to the cheat sheet, which I just added a Quran tab to the cheat sheet. I'll be adding to that this coming week. I'm reading through the Quran, kind of a quick read first. I'm just going through it fast, and then I'll have to go through a slow read. Sir Gamelot says, another Deepak Chopra quantum pseudo new age quack. There's never a shortage of them. Like, we never run out of them. At least the good news is if you've heard one, like not one is identical to the other. They're all a little bit different. So at least you get to hear something new. And last super chat for now from our friend Gene. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, happy to incentivize the reduced patience for Philbro sophistry. Ugh. Though I'll never complain about the shaming and ridicule that should precede every banishment. I appreciate that. Yeah. If you come up here at Philbro and you lie about your religion, yeah, I'm gonna cook you. You can't do that. Listen, you can Philbro all you want as long as you're honest about your religion, because eventually, during the course of your Philbro nonsense, you'll contradict what your own religion says, and I'll cook you on it. How you doing, Kosher Kid?
How you doing? I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Can't complain. Kosher Kid, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in a specific God?
What do you mean by specific? I just believe in the prime cause of the universe, and that this prime cause continues through nature to manage the universe.
Well, your name is Kosher Kid. Is the prime cause Hashem?
I mean, that's the name we attribute to this cause, but philosophically, it doesn't affect what I believe.
So you're Jewish.
Essentially, what's that?
So you're Jewish.
Correct. Yeah. Not that it's relevant, but yeah.
Well, it is relevant because we're debating the existence of your God, and if your God is the God of the Hebrew Bible, then obviously it's relevant.
Well, I don't like to tie myself down to the Bible.
Why?
I just look at the world and I see there's an intelligent designer. It just makes a lot more sense to think that there's an intelligent designer to our ever complex brains and nature and how the world works in harmony in many ways. And obviously, you see that through science. So
So
I have a
something
very
that's
teleological.
complicated must be designed.
I'm not saying that, but it's a strong It's much more of a strong indication that there's an intelligent designer when things have just worked out in terms of nature. I mean, obviously the
I don't
examples are
I don't
endless.
see what's been intelligently designed. 97% of the water on the earth is poisonous to drink.
I mean, we're intelligent enough to sift through and filter water enough to drink. I mean, you're pretty intelligent, even though you have this.
You know that
The
like
premise is incorrect, but you're pretty
millions
intelligent.
millions of early humans would have died drinking just salt water.
Well, I mean, obviously the
You know, we
human
did
race has
God
only
didn't tell
grew.
humans that salt water was indigestible for you. We had to find that shit out on our own.
Right, well, the intelligence that was given to us by an intelligent designer.
Yeah. So God made it so that the water was poison for us to drink, and then He made it so we found out by drinking the poison. You think that's
Well, not
intelligent?
all natural water is
That's some
poison to
crazy
drink.
shit. Do you have children? Because I can tell you, if I put like 10 bowls of water out and 9 of them were poisonous to drink and one of them wasn't poisonous to drink, and a bunch of my children died, but eventually they figured out which one wasn't poison, they would arrest me and they would execute me eventually. Would that be an intelligent move on my point?
No, I think that it's pretty intuitive to when you see dirty water to not drink it.
It's not dirty, it's just salty.
I'm not familiar, but if you're proof that God doesn't exist because there are salty waters that you can't drink, then that's a
I
pretty
didn't say
weak
that.
proof.
I said
Well,
that
I mean, I don't know why you keep going
I
down
said
this
that
line of
it's
questioning.
unintelligent.
Well, I don't agree with that premise. I don't think that just because there are imperfections in the world or things that you deem as imperfections, I don't think that is reflective that the designer is completely unintelligent.
What's
I think
more
that the world
preferred?
is made the way it was made.
A designer that kills its inhabitants with its creation, or a designer that doesn't kill its inhabitants with its creation?
Well, I mean, I believe in survival of the fittest, and I think that that's obviously the way the world has worked. And
So you believe in
I believe in
evolution?
Darwin. Yes.
So you don't believe in the Hebrew Bible?
Well, I don't think that they. I don't think I reconcile the both. I reconcile both of them, and I don't think that they. I'm not a creationist. I'm a Jewish evolutionist that believes in God. That God started the process, and I think that a God that has to create every creation is not as perfect as a God that can just make one broad stroke and through evolution have the world populated with various species, etc.
So God decided to use the most vicious way possible to evolve human beings. Why would He do that?
I don't agree that it's the most vicious way possible.
Can you imagine a way that's more vicious? I can't.
99% of every species that has ever existed has gone extinct.
I don't know if that I don't want to fact check that statistic, but I think that having predators and omnivores and I think that's all great and beautiful, and that's the circle of life.
It's
I'm fine with
beautiful?
that. I don't know.
God
I
doesn't
think
think
in a
so.
way, in an interesting way, I think it's beautiful. I don't have to.
The prophets in the Hebrew Bible say that there's going to be a time where that doesn't happen anymore, where the wolf lies down with the lamb and the child plays over the hole of the asp.
Well, I mean, where Maimonides interprets that metaphorically, that means that the nations that will be
Everything's a
that
metaphor
hate
when you don't like
Israel
what it
will
says. Yeah,
make peace.
like the Christians. Whenever you don't like what it says, it's a metaphor.
I mean, that's obviously
Maimonides was
metaphoric. I mean, have you ever read a poem? I mean, that's obviously.
Maimonides was the Pilbara of the Jewish world.
Yeah, he certainly
But again, I
was.
don't have to tie myself to the Jewish Bible in order to believe in God.
But you said you believe in the Jewish Bible. I'm just pointing out that the Jewish Bible says some
but you
weird
don't have to-
things.
Yeah, but I don't like getting pigeonholed there. You could just tell me.
Yeah,
I could
I'd
just
hate to
tell
get
you as a-
pigeonholed into the book that I believe in as well.
But I can identify as a theist and say, listen, it makes a lot more sense that there's an intelligent designer and
Why? I
this
don't look
person
around
that.
and see intelligence. If somebody created this, then they're either vicious or they're a failure. Why is it
Yeah.
that over the course of history, children statistically would not have made it to month number 6? Upwards of 30 to 40% of children die between conception and month number 6. It only changed just in this
That
modern
really
era.
true?
Now that we've got modern medicine, yeah.
I'm sorry, in what period and in what country and in what?
Almost all of history for almost all of mankind, from conception to month number 6, you had a 40% death rate, meaning it's going to end in a miscarriage or that child will not survive outside of the womb until month number 6.
Okay, so I want to understand how that statistic was generated. Was the statistic generated where there were societies where maybe 80 or 90% of their children were I mean, I guess got diseases, etc., and then it was averaged out over every country in the world to become 30 and 40%, or was it actually 3 out of 10 children died across the world, which I find extremely unlikely and
No,
ahistorical.
no, that they use actual historical records for infant mortality.
Okay, I'll have to research that a little bit more, but obviously
But
tragedy exists.
even if it was only 5%, why? Why would that be intelligent to do? What's intelligent about that?
I can't. Obviously, we're not going to understand everything, and obviously the depth of the wisdom of this prime being and constant being throughout the world. But I can't answer every question. I don't know why the Holocaust happened, or other horrible tragedies, or let's say Gaza, or you know different crises. But just on its face, it's pretty. In general, the world works in harmonious ways where you have waste and excrement that turns into fertilization that
That's
rebuilds itself. And
because of evolution, not
Perhaps.
God.
Yeah. Or
so
maybe
I believe that.
if it is God, maybe your God's just impotent.
That's what it
Well,
sounds like.
no, I mean, I think that evolution is so intelligent that it would be illogical to think that that wasn't generated by an intelligent being.
I don't think you and I understand intelligent the same way. I don't think intelligent means that people are viciously destroyed by being predated. Like, I don't think it's intelligent to design all these living creatures that the end goal of their existence is to be eaten by another creature. That seems horrific. You know, animals, like if you're a lion on the prairie and you take down like a child water buffalo, you know they eat that water buffalo while it's still kicking. They're ripping that water buffalo into pieces and eating it while it's still alive. You think that's intelligent?
I think that animals could be very cruel, and what we can watch on National Geographic could be very hard to watch as a human growing up in an urban America and not being. I mean, most people haven't even seen certain animals, with their eyes. But we grew up as hunters and gatherers, and I think that to a large extent we're desensitized to what the opposite of desensitized. We don't know. We haven't experienced that at all. So it just seems
Did
so
did God know that
vivid.
this was going to be the result?
I mean, that's obviously yes. I would think, yeah.
And do you think this is
But what?
intelligent then? God wanted it so that lions and other animals of prey would be literally destroying the weakest and the youngest of the flocks and eating them while they're still alive. He desired that outcome.
So can I ask you a question? Obviously, you deem the human race as being
That's
relatively more
not an
intelligent.
answer to my question. My question is, do you
I
think
know.
it's intelligent or wise to
So,
design animals to behave that way?
so my question is, why does
No, you
National
need to
Geographic
give
go
it
all
an
these?
answer. I'm asking for an answer, not a question.
I believe I mean, obviously, again, I don't understand the logic behind everything. I'm just a normal 30-year
So
old guy
then
living in
the
Europe.
answer is no. It's not.
But
It's
my
not
question
intelligent.
is, If you are intelligent,
I still
then
haven't
why
received
don't
an answer, by the way. If the
again?
answer
I
is I
said
don't know,
yes, it's
you could.
intelligent. I don't.
Okay, so it is
I,
intelligent to have carnage when carnage isn't necessary.
why do
So
you?
God,
If
so
it's
God
not
desires
necessary, then why
carnage.
don't we
Then
stop it? If
so
it's
God,
not
so
necessary,
God
then why
does.
don't we stop it?
We do. So God desires carnage.
No, we don't stop it. It's actually illegal to stop a lion from getting its
No, no, no. I'm
prey.
not talking about the lions. I mean, among humans, we're not in control of the animals. We're in control of humans. We're humans.
So now we're okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the animal and the Okay, now we're
Well,
talking about humans.
obviously,
What are
we
we
as
talking about
humans.
exactly?
If when
A
you say
war?
we, it's entailed that you're a human, not a lion.
Okay. So the
Okay.
question is, why do we stop? Obviously, we do stop. There's capital punishment for somebody who wants to commit murder and
I don't think there
other
should be. I don't
grave
know why you're
crimes.
bringing that up. I'm not pro capital punishment. Do you think we should be killing other human beings? I don't.
I mean, at the very least, there's a life sentences for people who commit these crimes. We don't support it.
That
I don't
didn't
understand
actually
the
answer
premise
my
of your
question.
question.
Do you agree with capital punishment?
I'm struggling to understand the relevance to whether
The
there's a God
relevance is
exists or
you
not.
brought it up. You brought up capital punishment as an argument. I just want to know, are you for it or against it?
I haven't thought about the issue enough to make a decision.
Okay.
But at the
Sounds
very
about
least, there
right.
are consequences.
Did
And
Moses
kosher
exist?
kid.
Do what?
Did Moses
Muslims?
exist? Moses.
Moses?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he did. I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe. I think so.
Did God
I'll
give a
lean
bunch of
more to
laws to
yes.
him?
I do. If the question is, do I believe prophets existed? Then the answer is yes. But
Try
yeah.
this again.
Do you believe that?
That God gave a bunch of laws to a guy named Moses?
Yeah, is the
I
Torah from
personally
God?
do believe that, even though that's not relevant to our conversation. But yes.
It is relevant to our conversation
Why?
because you
Why is
believe
that
in a
relevant?
God that gave laws to Moses. So could we say then that the laws in the Hebrew Bible that are purportedly given to Moses are those laws?
So wait, are you conceding the fact that an intelligent designer exists, and now you just want to know if this
No, no.
designer gave laws, or
I want to demonstrate why your argument's stupid. I just want you to not run away from it. So I'm trying to figure out what you believe, and I want to know: do you believe that the laws of Moses in the Hebrew Bible are in fact actually the laws that God gave to Moses?
well, I mean, obviously, Orthodox
He's
Jews
he's
believe
so
that as
terrified of his
yes.
Bible. I don't know why you won't just say you believe it. Okay, you believe
No,
the
because
laws of Moses
I
are
know these.
contained in the Hebrew Bible. Okay.
No, because I know
Yeah,
not to
yeah,
be
I don't want to
offensive.
get
I
called out
know.
of my own book. I don't want people to actually read my book to me.
Well, I
Okay.
don't. I know it's
Well,
it's
tell
a
me if
cheap
this is
trick.
intelligent because
It's a cheap
Deuteronomy,
trick because you don't
it's not a,
understand the Bible,
it's not a cheap trick. I do understand the Bible, which is why you're going to run away from this passage. When the law given to Moses says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence you think he's looking for?
I don't know. I wasn't around then.
You don't know what evidence
Jesus
somebody would
Christ.
be looking for
No,
in a virgin? This guy doesn't know
Didn't you
anything.
no, I don't
didn't
know.
you didn't you spend
And I'm
any
still
time in
struggling to
school?
understand. Apparently you're conceding that there is an intelligent designer.
Not
So
even
I'm
close.
glad that we've accomplished that.
Not even
Dude,
close.
kosher kid, this argument directly relates to God not being an intelligent designer. If you would actually answer Justin's questions, you'll see how it's going to get there.
No, because I don't have to believe in the Bible to believe in God.
You do believe in this Bible.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. Well, you just said a minute ago that you believe these are the laws that God gave to Moses. Now you're taking it back?
If I said an Orthodox Jew would believe that, yeah.
Did you
What do
spend any
you
time in
believe?
yeshiva?
I'm not debating against an
I didn't say
Orthodox
what I
Jew that's
am.
not
I said
here.
that I
I'm
believe in
talking to
God.
you, kosher kid. Do you believe that the laws given to Moses in the Hebrew Bible are laws that God actually gave to Moses?
I'm not sure about that yet. I'm
You're
a
not sure.
cultural Jew, but not necessarily a completely Orthodox, ultra Orthodox Jew. So I'm not sure about that.
So okay, so you're just not going to take a position because you know it cooks your
I don't know why you're running
intelligent
away from
God.
the existence of God.
Well, I'm actually not. I'm
It
actually
seems to
demonstrating
me
to you
you're the one
that
running
your
away,
God
not me.
isn't intelligent because your God doesn't know that women don't always bleed the first time they have sex.
No, I
Not
just
intelligent at
believe in
all.
God as being God, not your God, his God, or her God. I just believe in
You
God.
said you believe in the Hebrew God. You said it. The God of the
No,
Hebrew
I believe
Bible.
in
You
God.
believed in
Period.
it. Okay, so
I
now
don't
you're
have
no
to
longer
tie into the
Jewish. Okay,
Quran
so
or
so now you're lying. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love
no,
it
I'm
when people
not.
come up here and lie about their God to me. Why do you think that this is a good look for you? Why do you think coming up and
I'm not
lying about
concerned
your
with
God
optics.
is a
I'm
good look
concerned
for
with
you?
facts.
You're not
I'm
concerned
not
with
concerned with
facts.
optics.
You're definitely not concerned with optics. That's for sure. You're concerned about trying to argue from a position that gives you the strongest footing by denying your own God.
What do you mean?
Do you think?
You
Do
mean
you
the
think that makes?
philosophical?
Do you think that makes
You mean
God proud when
philosophical
you
and
when you
logical
deny that
arguments
you
about
actually believe
actual
in
God?
Him? What an embarrassment! If I was His God, I'd reject Him. But now,
I mean, that's your opinion, but I'm focused on facts, and it's
but you're not.
passages in the Bible don't change the facts of an intelligent designer. So
They do
you
if
can
you think
take
that the
passages out of
intelligent designer
context and
is the
have
God of the Bible. If you think the
no.
intelligent designer is the God of the Hebrew Bible, then yes, what the Hebrew Bible says is relevant to whether or not that intelligent thing is actually intelligent.
So wait,
Yeah,
is
like
it your opinion that Jews?
not to sound like Antiochus over here, but if you denounce Judaism right now, then we can like talk about the God of deism.
That's a good idea. How about you denounce the God of Judaism, denounce Hashem, denounce Adonai, denounce Yahweh, and we can move on with the God you actually do believe in.
So wait, so are you saying that before the Bible was given in 1948
No,
BCE?
what I'm saying is that you're up here lying to people about what you believe. So if you don't believe in the God of the
No, I
Hebrew
believe
Bible,
in God.
just denounce the
Period.
God of the Hebrew Bible. Then just say I don't believe in Yahweh.
So wait, is it your opinion that God, if
What a
the Bible
coward.
wasn't
He
given, that
can't
it
do
would be
it.
logical that
He
God did
can't
not
do it.
exist?
He's so terrified of talking about the
No,
Hebrew
you're
Bible.
terrified of the fact that God exists.
No, I'm not. If God existed, I would just believe that
Not
God
relevant to
existed.
the
If God
Bible.
existed, I would just change the title of the live stream to God is real, prove me wrong. That's what I would do. That's the only thing that would change. The reality is you have no evidence that your God exists, and you're terrified to defend the God that you actually do believe in. You're a coward.
I mean, my God is a God that has nothing to do with the Bible. The Bible is not a philosophical document.
Then
Nothing to do with the
say
Bible.
that you don't believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible. Say it.
Why that I don't?
He's
Because I'm
a
not
coward.
sure.
He can't
Because I'm
do
not
it.
sure.
I know
I'm not sure.
you are sure. You're just a coward. You're a schmuck.
Really? Oh, so you can read my mind.
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's pretty obvious.
maybe
The
God let
entire
you read my
audience can
mind.
read your mind right now. It's not even hard.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, not even
That's your
really
opinion.
hard.
But it
All
seems
right,
like you're running away
tell
from
me
facts and
tell me
trying to go
more
to
tell me
texts.
more about the intelligent God that created children to get bone cancer. Was it intelligent that God created human beings
I don't
in a
understand
way
every
that little
anomaly in
children
the
would get
world.
bone cancer? Okay, so you don't have answers for anything. So every time
I
we
don't need to
probe
understand every anomaly in the
into
world
the
to
supposed
understand that.
intelligence of this God, it turns out that you have no actual answers. It
Are you
sounds
going to
like
let
this
me
God's
finish the
just
sentence,
not
though?
actually intelligent.
So you don't want to let me finish the sentence. You're terrified of what I'm going to say.
The problem is you keep trying to finish your sentence in the middle of my sentence.
I think it's the opposite. It's when I get interrupted, I try to finish my sentence. But I'm not denying that diseases exist or horrible anomalies exist. But on a broad scale, on a macro scale, the world works in harmony. And
Do they
that's
need
if
to
we were 1
exist?
inch closer to the sun, we'd be burnt up. 1
Wrong
inch further
again.
away from the sun, we'd be
We
iced up.
move literally 4 million miles to and from the sun every year as we rotate. We don't have a perfectly elliptical orbit.
I agree with that, which
Okay,
in my
so
opinion adds to the proof
the
of God.
claim that a couple inches closer to the sun and we'd all be cooked is nonsense. We move 4 million miles closer to the sun every year.
Okay, so how close can we be to the sun? Do you know?
I don't know. I've never bothered to look up how close can we get to the sun
Well,
before we burn up.
if we're going that far and that fast, then there must be an intelligent designer. In my opinion.
Wrong. Wrong
Am I
again.
wrong?
What
Prove
does the
to me
fact
that
that
God doesn't exist.
what does the fact that orbits happen prove God existing? All you need for that
shows you there's an
all you
intelligent
need for that
design.
all you need is gravity, by the way. The warping of space-time is literally all you need for things to orbit.
Even gravity is something that I believe that God created.
Prove it.
Prove it. I
Don't
mean,
just
it's
don't just
intelligent.
claim it. It's not intelligent.
Gravity isn't
It
intelligent?
doesn't even fit the definition of intelligent.
Do you want to be floating in the air like on the moon? How is that not intelligent?
That doesn't fit the definition. What do you think intelligent means?
It means something that has logic to it that makes sense. Meaning, if you come
Okay.
into a room,
And is gravity logical?
if you don't want to be floating around and then
Gravity
yeah,
is a brute fact. The minute you put a desire in there, like I don't want to float around, you've now made yourself the arbiter of intelligence, not gravity. If gravity is just a brute fact of the universe, listen, if God wanted us to float around, he could have made a universe where we all just float around. When you have an all-powerful entity that can do anything it wants to, then you have no way of knowing what in fact is intelligent. You would just say whatever there is, it must be intelligent because my God. And of course now I got my live flagged for bullying. Of course.
So if you walked into a room and you saw a computer work, would you think that there was an intelligent designer to that computer, or would you think that all
because
randomly?
because computers aren't like naturally forming in nature. We know that humans make computers.
So what did God?
It's a dumb argument.
I mean, that's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that God created intelligent nature.
But you can't demonstrate it yet. We know how computers come to be. You don't know how the universe comes to be. You're just claiming that it came from God. You need to establish that
What
first.
do you mean? Science said that Big Bang created the universe, and
No, it
evolution
didn't.
created life.
That's not at all what the Big Bang says.
What does the Big Bang say? Educate me.
Big Bang is just the
Big Bang just
expansion.
says-
Go ahead, Quanta.
The Big Bang just says that in the distant past, the universe was a lot hotter and denser. It says nothing about the cause.
Okay. It has nothing about the cause. No, that I understand. That I know.
Yeah, the Big
But-
Bang is not a claim that there was nothing and then there was something.
But to get
Not the
from the
claim.
Big Bang to universes and stars and galaxies, that's pretty intelligent. It's pretty good.
No, it's not.
Doesn't sound like a whole big. I mean, a Big Bang sounds like an accident, but it doesn't seem like an
Not
accident.
particularly. It fills
No.
all of space with cancer-causing radiation.
But most of space doesn't contain life, so
How would
That
you know?
radiation still does get to Earth.
how do I know? I don't know, but
Like there is a good amount of cancer that wouldn't happen if space wasn't full of radiation.
Wait, so are you saying that the cancer that people get on Earth is because of the radiation caused by the Big Bang?
In part.
In part? What does that mean in part? What percentage of people
There's
get cancer?
multiple things that can cause cancer, but radiation is one of them. And there is radiation that comes from outer space bombarding us at all times. It's called cosmic rays.
Okay, I'll have to look into that, but still, again, just because there are imperfections in the way that the world was created doesn't mean that doesn't disqualify there
That's a
being
pretty big imperfection.
It's not
It would
intelligent.
be pretty
if
easy
you,
for him to just snap his fingers and eliminate all radiation in space.
Yeah, this
Like that
this is
doesn't
the
help
problem.
anything at all.
I don't know
You've
what
got-
function it serves.
You've got a
I haven't been
God
out
that can do.
It
You got a
doesn't.
God that can do anything. Is your God all powerful?
Not the way most people think.
What can he not do?
Let's say, I mean, you obviously have the old philosophical question: can God create a rock that he cannot lift? I believe that he cannot create a rock he cannot lift.
So he can't do illogical things. Can he do it? Is there anything else he can't do?
I haven't thought about other ideas yet of what
Okay,
he can
so
or cannot do. But you can ask me questions on what I would
Could
believe.
he create a world without radiation causing cancer?
Yes.
Okay, and he chose not to do it.
He chose not to do it. I don't know what function this radiation serves.
And you think
You
that
have
this
nuclear
makes
facilities
this makes him
that give off
intelligent?
radiation. I mean, that's in your opinion, but again, we don't know.
I'm asking you your opinion. Do you think it's intelligent to have the power to make it so that radiation causes cancer when he also could make it so that radiation doesn't cause cancer?
Again,
That the radiation
I
just
don't
doesn't
know the
exist,
function. So
right?
the second I know the function of this radiation, maybe I will think, okay, really, oh, that's intelligent. At face value, right now, yeah,
But-
I agree. It doesn't
But
look
if he's
like it.
I know it doesn't look intelligent. If he's all powerful, then he can make it to have the function without the harm.
I mean, he also can create us all living in a hunky-dory fairy tale land, and we're just eating and chilling all day without having to work.
He could.
Like what the
Again,
prophets
I
said.
believe that there's a function to everything.
And an intelligent entity would make it so that there wasn't unnecessary suffering, wouldn't they?
So I think that there's a purpose to suffering. I mean,
I said unnecessary suffering.
I believe that all suffering that we go through is somehow necessary or does serve a purpose.
Okay, so then earthquakes are necessary.
Well, hold on there.
In some capacity,
following
for
that
some
logic,
reason,
we should
unbeknownst to
cause
me,
suffering, knowing that that suffering is a part of the plan.
Well, if I'm gonna step back into the Bible. God creates.
You don't believe in the Bible God. Nope, you don't get to do that anymore. You already rejected the Bible God.
But God is still
truly,
in touch with the
if
world.
all suffering had a purpose, then we should try to cause as much suffering as possible, knowing that it all has a purpose. So why shouldn't we do that?
No, so I agree. I think that suffering serves a purpose, and also bliss and pleasure.
So let's all cause suffering then.
No, not cause suffering, but if suffering
not?
happens, there's a purpose to it.
Okay, so I can cause
So
as
if
much
I
suffering
caused
as I want.
suffering,
and
then you could say, yeah.
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 I mean, there are
all
going to be
suffering that I
consequences to
cause
that.
is necessary then. No, there's not.
They're going to be. I mean, there might be. There might be.
How could you possibly know there's consequences?
You have free will. I mean,
how could you possibly know there are consequences? You don't believe in a God that has definition. You don't believe in a Bible God.
No, I do believe that God is still in touch. I don't have to believe into the text of the Bible to believe that God is
the Bible
involved
God.
in the world.
I believe in the Bible God, but I don't believe in the Bible.
Meaning, for example,
what does that mean?
Even someone who doesn't believe in the Bible will agree that if somebody gets unalived or passes away, does say that okay, God somehow decreed that this person would. There's a reason for that. Everything is for the best. If I miss my train,
not everyone says that.
Not everyone. Okay, I most people who do believe in God have a psychological benefit, and this I'll admit, that say, listen, it's good. I could feel better because now I missed my bus. Now I'm going to be late to work. I might get fired. There's a purpose for that. That's the best. Maybe I need to start that new business or whatever. So I can believe in that.
Sure. So what's the necessary suffering from like volcanoes and earthquakes for?
I don't know. Maybe a certain.
You don't know.
Maybe people were very, very bad to each other, and I don't know. The answer is I don't know. But there are reasons that are.
A tree falls. Let's say a tree falls on a deer in the middle of the woods, and the deer just dies and decays into nothing. What was the point of that suffering?
I don't know. Maybe for a lion to come over and have an easy lunch.
No, it decays. It doesn't get to eat the deer.
It decays. Maybe for the soil for it to grow better.
But is it necessary?
It doesn't have to be necessary in order to serve a purpose.
Because if it's unnecessary
be
suffering, then it's unnecessary suffering, which is incongruent with a God that's both intelligent and powerful. Unless the God's vicious. Do you believe the God is vicious?
No.
Okay, then unnecessary suffering shouldn't be part of the intelligent plan.
I mean, from your vantage point, from our vantage point, I will even stand there with you and say, this seems like it's unnecessary suffering, but I don't know.
It is. It's unnecessary suffering.
It seems like.
Which
not everything
is
what whole argument is circular.
Yeah.
This whole argument is circular because you're saying that the intelligence of the world is reason for us to believe in a God. However, then you're saying that the reasons why things in the universe don't look intelligent are because there is a God. That's a circular argument.
I don't understand. I don't understand the circular nature. What I'm saying is, I'll just repeat
the things that don't fit your hypothesis, you're explaining by the conclusion.
Which is spell out the conclusion. I want to make sure I understand
you. That the things that don't look intelligent are actually intelligent because there is a God.
They're intelligent, but I might not know the depth of that intelligence.
They're intelligent. You just don't know how.
Presupposing that is because you think there is a God.
Right. I mean, because I believe there's a God,
you're presupposing the conclusion.
Okay, so you know that things are intelligent, you just don't know how they're intelligent. If I said, I know that your God doesn't exist, I just don't know how, would you accept that argument?
You just don't know how. I mean, it's either you believe it exists or not. I mean,
We'll try
that's
this again. If I said my argument for your God not existing is that it's not intelligent, I can't tell you how I know that. I just know it. Would you accept the argument?
not necessarily no, because you'd have to bring up an
Yeah.
overwhelming.
You have
No,
to
you would have
actually
to bring up.
establish.
You
You have
can't tell
to
me that there's salt
establish the
water.
conclusion.
No, but you can't tell me there's salt water. I can bring you
That's not related to my
enormous
question
amounts
that I
of
just. That's
evidence.
not related to the question I just asked you, Kosher Kid. Try to focus, okay? I'm asking
I have
you
to
if
hop back
I
down, but
made
thanks
an
for having me up.
argument. Hey, thanks, Quanta. If I said if I made the
Sure thing.
argument
Anytime.
that God doesn't exist because he's unintelligent, but I can't tell you how he's unintelligent, would that be a valid argument? Obviously, the answer is no, because me saying that something is true, but I can't tell you how it's true, doesn't make it true. You just have empty claims at that point. So you
You know,
saying that these things are intelligent, I can't tell you how they're intelligent. I just know they are. It's the exact same argument that you wouldn't accept from me. It's just on the other side of it.
granted, I'm not arguing with that. I'm not disagreeing
Okay.
with that.
So
That's
then the
a very
argument from intelligence doesn't work, because every time we probe into whether or not we actually have intelligence, you have to say we have intelligence. I just don't know how we have intelligence. You're begging the question.
I didn't say we don't know how.
The entire argument is begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting a little bit, a few words in my mouth that I didn't say. I said that the world, the universe is overwhelmingly evident that there is some sort of intelligence and order to the universe.
But
There
that's
are
the claim.
anomalies
You
that
haven't
are
established
questionable.
that. That's the claim.
Right, I'm
Not
saying
the. Where's
I'm
the
saying on a
premise for
macro
that?
level. I'm not saying
Where's
on
the
every
premise?
micro.
Where's the support for it?
I mean, I cited a few examples about how the world, travels at like very, very high speeds, and we're still around.
What's that got to do with
you know,
intelligence?
Because if the world wasn't created in an intelligent way, something after all these eons would have gone awry, and we all would have, God forbid, been extinct.
It
So,
will. You know, the sun is going to
You mean
swell and destroy our solar system, and then we're going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy, right?
I mean, I won't be
there have been
alive then, so I'm
there
fine about that.
there have been several extinction events in Earth's
I
history.
mean, if a deer dies in a woods, I don't care
didn't.
about that.
I
You
didn't
can't tell
hear.
me,
I didn't
it
hear
was
what
the
either of
intelligence.
you guys said because you were talking at the same time. What do you say, Kosher Kid?
It's one thing to believe that the world is the gravity was created, the world orbits around the sun, etc. But if a deer dies in the woods, what's the purpose of that? Oh, you don't know the purpose of that? There must
That
not be a God. That's pretty weak.
that didn't
That's one
address what we
thing.
were actually talking about. Why do you keep pivoting away from the talking point that you bring up? So you said that the universe is intelligent because we haven't been destroyed yet. But in fact, we will eventually be destroyed in a very short time, cosmologically speaking.
Well, until Elon Musk has us move to Mars.
It doesn't matter. Mars is going to be destroyed. We're all going to, the entire solar system is going to be destroyed.
Or we'll go to a different. We'll go to a different galaxy
No, we won't.
by then, maybe.
We can't travel
We'll
that
wait
fast.
and see. Let's wait and see.
We can't.
Why? Let's cross the
Okay,
bridge when we
so
get
the
there.
reality is the planet that was intelligently designed is going to be destroyed. That's a given fact. We know that.
Well,
In
the
about
species
a
will
billion
be.
years, in about a billion years, our planet will not be inhabitable.
In a billion years, this very intelligent species will be living amongst the stars and have their own galaxies. So
Doubtful, but also not relevant.
a billion years is a long time.
No, first of all, it's doubtful, and it's also not relevant
Why is it not relevant?
because it doesn't do anything to establish that your God created this thing intelligently. You're saying that the reason why we haven't all been destroyed is because of
We have
this
an
intelligent creator, but in fact, we will all be destroyed. The number of people on this planet, which there are billions, that are going to be able to escape and go to a new galaxy are most likely zero.
Well, that's a good point, but I can argue that precisely the opposite. That because there is determined end in mind that will push the species to definitely live amongst the stars and inhabit other galaxies. That I can argue the precise opposite, which is
But you can't.
which
You would have to first demonstrate that the human beings could do that before that became an argument. Bertram, thank you for the Viking lightning.
well, I think that we're only at the behest of we're only at the start of what we can accomplish as a species. I mean, Elon, I mean, only like what a few decades ago we went to the moon, or how many decades ago
crazy.
that was, you know? So we have a long way to go, but we have 950 million years to figure it out, or 999 million years.
So you definitely don't believe any of the words of the prophets, is what I'm getting from this.
None.
I didn't say that. I said that a lot of
Zero.
time I have to look into those words and really understand what they mean.
No
before I make
way.
any judgment.
No way you believe in the prophetic word. The prophetic word says that the people are going to live in the land that was promised to their ancestors, the land that Jacob lived.
I am going to be redubbing you to Tame Kid, because there ain't nothing kosher about you, bud.
But you've been defiled. Yeah. Sorry.
That's your opinion. I happen to think that just because you follow a religion that is very, very old, in fact, the
You don't
oldest
follow it.
religion of all time,
Stop pretending you follow it. You don't follow it.
And also, it's not the oldest religion.
Yeah. It's
or
not.
the
All right,
oldest
listen, kosher. This has been
monotheistic
fun, but
religion.
you don't actually. It's not. Akhenaten did it first. You don't actually believe in this religion. You haven't substantiated intelligent design even in the slightest, and we've got other people waiting to get in, so we're gonna move on.
Okay, great talk. I appreciate it.
All right, cheers, man.
Bye.
I was so excited about getting to talk to a Jewish person because they wouldn't be able to use Jesus to escape from the law of Moses, but no, he found a way to do it.
I was hoping as well. I was really hoping we'd have a discussion on the Hebrew Bible, and we didn't. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Virilin, thank you for the $2 super chat, says still hasn't linked his pseudoscience to God. They never will. They never will. Jesus fulfilled no prophecies, still loving the name, says, why did they call it oven when you OF in the cold food out of hot eat the food? What? Those are certainly words. Those are words. I don't know what any of those words means. Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food out with? Does anyone know what he's trying to say? I have no idea what's happening. Oh well. Sorry about that, Jesus fulfilled no prophecies. I don't know what to make of that. Strider, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Pete from Chevelle in a recent interview said they were never a Christian band, and also said I can't overstate how much of an atheist I really am. I had no idea actually. I was under the impression that weren't they on Tooth and Nail Records?
See, Justin, you didn't know that they were atheists the whole time, and it corrupted you subconsciously when you were listening to their music.
That's what it is, actually. That's what it is. Let me see. I thought they were with Tooth and Nail Records. I'm probably wrong. Chevelle was never signed to Tooth and Nail Records. I must be confused. I must be thinking of a different band. I apologize. I thought Chevelle was a Christian band, but apparently I was wrong. Either way, there was a mix there in the late 90s, early 2000s of quasi-Christian bands and Christian bands mashing up on similar record labels. It's hard to keep track of them. Under Oath, maybe. Yeah, Under Oath, they were definitely a Christian band. Lamb of God, not a Christian band, as far as I'm aware. So there's that. Cradle of Filth, definitely not a Christian band. Steve Gear says, hey, Phil, bro, Jesus loves you. Everyone else thinks you're an asshole. That's 100% it. Discordant Rhyme says, 6 Canuck bucks for being awesome. Well, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate that. I'll make sure and cash those out for some loonies and toonies. And yes, for my American friends who haven't been to Canada, loonies and toonies are real currencies in Canada. That's a real thing, friends. Ken, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat as well. Said, love your work. Here is a line you may find handy. I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? I've actually heard that quite a bit, which is why I don't use it, but I am aware of it, and it's a good one. I try not to use that type of stuff too often because, to be honest, sometimes I interrupt the guest, but I typically try not to interrupt the guest until they're just completely useless and they won't answer questions and they want to run away from your questions. If they run away from my questions and pivot from one thing to another, then I just start interrupting them to keep them on track. Because at that point, if you can't give me the common courtesy to listen to my question and answer it, why should I listen to anything that's about to come out of your mouth? I don't owe you that common courtesy if you don't give me the same. Spine on the Pine says, Trey is making the Invader Zim argument for historicity. More organs means more human, becomes more papers, means more true. 1,000,000%. That is the argument he was attempting to give. And Jesus, titty F in Christ, says, don't deny that I'm coming. It's on your heart. Apologies for getting some in your eye. Listen, you got to be careful with that shekel shot. It'll get you. Got to be careful. Red Shrek, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, when the Judean army rode out to oppose King Necho, you mean Pharaoh Necho II and his army riding to aid the Assyrians against Babylon, do you think the dumbass Judean kings who got his ass killed was allied with Babylon? Okay, so this is Josiah, if I remember correctly. Josiah rode out to battle and was killed in Megiddo trying to help out Pharaoh Necho. And the question is, do you think the dumbass Judean kings... Oh, well... I forget,
Don't
actually.
do that.
My understanding was that he was fighting against Babylon, not the Egyptians. Now I have to go back and reread the story because it's been a while since I went through it. My apologies. I don't recall which side the Judean king was on. I'll have to go back and that's my... I've forgotten. Dalton's looking it up right now. I can already tell. He'll tell you. Adam, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how old are you? Do you believe in God? Are you an alien? I am past 40. I don't believe in God, and I'm not an alien, but I could be one of those lizard people, though. RD Killer says, Justin, I met an actual Assyrian today. Yeah, they still exist. And all I could come up with was, I heard y'all have some badass chariot troops. They really did, actually. Listen, the Assyrians perfected the art of war in their time period. It was pretty impressive what they were doing to people.
In the late 7th century BCE, Assyria was collapsing under pressure from the Babylonians and their Median allies. Egypt under Pharaoh Necho II wanted to assist the weakening Assyrians, hoping to preserve a balance of power and prevent Babylon from dominating the region. Of course, it obviously didn't. Yeah, it ended up resulting in the Babylonians taking power.
That's what I thought. Brandon, thank you for that. Brandon says, praise Doug. Thanks for the advice. Well, no problem, Brandon. I appreciate you being here and supporting the show. And good question came back with another super chat. Thank you. It says, wait, are you sure Satan is evil? Ignoring quack Christianity? The Persian Ahriman is evil, but isn't the Jewish Satan right? And the scapegoat is just a victim of sinful people, right? Well, as it turned out, during the Persian and post-Persian era, they did change the Satan concept to be more evil. You can read extra biblical texts where they start demonizing this figure. It just reaches its zenith in the New Testament. Although, to be fair, if you read the Quran, which I'm finally starting to get through, the Quran's got some things to say. They really want to make this enemy out to be a big thing. Martin, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the number of Christians willing to engage in debate is shrinking. There are lots of atheists doing call-in shows. You may need to hear callers' personal experience. Those claims would be silly. You know, if they're really nice, like if the caller's really nice, I will actually let them give me their short personal experience, but typically they're not. And Martin,
You're a
it came
bigger
in
man than
again. Actually, Martin, this is a double super chat. Same thing. Thank you so much for the double super chat. Appreciate that. And last one from Nezudev. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, love your channel. Would love to call in atheist naturalist here. Please don't. We're only doing opposition. I dislike philosophy. Prefer evidence. I'm with you on that. Is philosophy needed to defend a worldview? Nope. Not in the slightest. I feel so ignorant on philosophy. Well, don't worry about it. You don't need it. It's not relevant to atheism. You don't have to study a single philosophy book to be an atheist. All you have to do is not believe in any of the gods. All right, let me grab Levinsk, Levinovsk, and then we're going to grab just maybe Sylvan. I can't read. Let me blow up the text. Just saying. Okay, we'll grab Levinog, Levin. I can't pronounce this. You'll figure it out. Levinovsk. How close am I?
Hey, how's it going?
How do I pronounce your name?
You just call me Levin.
Levin, how you doing?
I'm doing great. What are your guys' names?
Well, I'm Justin, and the man in the corner is Dalton. And are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yep. On to both. I
Cool.
actually wanted to come on because I listened to one of your guys' lives before speaking about slavery in the Bible. And I was kind of curious to speak about that.
Sure, we love the slavery topic. Do you believe that the Bible condones slavery?
Yeah, obviously, like, I think one of the things, and this might be just like a little point, this isn't such a big deal. But like, obviously the slavery in the Bible is different than kind of like slavery in America in a lot of different ways.
What was
Only
different?
in one way.
What's the one way?
One was race based, and one was like open for everyone was open for business.
Yeah, so I'd say there's a couple differences, and you guys feel free to jump on something that I was saying that you disagree with, but there's obviously kind of like the freedom aspect and the ability to go free
Freedom.
if you
No, you don't get to go
right
free
if
as
you're
a slave of
if
the
you're a
Jews.
Hebrew slave and not a Canaanite. Sorry, what'd you say?
You don't get to go free if you're a slave of the Hebrews. The Hebrew men get to go free. The foreigners don't get to go free. And depending on
Yeah,
which
that's what
book
I
you're
just said.
reading, the female Hebrew slaves don't even get to go free.
Yeah, isn't that what I just said?
You didn't mention the women. Okay, so first of all, you mentioned Canaan. You weren't allowed to enslave Canaanites. You had to murder all of them. That's Deuteronomy chapter 20, verses like 17 through 21. But the reality is, if you were not a Canaanite, which means you weren't devoted to destruction, you could become the slave of the Hebrews, and you would become a slave for life. So how is that different from African slave trade?
Two things I just want to say. One is, are you making like a historical argument about what actually happened, right, in different aspects of Jewish communities, or are you saying that this is like a literary read of what the Bible is saying, or both?
Just what the Bible says. The Bible says that you have to destroy the Canaanites entirely. Don't let everything that breathes remain alive. And then it says that you can make slaves of the other foreigners.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sorry.
what
What was the answer to the question? Sorry.
I'm waiting for you to give the answer. What's the difference between the slavery of the Bible and the slavery during the slave trade?
Can you just answer, because it's important for the question? Are you asking from a historical perspective, or you're saying that this is what the Bible says?
We're clearly talking about the Bible says. The claims about historical Israel and how they treated slaves, I assume, is something that neither one of us want to drag out on a debate stage.
What does that mean?
Do you have historical sources outside of the Bible about what they were doing with their slaves?
There's like a lot of like research into Mesopotamia and like how and like
Nope.
what
I didn't say Mesopotamia. So do you have sources outside of the Bible that talk about what the Hebrews did with their slaves?
Yeah, so I think that's important, and I think this leads to my argument is that
That's a yes or no, Lev. Do you have sources outside of the Bible that talk about what the Hebrew people did with their slaves?
Yes, like I think that there's Mesopotamian. I could for sure find something about Mesopotamian slave culture. Like I don't think that's so.
Nope, not
radical for me to
Mesopotamian.
say.
Hebrews. The Hebrews didn't live in
Yeah,
Mesopotamia.
but this is a part of this is so I'll just spell out my argument. I think it'll make sense what I'm saying then is that I believe, like as a Jew, I'm a Jewish person, that the Bible was written in the language of man and it has cultural and moral applications to the times of people who are in Mesopotamia, and that morality is teleological.
Did the Hebrews live in Mesopotamia?
Abraham did, right?
No.
And he was a Hebrew.
No.
Oh, he never existed.
You think Abraham wasn't in Mesopotamia?
No, Abraham
He wasn't
came
anywhere.
from Ur of the Chaldeans, which was possibly in Syria or possibly in Babylon. But the Hebrews came from Abraham. We're talking about the Hebrew people, not one guy that migrated. The Hebrew people.
Yeah, but
what
he
sources
started.
do you have that talk about what the Hebrew people did with their slaves?
Is it so radical of me to say that what Abraham did with his slaves
That's crazy.
is passed down? You think that's crazy?
we're not talking about Abraham. We're talking about the Hebrew people. What they did with their slaves can only be inferred from any ancient source that you have. You have not a single ancient source that directly talks about what the Hebrew people were doing with their slaves. All you can do is guess. That's why we're talking about what the Bible says, not what you think history could have said.
Yeah, like again, you can again feel free to correct me if I didn't think I made a claim about what people said. I just thought that when you make kind of anthropological points about like Mesopotamia or different other cultures, then you can also derive that to speak about how people in the Bible were also acting. Like I think a great best example of this is the type of sacrifices that were brought.
We're not doing this. We're just gonna skip past this dumb talking point about historical sources. We're talking about the God of the Bible.
Sorry,
and
what did I say?
Whether or not the God of the Bible says that you can own slaves, and is this different than what happened in the antebellum South? What's the difference?
Can you just point to like something I said that was like incorrect? Because I feel it. Speak to me like I'm dumb. Maybe I'm just dumber than you because I don't feel like anything I said was so.
This is
like,
crazy
I
that
feel
you
like
can't
you're
get
not.
it. You don't have a single ancient source that tells you what the Hebrews were doing with their slaves, which means the best you can do is guess based on other sources from surrounding cultures. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in
Why
the
are you
actual.
not interested in that?
I'm
Don't you think
interested
that's
in
a good way?
No, I'm interested in the book that tells you exactly what God wants you to do. No, we're not here having a debate on what you think historical Israelites were doing. We're talking about the God you believe in.
Mm-hmm.
And so the source for the God you believe in is in the Hebrew Bible. That's what we're reading right now. Do you want to get back to that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But again,
So,
I just thought, I
in
didn't
the
think
Hebrew
anything.
Bible, does God say you can own slaves?
Yes.
And what's the difference between that slavery and modern slavery?
The regulation and then the violence, right?
What?
That's regulated in the Bible.
Like what? Be specific.
In like Leviticus 25, I believe. Let me pull it up.
When it says you can own them as property forever?
Yeah, so they're not property the same way that
It
African
says
slaves
property.
are property.
Nope.
Yeah, but
Achuzah
right, the difference
in Hebrew
so if you
just
look
means
at,
property.
And then again, this is, I think you might get a little bit annoyed about this, but like obviously in the Talmud, when they speak about the regulations of the property, and I'd like ask
Talmud,
like,
we're reading the Bible.
Yeah, so
Why do I care what the
I'm
Talmud
obviously, so I
says?
believe in the Bible, but in the same way, like when it says the Bible says an eye for an eye, I don't take that as a legal directive.
Well, we're not talking about an eye for an eye. We're talking about you can own a person as property.
Sorry, did you not see? Again, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, did you not see why I brought that as an example of something that the Bible says literally?
Yeah,
but I don't
because
take it literally.
because you're about to say that this commandment doesn't mean what the commandment means. You're about to say that
No,
none of
that's
these
not
words,
what I'm saying.
None of these words
That's
actually
like a
have
bad straw
meanings.
man.
It's some kind of a
That's not what I
metaphor.
said at all.
Property doesn't mean property.
No, that's
Also,
not
we
what I'm
don't-
saying at all.
also-
I'm saying that
also-
there are different
also, we
types
don't-
of property.
Also, we don't need the Talmud to know that eye for an eye, tooth for tooth doesn't mean literally, because the Torah itself goes on to explain that if your servant loses his eye, you must compensate him for the eye. So I don't need a Talmud to interpret that.
If
All we
you
need
so
is the
here's
text.
if you didn't have the Talmud, would you know that line says that?
Yes.
Yeah,
How do
you
you?
can just read it. It's in Exodus 21. It's not even hard.
I think that's like a little bit literary, right? You don't think that that's, again, if you're being like a very, 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 very simple idea, that's pretty literary, no?
I don't know what you mean by literary. Every time you read a work, it's literary. Do you think these words have meanings? What are you doing right now? Like, what conversation do you think you're having?
I'm having a conversation about interpretation of the Bible and hermeneutics.
Do laws work? Like, are they actual laws? When God give you laws, are they real laws?
I don't know what you mean by real laws.
When God gave you a law about slavery, did he really give you a law about slavery?
What does really give? I don't know what
Oh,
you're
for fuck's
saying.
sake, Jordan Peterson. Don't
No,
petty
I'm not.
flog this
I legitimately, I
conversation.
promise you, I'm not trying to be annoying.
Do you
I
believe
promise you.
there's a motherfucker named Moses who received a law in Leviticus 25 about slavery? Do you think that really happened in real life?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
like I think he got it at Sinai, yes.
Fantastic. And when it says that you can own male and female slaves, that means you can own male and female slaves, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so far the first clause means exactly what it says. And then it says it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Does that mean that you can acquire said slaves from the nations around you?
Yes.
Okay, so all the words in verse 44 mean exactly what the words mean. Okay, verse 45.
Yeah, so now let's go to verse 45 because this is really what I want to talk about.
You may also acquire them. Yeah, I'd want to avoid 46 too. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. Now you're going to tell me all of these words mean exactly what words mean, except for this one word. You don't like this one word. So what does that really mean?
Yes. So the word in Hebrew, right, is achuzah, which means like to grab or to hold. And so when, right, is that not true? Am I lying?
No, l'chak would be to take hold of it. You can also say tafaz. Tafaz means to take hold of something.
What?
Achuzah isn't a verb.
Yeah, but in modern Hebrew, right? Achuz.
We're not in modern Hebrew.
No, but like that's obviously where it's derived from, right?
No, it's not derived from modern Hebrew.
No, it's the reverse, obviously. Okay, that was disingenuous. You knew that's not what I was saying.
I know, based on the conversation so far, I did not know that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
So,
and like,
what's the brown
dress talk after this about
achuzah means property. It comes from a root word achaz, which means to grasp, to take. Right. Because what is your property is something that you own. But it's just
it doesn't say
it's
own,
property.
So I think so. Again, the Talmud jumps on that, and again, this is just literary. You can tell me. I
don't care what the rabbi said.
Wait, but hold on. You didn't hear what I said.
Again, we don't care what the Talmud says.
No, meaning it's like asking like what does somebody think about the literary question of like what it's saying? I don't understand why that's
the rabbis are removed.
I'm not
from
making
the
an
writing
authority.
Of the Talmud. The
Sorry,
rabbis are
this
removed
might
from.
Clear it up. I'm not making like an authority point, like the rabbi said it, therefore it's true. I'm like that's just where I'm getting it from. You could not care about the rabbi. That's not.
Yeah. Maybe we should. You quoting the rabbis is about as useful as Christians quoting church fathers. Let's not talk about people who lived hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after the giving of the Torah. Let's just actually critically assess what the Torah itself says.
Yeah, so I think that's meaning it just happens to be the example. Like, let's say I quoted like Kierkegaard on reading the Bible. It has nothing to do with the fact that I quoted Kierkegaard. It's just a good read of the Bible. I don't understand the issue.
I don't think so. I think Kierkegaard is a shit read of the Bible. That's beyond the point.
Oh, you don't like his thing about...
That's why philosophers shouldn't read the Bible. Okay.
You don't like the theological suspension of the ethical? Dang.
No, I think most of the philosophical arguments that include the Bible are childish at best. But the reality is, achuzah is not a verb in the way it's conjugated in this. That's
not.
sentence.
I never said it was a verb. You're strong.
Okay.
Me.
So what does the word mean in the way it's actually being used?
Why do you not think there are a bunch of...
We'll try this again. What does the word mean in the way it's being used in the sentence?
Of course it means property, yes.
Oh, okay. So
if it
means property, then it means that these people are property. That's all it means. It's a crazy workaround just to get nowhere. You could have just admitted from the beginning that property means property, but you tried to pettifog it by using Hebrew.
No, that's not what I said. You're strong. I didn't say that it doesn't mean property.
By the way, what's your first language?
English.
Okay. What? Did you learn modern Hebrew in America?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Did you ever learn
in Israel?
Did you ever learn biblical Hebrew?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so then you know that property means property in this sentence.
No, so like if you take a concordance, which I actually don't have mine, but I'm trying to find a concordance online.
Why is the concordance relevant?
Bring up the Strongs.
The concordance isn't relative. You've already admitted that property means property.
Wait, can I spell out my point and then you guys respond?
All right, tell me how property means a different kind of property, like the ones that you
So
lovingly cuddle.
what would you say? What are you cuddling?
And then
Does
I'm going
anyone
to
else
ask him
concerned?
about a past. I'm going to ask him about another usage of achuza in the book of Genesis and see if he
Yeah, so
applies
I would
it
actually
the
love to
same
see that.
way.
That would be great.
Yeah, God tells Abraham that he gives him kol eretz Canaan la'achuzat olam. I give
Sorry,
you
can you tell me
all
where
the
that
land
is?
of
Genesis 36.
yeah.
Oh, actually,
Yeah,
that's
17:8
Jacob.
is
Yeah, 17 is the
yeah.
same
I'm
thing.
point. Yes,
Sorry, just
17
tell me
verse
where
8.
it
He
is.
says 17 verse 8. He says that
17.
he gives to Abraham in this sense kol eretz Canaan la'achuzat olam. I give you all the land of Canaan for a possession forever. What does
So I
possession here
don't
mean?
have possession on my translation. So I actually was thinking, so that's why I wanted a concordance. Because, sorry, let me just spell it out. And then
What translation are you using?
I'm using GPS. What translation do you guys use?
I don't use a translation. I'm just looking at the Hebrew.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So do you really like achuzat olam? You think that means that it's going to give you the property of Canaan? I don't think that he's saying. I think it's going to give you right. Like
Yeah.
the achuzah is on the Canaanites, right? Sorry, on the Israelites, not on. Like I don't know how to say that in English, but like achuzat because it's at the end.
Yeah, it's a property of.
Yeah.
I'm giving you
Right.
possession of Canaan.
Yeah.
Where's my Tanakh at?
Are you Jewish?
No.
No.
Your pronunciation
I used
is
to be a
great.
Noahide.
Wow.
I used to be a Noahide.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's so interesting. Is there like a community? Whatever. Sorry, I don't want to waste your guys' time. I'm just interested.
Oh, it's fucking right here. Next thing. What was I doing?
Which Tanakh are you using? Art Scroll?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, let me see what Art Scroll says.
Let's see how these ultra-conservative rabbis translate this.
Yeah, I was also Art Scroll is much less academic than JPS.
They said, and I will give to you and to your offspring after you the land of your sojourns, the whole land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I shall be a God to them.
Yeah,
They
I
seem
like
to
the
think
JPS
that
one.
Achuzah is possession. They think
You said it
seems to be
yourself. Art
possession.
Scroll has a lot of other motivations, and I definitely like the JPS translation better. Or Robert Alter is so good. He has the best translations.
Yeah,
Here,
so
what
tell
is
me
that
how
here?
property doesn't mean property. Still waiting for that.
Yeah. So again, when you look, hold on. Let me just establish something that I think you'll probably agree with. Is right. So if you take a concordance and you look at different words that are used in the Bible, different words, right, that might mean the same thing, have different connotations. That's fair of me to say, or no?
Words have a
Depends
semantic
on
range. We
context.
all agree. The question is, what do they mean in this sentence?
Yes. So of course it means property. I'm
Then-
not saying that I'm not saying
then-
that slavery was good.
That
not saying
means
that- and
that
also
that
that's not my
means
argument.
that the slaves were property. I don't know why you're wasting all this time
That there are gradations.
to just agree with us.
Because
No one's asking what degree of property. Property is when you own something. It's yours. It belongs to you.
Okay, but there are different types of owning property, and there are different levels of that. So, like, there's and this is obviously listed out in the Bible, like different things like owning a house, owning a person, owning a land. Those are all three different types of owning.
Owning a person
and they
as
have
a
their
house
own rules and regulations.
is what we would call bad.
Sorry?
Owning a person as though it is a house would be bad, and that's what the Bible says you can do.
Yeah, I'm not. Hold on. I don't know if we're confused. Sorry, I thought I said this. I'm not saying that the slavery in the Bible was moral. I think that the Bible was written in the language of man, and that there's a development and there's a theological aspect to the morality in the Bible, right? And I think he was regulating a system that already existed.
Yeah, Robert Alter translates it as holding for you forever. There'll be a holding for you.
That's actually a really good translation, right? Because of what the word achazah means.
A holding
It's
is
just
property. You own it.
Yeah, it's just synonymous.
I'm saying, why did he say holding and not property?
Because that's the word he chose. A holding
why?
has value. Because a holding appreciates. It brings you value. You can own something of
Really?
property
I
that
didn't know
that
that.
doesn't have any value. So the reality is, this human being is property in Leviticus 25.
Yeah, again, I said this at the beginning, sorry. That is a little bit disingenuous. I said that of course it's property. I was just saying that there are different types, and that's why I brought the concordance, is to say that ahuzah means something very, very different than bayit or something like that, that would mean like a more legit property and in what we would think of it. And the fact that and again, that's why I brought the historical point, is to say that
What's
there's
different?
also a question of like how it was enacted and the choices that were
difference?
made.
What's different?
What? You can't do whatever you want with a slave.
You
No one said
couldn't
you
do whatever
could.
you want. Yeah,
Wouldn't
not
that
even
mean what property is?
No,
by
because
definition?
even in
No.
antebellum slavery, there were slave codes. You couldn't just do whatever
Mhm.
you wanted to. I mean, sure, slave owners got away with a lot of things, like probably Israelites probably got away with a lot of things. But there are slave codes in antebellum South, and there were law codes for the ancient Israelites. It's not special.
No, but I actually think that's exactly why I brought up the historical point. Meaning, there seems to be an important question that you're alluding
You don't
to.
have
correct me if
any
I'm wrong.
historical documentation. It's not relevant.
Again, you said it yourself that
But
outside cultures.
if you think that the outside cultures are indicative of what the Hebrews did, then you have to agree that they did do eye for an eye. They did do tooth for a tooth. Because if a
No, it
slave
doesn't
got
mean
caught stealing in
everything was
the
the
law code of Hammurabi, you lost your hand. They chopped your goddamn hand off.
No, wait. You're saying just because I think that one law that's similar, and like I can also bring the example of sacrifice, that means every law is similar? That's a ridiculous
No,
argument.
what I'm saying is, if you want to put the laws and customs of neighboring city-states onto the Hebrews, you're going to make it
That's
worse,
not what I'm
not
doing.
better. In the law code of Hammurabi and the Middle Assyrian law code
I
and
know,
others,
yeah, right.
they would literally cut your nose off. Do you think
Yeah,
that
but
the
that's not
Hebrews
my
were?
argument.
Do you think the Hebrews were cutting the noses off slaves?
Sorry, I actually think this is really important. Do you think that that's what my
What's
argument was?
crazy important is that you can't actually articulate what you think your argument is. You just keep
That's
bouncing
such a
from
good
one
ad
thing to
hominem
another
instead of responding to what I'm saying.
without actually articulating what you think it is. So we'll start from the beginning. Did God endorse slavery in Leviticus 25? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and does that in slavery include owning other people as property?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the difference between that slavery and the slavery we had in the antebellum South?
The regulations.
What?
Right, and
we've yet to see a regulation yet. What regulation?
That violence or any kind of exploitation, right?
You
get punished
couldn't.
for that?
No, first of all, we don't know that's the case. We have no idea whether or not you could just. Actually, let me rephrase that. We know for a fact that you could take your slave girl and impregnate her, being that she's your property. That's exploitation. The Bible says you can do that.
So,
in fact,
in verse 46.
In fact, if you take somebody else's slave girl's virginity, you have to pay them for it.
Mm-hmm. Right. So doesn't that mean that there's some sort of regulation?
There was regulation in the South. That's the whole point. We had slave
Was
codes.
it right? Yeah.
The Virginia slave
I
codes are
didn't
probably
know
the
that.
most
That's
famous of them. Thank you for the Elvis hair. I appreciate that. Yeah, we had slave codes in the South too. So again, you keep there's no difference between antebellum slavery and what we have in the Bible. You can't just go around willy-nilly murdering your slave in the antebellum South. There were laws against it.
Is that true? Because when what's it called?
The slave codes.
We had slave codes.
Was that again? And that's why I thought the historical point was relevant, because it matters whether. Would you say that theoretically, in a theoretical universe, where I could say that there was regulation that was actually followed versus in the South that it wasn't followed?
It doesn't matter. The argument cuts both ways. We would just say by the same token, your Hebrews didn't follow the ordinances anyways, so it's still the same. If we're comparing the antebellum South slavery versus biblical slavery, and you're saying, well, biblical slavery was different because in the antebellum South they didn't follow the rules, we have no evidence that they followed the rules in the Hebrew Bible either, which means it's still 1-to-1. You haven't done anything.
To be clear, we don't care what the Israelites actually did. We care about what God commanded.
Okay, yeah. So I appreciate that. So I think that my other answer that I was speaking about that's not historical and that's, again, more literary, is that I don't mind God putting in a system into something that was immoral, right? I don't think that there's really an issue.
Why didn't God say not to do it?
because I think that the Bible was written in the language of man at the time.
You can't.
And
You keep saying.
so,
You keep saying that tidbit from the Talmud, but
yeah,
it
'cause I
doesn't
think
add
it's
anything to
important.
the. It doesn't say. It doesn't add anything to the conversation.
So again, I'm really, guys, I promise you I'm really trying to be general, but like, what do you think I'm saying by that? Do you think I'm just randomly bringing that up? Like, I think I promise you I'm really trying to make an argument.
When the rabbis utilized the phrase that the Torah speaks in the language of men, they were insinuating that there are certain passages about God where he appears anthropomorphic, but these are just metaphors to describe something more transcendent because the Torah speaks in the language of men. If you would have asked these same rabbis if God allowed for slavery and all this kind of stuff, they wouldn't have any contention with what the text just plainly says.
100%. I agree with you.
And you should always know that even if you go by the Darash and the Remez and the Sod, that you are the principle within Jewish hermeneutics is you never forsake the Peshat, the plain meaning of the text.
I agree.
So let's focus on the Peshat.
No, but I think that it's an important point of how we view morality is say that it was viewed that it was created for a certain culture. It wasn't created as necessarily like an everlasting.
It was
You
created
don't
for
think
everlasting.
that this was written specifically for the culture of the Jewish people at the time?
No, God said to follow it forever.
Yeah, you are. What's it?
The law of Moses.
No, but there are certain laws, right? There are more. There are a bunch of rules.
Are you sure you're not a Christian?
That's not in the Hebrew Bible.
That was
yeah,
mean.
he's starting.
Come on.
Starting to
That
sound
was
like a
mean.
Christian.
That was mean. That was mean.
God said to
Guys,
follow
guys.
all of the laws forever.
Yeah, obviously, meaning I agree, but there are certain things that we don't. Right?
that
I'm sure
that
you guys
means
know that we
you're
don't
still
follow.
allowed to own slaves.
No, but you're not.
No, according to God, you are.
The secret things belong to Hashem.
Yeah.
The secret things belong to Hashem, our God, but the things that He revealed belong to us and to our children forever.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not seeing again. I'm not seeing the issue. I'm not. Yeah, I don't see what's the issue that you guys are bringing.
The issue is that this doesn't do anything to help you. God said to follow these laws forever, and part of these laws is that you can own slaves.
Yeah, I don't think that's saying God saying that every single law you have to do. There are obviously contextual laws and laws that are
Find
not.
me a single time where the Hebrew Bible says don't follow some of the laws.
Yeah, that's not really what I'm looking for. Again, I think a better proof would be.
Find me anything in the Hebrew Bible that would lead one to believe that God doesn't want you to follow all these laws forever, because He says over and over and over again to do it forever. Deuteronomy 12:28. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. Why would I read these statements and think that God didn't want you to do this stuff forever?
Meaning, you don't think that there are commandments and there are things that God asked the Jewish people to do that are contextual, and that there
It's crazy
aren't
how
things
you
that
didn't
should do
answer
and
my
last forever?
question. My question is, why would I read this passage and then think that God didn't want you to follow these laws forever?
Again, I feel like we already moved past that. That's why
we didn't move past it because you didn't answer the question. Why would I read this passage
obviously you should
and
follow
then come
that
to the
passage saying-
conclusion that He didn't want you to follow the laws forever?
No, I'm saying that of course God wants you to follow the laws forever.
Okay,
Yes,
and that
I
includes the
agree.
laws of slavery.
I'm saying that would you agree that there are any laws in the Bible that are contextual and not ones that you should follow?
Well, according to the prophet Isaiah, there will be slaves in the last days.
Mhm.
For Hashem will show mercy to Jacob. He will choose Israel again and gather them rest upon their land. The
Where is
proselyte
that?
will
Sorry.
join Isaiah 14. The proselyte will join them and be attached to the house of Jacob. The nations will take them and bring them to the place, and the house of Israel will possess them as slaves and maidservants upon the land of Hashem. They will be captors over their captors, and they will rule over their oppressors.
Wow. Foreign Jacob will again choose Israel and will settle them on their soil, and strangers shall join them and shall bring them to their homeland. The house of Israel shall possess them as slaves and handmaids on God's soil. They shall be captors of their captors and masters of their taskmakers. Yeah, I mean, generally, this is really interesting. No, I'll definitely have to take a look at this. I appreciate you guys showing me this.
Yeah, I mean, the Bible over and over again, the Hebrew Bible over and over again endorses slavery. There's not a single word in the Hebrew Bible that would lead you believe that slavery is like at some point no longer going to exist.
Yeah, I don't have them off the top of my head, but I think I would feel comfortable against saying that there are laws that are contextual. Like
Christians say the same thing.
Yeah,
No, for real?
that doesn't actually fix anything.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. So like the Christian argument is that there are certain laws, right, that don't apply
Refer a certain
anymore.
place. Yeah, because they refer a certain place and a certain time. The same argument that you're making.
No, I think I'm making a little bit of a different argument because I'm saying that, like,
Maimonides would say that the entirety of the Torah is perpetual and forever and will never be abrogated. That's
but
one of the
Maimonides
13.
also, I was literally about to bring up Maimonides because the whole point of why we shifted from, this is what Maimonides says, is the point of why we shifted from sacrifices to prayer is because of what the sociology was about connecting to God. So like back then that was the mode in which they connected to God, and now we've moved on to a different mode, which is prayer.
Because the temple was destroyed.
Maimonides,
Yeah,
the
but
idea
it's a
of
little
prayer
bit-
developed during the Babylonian exile. Once
Yes.
the temple was
Yeah, meaning he's
destroyed.
saying-
and you needed to replace it with something while they were in exile.
So he was saying that of course that's true, but also there was a new mode that we ended up keeping, which is how we connected to God the same way we connected to sacrifices.
The only changes that the rabbis brought in was that no longer do you need sacrifices, you just perform teshuvah, but none of the laws about slavery were ever abrogated by the rabbis. And like I said, the rabbi, do you just reject that the Torah is immutable according to like standard Orthodox Jewish practice?
No, of course I think the Torah is immutable, but I think, and again, the reason that we don't have slaves is because that there are certain laws that we don't think apply anymore.
But if Israel had a kingdom today, led by a Mashiach, would the slave laws be reinstituted?
So that's a huge debate between, right, the Maimonides and Nachmanides.
Between Isaiah. Isaiah says during the Messianic age that for the nation and the kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. Those nations will be utterly laid waste.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. The Isaiah passage I would definitely have to take a look at and would definitely love to do more research into. But like there is a debate about, right, what the Messianic age looks like and whether laws will be reinstated or not.
They must be according to Deuteronomy 30.
Yeah, the majority of Orthodox Judaism would say that the Mashiach will reinstitute Torah law. He will rebuild the temple, reinstitute the sacrifices, and everyone will spend all their time studying and practicing the Torah.
So Rabbi Cook and Maimonides famously don't say that, right?
Yeah, what Deuteronomy famously does. Deuteronomy says the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of Deuteronomy 30.
Thank you.
The Lord will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul in order that you may live. The Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments I'm commanding you today, which means at a minimum, all of the commandments of Deuteronomy are going to be obeyed in the time period in which God circumcises the hearts of the people and they're finally restored.
So who should we listen to? The prophet from the 7th century or Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook from the 19th century AD?
No, that's definitely a good point. I appreciate it. And I think that, yeah, I definitely would have to take a look at this passage. You guys have given me a lot of good research to do, so I appreciate that.
Right.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's definitely a really good point.
Anything else we need to say on slavery?
Sorry, can I just summarize the two things that you guys were saying that I thought were really interesting? And you can tell me. I just don't want to do it in bad faith. Right, you're saying how can laws be contextual? Because
no, we didn't say that at all. Nope.
Okay, sorry. So please tell me. I thought you were questioning me. I was saying that laws are contextual, and you're saying no, they're not contextual. There are clear verses in the Bible that say that the laws will be for all time. So how can you pick and choose which verses aren't for all time?
It's clear that some laws have contextualizations, like laws specifically for women, or laws that only apply to people that are in the promised land. We understand how context works. The reality is the laws around slavery have no context associated with them that would lead you to believe that they're somehow limited.
Meaning all of the laws that are I'm sorry, I'm trying to transit like kind of damages, but that's not the right word, that fall under that category don't apply unless you have a state, right? Because there's no ability to be punitive.
No.
So how would any of those apply if there's no ability
Israelites
to be punitive?
follow all the laws that they're capable of following, whether you're
No.
in the land or not.
Well, meaning how could you do the Jubilee, right, if you weren't in the land?
I didn't say that. I didn't say all of the laws. It's all the laws that you're capable of doing. We know
Yeah, so you're not
that if you're
capable
not
of
in the
doing
land, there
slavery.
are some laws that you can't do. But when you get
So
back
that-
to the land, which is the promise of God, you're gonna have to do this stuff.
I'm saying in between that time, you would agree, right? You can't
We're not
do
talking about
slavery.
in the in between time. We're talking about the long run, forever.
Yeah, so forever, when there's not a state, then there's obviously going to be no slavery.
There is a state.
What? Where?
I don't know if you know this. Israel is a state right now.
No, but that's not, doesn't fit in the qualifications, what it means
It is.
to...
Israel is a
How
state.
does
as
it
we
fit into the
speak.
biblical qualifications?
Finally, when Mashiach supposedly returns and reinstitutes the monarchy, slavery will be reinstituted. Yeah?
So there's a huge debate about whether it's going to be a monarchy or not. I don't think that it's so obvious.
That's beside the
He's a
question.
melech. But yeah.
The question is, will
think that's
slavery be
important.
reinstituted?
Again, Rabbi Cook, right? I'd be happy to...
I'm not asking about Rabbi Cook. I'm asking about you.
Yeah, I would say no. I don't think that...
Why?
I don't think that there'll be... Because I don't think... Again, I think that morality is teleological. I don't think it's moral to have slaves.
So you're a moral relativist?
Like in a Yuval Noah Harari... Yeah,
Morals
like
are relative? But you might as well just be atheist. This religion's not doing anything for you.
Yeah, this is
No,
very
honestly,
heretical thought.
I really like it. It's really
That is
fun.
crazy.
I like atheists also.
Yeah. Actually, most of the Jewish people I do know are actually friends with atheists. It's the Christians that can't get along with atheists. How come
Yeah, I
your
actually
God
just had
didn't know that not all women bleed on their first night having to do the deed, you know?
What'd you say?
How come your God doesn't know that not all women bleed the first night they do the deed?
Yeah, wire, because I think that Moses wrote a lot, like, I think that it was more influenced, right?
So Moses
think
wrote
it
it
came from Hashem?
incorrectly?
Again, I think it was written, yeah, I think it's totally possible. I think,
Judaism teaches that every jot and tittle of the Torah was given to Moses on Mount Sinai.
yeah. But
Just not-
also Moses, like,
just not
like-
Deuteronomy
like
22, apparently.
Moses wrote it down, like he physically, like I think he physically wrote it down.
So
right?
he wrote it down wrong.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
so-
think that he wrote it down wrong.
Okay, well,
I don't
let me
think
read-
I don't think God said A and he wrote down B. That's
I
not what
want
I'm
you
saying.
to read the passage with me. Tell me where Moses got it wrong.
Sorry,
Suppose
can
a
you tell
man
me
married-
where it is?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:13.
Hold on, give me a second. Sorry, 22:13. Yeah.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, "I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity." What's the evidence that you think that the person's looking for?
The hymen breaking.
And what after that?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Blood?
Oh, like yeah, from the hymen breaking, there's blood, but that's not obviously not true.
Yeah, we'll keep reading. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. And you know what that evidence is. It's going to be the bloody sheet. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, "I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town will take the man and punish him." And you know what happens if there's no blood on that sheet. She gets what? What happens to her?
She do get beat.
Yeah, she gets stoned. She
Dang.
done. She gets taken out.
That's bad.
So do you think it's a problem that God gave a law whereby almost all of the women that would be executed from it were actually innocent?
Do I think it's wrong?
Do you
I
see the
think that
problem?
like I think that it's like I think you could ask hold on, sorry, this is important and then I'll answer your question. I think you could ask the same about like any kind of like God says do this, and then when people don't do as they die, is that moral? Would you?
Is
Is that
God
like the argument
just?
you're making?
Is God just according to Deuteronomy 32:4?
32:4.
Yeah,
Is that
it
different
says
than what we're looking at right now?
Deuteronomy 32:4 is the one of the passages where God says that He's just in all of His ways.
Yeah, no, I think God's just. But sorry,
Okay, so if God is
that
just,
I just want to clarify your
is it
argument. Is
just
that the
to
argument you're
kill
making?
women based on faulty evidence?
But I can answer your question. I just want to clarify what you're saying. Right, but you're saying that any time that like God says, "Hey guys, like do this," like with the whole meat thing when they left
No,
Egypt.
I'm not saying any
Is
of that. Nope.
Okay, sorry. So then I think I'm not understanding your argument.
My argument's pretty easy. Do you think it's just to murder women based on evidence that doesn't actually prove their guilt?
Yes.
Oh, so
Because
it
God
would
said
be,
so.
it would be just to murder women even though they were innocent.
That there's like a faulty, like ritualistic aspect. Again, I don't think that means that God's not just.
Right. But God gave them the command to kill innocent women.
Yes, but again, I think, and then maybe this is the point of
But that's
contention.
just to be clear, it's just to give commands to kill innocent women. Okay. Just checking. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure we're
Yeah,
on the
of
same
course. I mean,
page
I
here.
think, yeah, of course. I think that, yeah, I think.
So
I
the
think,
word
like,
justice
again, like
has
when,
no meaning to you anymore, just like the word property.
No, I think that, like, again, like you could think about like the binding of Isaac. Like, I think, of course, that's like just, even if it's right, like for God
Did
to do
Isaac
that.
die?
No, but even if he did die,
Okay,
I
but
would say
these
that
women
that's just.
died. Yeah, these women
I
that
would
got
say,
brought up on
but
charges
that's kind of my
died.
point. Like, even
Just to be
even
clear,
if
okay.
Isaac had
Just want to
died,
make
that would
sure.
be just.
Your mother doesn't know you have this opinion, does she?
She does. She
I
does.
think
I'm sorry.
she'd be kind of ashamed, I would hope. But, let me run another passage by you. Do you think like if a man commits a sin, like if your dad committed a grave sin, should your mother take the punishment for it?
If my dad created, I guess it depends. Like again, I think like this seems like it's all the same question. That it's
Well,
like if God
Well,
commands
it's really
something.
a question of what you think justice is. I just want to make sure I understand what
Yeah.
you think justice is, right? So, for example, if your dad committed adultery, would it be fair to have your mom raped as punishment?
Like again, I think that this is just the same question where it's saying that
Crazy they
like
can't say yes or no. Do you think in any possible world it's
yes, I said yes. I
justified?
said yes. It's the same. I said that's why I was saying it's the same question. So
Okay, so
if
it is
meaning anything that the
justified
Bible says.
to have an innocent woman raped for the crime of her husband committing adultery.
Meaning again, I think you're asking the same question. What's the difference in these questions?
I'm asking the same question because I'm waiting for you to say yes or no.
No, I said yes. I said it like 5 times.
Okay, so it is justified to rape innocent women. Just checking. All right. I guess
No, that's not what I
last
said.
question.
That's a straw man. That's not fair of you. That's not what I said.
I'm sorry. Did the woman commit the crime?
Meaning, what? Like, I feel like you haven't really
You
heard out
weren't
what
even
I'm
listening.
saying. But again,
We'll try this again. If
I
a
feel like
man
I'm listening
commits
to what you're saying.
adultery, is it fair to punish the woman
Yeah.
by having her raped for her husband's adultery?
Which Bible verse is that?
I'm not asking you a Bible verse. I'm asking you a hypothetical scenario.
Oh, so meaning if the Bible
It's crazy.
doesn't say that, and that's just a
made
random situation.
I could have made up anything, and he would have defended it. He's just assuming that I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Bible.
meaning
It's
I'm saying
crazy.
if it's theoretically in the Bible, then I would. Of course, that's my point. Then
Okay.
then I agree with it. But
So-
if it's not, then I think that's
so
immoral.
I'm just asking: is it moral to punish a woman with rape for a crime that her husband did?
Again, I would say if the Bible says it, then yes. But if not, then no.
Okay, well, it clearly does. Thank you for at least biting the bullet, letting us know that you're a monster. Last thing then, so you
Monster.
obviously
Ugh.
believe in divine command theory, which is if God tells you to do it, then by virtue of God telling you to do it, it must be right, it must be good, correct?
Yeah, but that's like the whole Kierkegaard thing. Also, I think that's an important addendum.
No,
to
we're
the
not worried
conversation.
about Kierkegaard right now. Okay, so then
I think
if
meaning it's
you
obviously
do
relevant.
believe in divine command theory, that means if God told you to like, hey, I need you to go and execute your neighbor's baby, the right thing to do would be to go and execute your neighbor's baby, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and if the God said, listen, next I need you to go to the orphanage, and I need you to take all
Yes.
of those babies and put them through the meat grinder, and then I need you to turn the meat into like these nice little round balls, and then you vulcanize them so you can make meat baby bouncy balls. That would be the right thing to do.
Can I say you're being a little disingenuous in the sense that you're trying to
I'm
like
not.
evoke this like thing that's bad instead of arguing
Nope.
the
I'm
the
just looking
point.
for an answer.
I said yes.
If-
I said yes to all of those. Of
Okay,
course.
just checking. We're just making sure that you would own up to baby paste today. It's been a good time. We haven't done baby paste in a couple days, but we appreciate you for letting us know how absolutely toxic your religion is, which is crazy because you came in here trying to soften slavery, and you ended by endorsing like slave rape, wife rape, and murdering babies. So just
Yeah,
let
you're not
let
being
your,
so. I'm actually a little disappointed.
yeah, let your mom know I said
Shalom.
hi. All right. That's
Finally,
crazy.
Finally, my past in Judaism has been coming into lock tonight.
Dude, absolutely clutch tonight, I would say. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and we'll move right on into our next guest. Ex-Mormon Jellicle, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, and great to see you tonight. Says, Justin, my guy, I heard about this dude that made a minute-long original animation of Doug for Doug worship, wondering if you've seen it. I think he emailed the subject massive effort for Doug worship. I actually did get it, and I watched it earlier today. I didn't respond to the email yet, but I did actually get around to watching the clip. So when I get back to my messages tomorrow, I'll definitely respond to it. But yeah, I saw the video. It was delightful. I appreciate that, whoever put that together. And Sir says, Kosher will do anything to avoid reading his own book. I was hoping to go into some scriptures tonight. Well, Sir Game a lot, buddy. We got some. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And Philistine, great name. Thank you for this $10 super chat. Says, I call this the Christmas defense of God, as in Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance. It's a typical variant of, well, you don't know 100% that famous argument. Dumble Dad, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if you ever come to Australia, I'll take you out fishing on a Sunday. Post deconstruction is best. I would love to go fishing on a Sunday, especially away from where I live. The type of fishing you get on the Great Lakes is not stellar, at least not my neck of the woods. Simple Programmer, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, thanks for all the schadenfreude. Sometimes I think it's cruel and unusual punishment. Then I remember how much damage these beliefs hath wrought and how much it could do. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why that last guest, we had to go to baby paste just to demonstrate that there's really no limit once you've given into divine command theory. There's no limit to the carnage you won't do. And I am the Big Cheese. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10. It says, why is creating a universe an intelligent thing to do? What justifies claiming that the act of creating a universe is necessarily intelligent? Such a claim feels like the puddle fallacy for universe. Actually, yeah, you could actually, for our side, appeal to a deistic God. You could say, listen, we have no idea that the universe was intelligently made. It could just be a deistic demiurge that, shat everything into existence and just wanted to see how it was going to play out. You know what I mean? Sonic Shroom says, I think complicated is a relative term. We have no other universe to compare to in order to know if our universe is complicated. And that's actually a really good point. It could be that there's even another solar system out there that's a million times more complicated than our solar system that has life. And then ours would be like child's play. You know what I mean? And Christine says, Protestants claim Catholics are not real Christians. Why default to Catholics for exorcisms unable to fight evil on their own? Only a movie plot. That is one of the things.
Yeah, you'll never see it.
Oh, go ahead.
It wouldn't be it wouldn't be nearly as interesting if you had an evangelical exorcist trying to cast out the young girl. It would be boring. It would just be cringy as hell.
It really would. I'd tune in, though. I'll tell you that. Last one from our friend Bitplane says, I like your mug. Does it come in a larger size? I don't think it does, but it is a great mug. In fact, sometimes I need to take the advice on the mug every once in a while, but what are we going to do? Okay, I said Just Saying we were going to get next from the queue. Just Saying has been waiting in the YouTube queue for a minute, so we'll get Just Saying into the conversation. Then we'll get back to... I think after just saying, it was logic. In that order. How you doing, just saying?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Saying, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 39 and I do believe in God.
Okay. And do you believe in any particular God?
Yeah, the biblical God.
Okay. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the biblical God being real?
Um, so when I say, I'm not trying to run away from your question. When I say that I have a faith and belief, and the belief is the substrate
Could you
of.
speak up? Could you speak up a little bit louder? Saying the audience is having
Yeah,
a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what I was saying is the belief is the substrate of my belief when I start explaining, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So your question was my evidence. So in evidence is like knowing. So I can't say that I know because I'm for my substrate is belief.
Well, evidence just is something that points in a particular direction, right? So,
I would say possibility, but you want me to pinpoint on possibility. And for the debate, I would say for possibility, there would be intelligence. I would leave with that argument. I know you guys like ridiculed the last few people, but I would pick intelligence.
right, but what does that have to do with God?
So with intelligence seems creativity.
Right, but God, what's that going to do with God?
Creator of like a deity. Uh, a deity would be a creator of man.
Yeah, but why are we saying that human intelligence came from a creator? Why isn't it just emergent from the universe?
Because like I said, there's that possibility of where it points to a god.
But that's what we're trying to figure out is why do you think it points to a God? We don't think it does.
Because evidence with what there is that we have now. Like I know you would disavow scrolls, but what's the odds of the scrolls being in existence
What
as
scrolls?
far as like okay, like so you know how there could be like two universes, right? You're saying there could be. I'm not saying there could be, but I believe you were on Ian's podcast saying there could be two universes.
Well, what my personal belief is we don't know how many universes there are.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, could you imagine the necessary things to almost mimic our world, but the change would be that there is no God, right? This is your worldview. It's pretty much your worldview, right?
I'm sorry. I'm so lost at this.
I have
All
no
right,
idea.
your worldview is there is no God, right?
There's no God until I am given evidence or an argument to warrant a belief in God.
So you're looking for evidence.
That's the whole point, yeah.
So are you asking personal experiences or are you asking
No.
like what evidence can a Christian give you?
What evidence can you present that would end with God being real?
And possibility cannot be one.
No, possibility is not evidence. It's possible there's a teapot floating around Jupiter. I don't believe that to be the case. If somebody presented evidence
Well,
for it,
how
it'd
is
be
that
more than.
possible?
Why is it not possible? You do not know that
Where did it
objects in
come
space
from?
orbit?
Where did it come from?
We launched it.
Who?
Humans.
So humans created the teapot to launch it in space, and that was
Yeah.
its purpose?
And now there's a teapot circling Jupiter, yeah.
What's the purpose of the story?
To show that something being possible doesn't mean that it's true.
But it has purpose. It needs purpose. Like you
It does
shot
have a
that thing out
purpose.
just to tell the story of, yo, I went out into the woods and shot a gun.
No,
Like,
we didn't
why
shoot a
is that
gun.
story
We launched
rememberable?
it with rockets.
Yeah, why is that story rememberable?
It's not rememberable. I made it up just now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has no purpose. What you're saying is
No, it does have a purpose. The
intelligence
purpose
didn't
is to
have purpose.
demonstrate that something being possible doesn't mean that it is the case.
No, I'm
It's
saying intelligence
possible.
has purpose.
It's possible.
You're
It's
saying
possible
look,
that you could present an argument for God, but it doesn't appear like you're actually going to be doing that.
like, okay, so if a human sees a watch on the beach, a human
Oh
walks
boy.
up and looks at the watch. Does the human know what the watch does?
Yeah, because we made watches.
Okay, so if a dinosaur walks up on the beach, sees a watch on the beach, does the dinosaur know what the watch does?
No. Do you think dinosaurs and
Because
watches lived in the same time
it's like,
period?
but I'm saying the watch has purpose.
Just to be clear, do you think that
Like,
dinosaurs
why
and
you
watches
would
lived
ask me?
during the same time period?
No, I'm saying hypothetically, it's not a real situation. You're taking it as a real situation, as if
Who's
a
the
dinosaur could
who's
walk
the
up on the beach
dinosaur in
with a
this
watch.
analogy?
I'm saying you because you're not locked into purpose. Like I've been saying, intelligent life leads
Well,
to
purpose
purpose.
is begging the question. It already assumes that you have a purpose. We don't have
No,
that
but
conclusion.
it's
So,
like you're
in
kind of
order to
running
use
away
purpose
from.
as an argument for God, you would have to demonstrate that the God existed already. So, to be clear,
Are
who's the
you
dinosaur
saying?
in the
Are you
analogy? I'm
saying?
still trying to figure
Are
that
you
out.
saying like I see you going like through scientific, like how you know the universe started, but you're not
I don't
taking
think the
the
universe
aspect
started.
of, huh?
I don't think the universe started.
Well, I don't know how it came
Also,
to be. Like I could.
if hold on, I gotta make an announcement. If somebody knows if Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark is in the chat, let her know that we really need a new dinosaur emoji. We don't have one. Apparently, we need one now. And I apologize to everyone on TikTok. I didn't upload the latest emoji to TikTok yet. The latest emoji is a goalpost on wheels. But apparently, we need a watch with a Rolex now, or a dinosaur with a Rolex. Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, so you to me you could run away from intelligent life leads to purpose because of the fact that purpose is explained through a teacup floating in space for a story of the teacup's purpose was to prove that we can shoot a teacup in space with rockets. And you would take that story and tell people
What?
as it
What?
having
Why do you
meaning.
think?
You
Why do you
just
think I
no
told you
no
that story? Saying
because what I'm saying is to have purpose is not to just do something just because you made it up.
why do you think I told you that story?
Because you're truly strawmanning me. And I thought this was
No,
like
I wasn't straw
I
manning
am
you.
like
I'm
doing
letting
the
you know
road
that
to the
something
talk
being
to.
possible is not the same as something being true.
I mean,
I
okay,
gave
what
you
do you
an
think is true?
analogy to
What's no,
demonstrate why
okay,
saying something is possible isn't an argument for something being true. It could be
I said
possible, it doesn't make it true. That's why I told you the story.
okay,
Had nothing to do with purpose. The word purpose had nothing to do with Russell's teapot.
but I'm just saying like with intelligence I get purpose and then somebody brought up some teapot story like if it's if purpose is a true thing, it has this
Prove that it is.
necessity. It's not so
I haven't accepted that it
that's what I
is.
wonder if
I
you
haven't
don't
accepted
believe
that
in
we have a
purpose.
purpose yet.
You don't believe in purpose. That's why I need to get to because you just repeating the
Support
same
it.
thing that you did the
Support
last
the
time.
claim. Support the claim that human beings have a purpose.
So you don't believe in purpose.
Support the claim that human beings have a purpose.
Okay. I saw this with Cliff and Alex
Oh,
O'Connor.
this
They
is gonna hurt.
debated people in the light bulb. It's five people and only the light bulb can only support four. Who determines who should die?
Human beings. I'm asking about purpose outside of human beings. I said, does
Yes.
humanity have a purpose?
Yes.
And what is the purpose?
We observe ourselves.
No, what is the purpose given to humanity?
we observe ourselves.
That's a function, not a purpose.
That's a function. How is that a function? Who says that?
Observation
All
is
right,
a
all right.
function
So
of the human
you think
body.
you
That's
think
crazy.
you think monkeys observe themselves and
Yeah.
observe other species?
Yeah.
What do
Crows do it
monkeys do?
too. Birds do it. Birds
So
observe
how
other
do they
species
observe
using
how
tools,
do they
and then
observe
they
each other?
use tools. In fact, dolphins do the same shit. Dolphins observe other animals using tools and will sometimes do it themselves. This is crazy.
They don't.
How do
They
you not
can't
know about
observe
this?
what we can observe, though.
No one said. Well, first of all, they can. The question is
But
whether or
we were
not they have
talking
enough
about
abstract
we were
thinking
talking about
capabilities
human
to understand what they're
we were talking
observing.
about human observation.
Saying why do you want to talk while I'm talking? You know no one can hear you, right?
I'm sorry.
Do you want people to hear you?
I'm trying to
Do
get
you
past
want
it.
people to hear you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. The best way to do that is to not talk over me when I'm answering your questions.
What question are you answering?
I was asking you a question at the moment, which is, do you know that other animals observe other species?
My point. Yes, yes. Like they look at other species, but they do not observe them in a way that a human could.
No one said that. No one said that was the case. Now you're
So
moving the goalpost.
I just wanted
Let's
to
get
put
goalposts
that
on
as
wheels up here, friends.
a different type, because where you talked about slavery was crazy.
Wait. Are you pro-slavery or not?
I'm not pro-slavery. Why would I be pro-slavery?
Why do you believe in a God that is?
I believe that God had instructions for slavery. I
This is
believe
gonna
people
hurt.
have slavery because that's what people are. People have slavery. Like there's slaves
All
now,
right.
even today.
We're
Like
gonna go
just
right
because
back
God
to
says
Leviticus
something
25.
doesn't mean people follow them.
All
That's
right.
also true.
We're doing Bible time again. Okay, so in Leviticus 25, God did or did not say that you can do slavery? Yes or no? What do you say?
He gave instructions. Yes, he gave
Okay.
instructions
And
about
how
slavery.
long
Look,
did
look, look,
God
look. Are you cutting
say
me
to
off? Are you
follow?
cutting me off? Are you cutting
I'm
me
not
off?
cutting you off. I asked you a question, and all I need was a simple answer.
Can I answer? Can I feel?
You already did answer, and you don't need to
What was
yap
my
after
answer?
that. I need a
I
simple
mean,
answer.
or
The
are you
answer
just looking
the
for
answer
yes or
actually should
no?
have only been a yes. You need a yes or no. You don't need anything beyond that. Like
Understood.
if I said, do you like hot dogs? It's a one word answer. It's a yes, no, or you could even say, I don't know. But it's certainly not a whole paragraph after that.
But
This was an easy question. So in Leviticus 25, does God say you can own slaves? The answer is yes. Next question. Does God tell you how long this law should be in effect for?
Yes, he does.
And how long is that?
For the rest of your life.
For all
you're free.
time.
For the rest of your life until you're free. Or if you're free.
Are the laws going away?
No.
Are the laws abolished?
No.
That means you can own slaves forever.
People own slaves now.
I know. I don't think you should own slaves. The God of the Bible says it's okay to own slaves.
He likes servitude. What's the problem with servitude?
I know. You said that slavery was bad. Now you're saying it's not bad. This is crazy.
I don't want
the
to own
goalpost
slaves.
shift here is wild. This guy's concussed.
Doesn't mean you
now
have
he's
to
trying
own
to downplay. Now he's trying to downplay it by calling it servitude. Let's not whitewash. It's slavery.
Slavery.
No. I get, like I said, you compare American slavery to the same rules. Like you want to say lynching, making hair out of their chair, making chairs out of their hair.
There's capital
God
punishment.
said that.
There's
like
capital punishment in the Hebrew Bible.
Read from the Bible and say
There's
God
capital.
said lynch your
There's
slaves.
capital. There's
God
capital
said,
punishment.
But I mean,
there's capital punishment in the
everybody owes
Bible.
a debt. Everybody
There's
owns
capital
a debt.
punishment in the Bible.
I
Are
get what
you
you're saying, but
aware that the
everybody's
Bible
owed a
tells
debt.
you on many occasions that you can stone people?
Everybody is owed a death.
Okay, so
Everybody's
then
gotta die.
then
Everybody's
lynching's
gotta
fine.
die.
Then there's nothing wrong with lynching. I don't
No,
know why you brought.
no,
I don't know
look,
why
look,
you
look.
brought lynching when
What
you don't have a
I'm
problem with
saying,
lynching. I don't know why you keep bringing
I'm about
lynching
to
up.
answer you. About to answer you. What I'm saying is God in the Bible does not say lynch your slave. It
It
does
says
not
you can
say lynch your
says you
slave.
can
It does
stone
not
people.
say lynch your slave.
Neither
Right?
neither did any of our laws in the U.S.
Well, I'm
There were
saying
no
you're saying it's the
there were
same
no
thing.
laws. There were no laws in the U.S. that gave people free range to go out and just lynch their slaves. Lynching was a punishment that was accepted in the South. It was a form of capital punishment. I don't agree with it, by the way. The fact of the matter is, the Bible has something just as bad. It's called stoning. So you haven't
Look,
helped yourself by talking about
everybody,
lynching. You haven't helped yourself by talking about lynching because the Bible says that you can stone people. It's not exactly the same thing. I can't say that one is worse than the other, but the reality is the Bible says that you can do it.
yeah, but what you're saying is how people can treat each other. And you're saying like oh my God, people were stoning for something bad. People were cutting their hands off for stealing.
That's not in the Hebrew Bible.
No, but they were.
That's not in the Hebrew Bible. We don't
It's
have
like
evidence
things
that
you
we
do.
know.
All right.
We
Can
know
you
that
say the
we know
life
that
that people live?
we know that.
Because
I don't know why you constantly ask to be muted. The Babylonians were doing it. We know that people in Mesopotamia had these law codes where, like, if your slave was caught stealing, you'd take the hand of the slave, you'd cut the hand off. We don't have any evidence that the Hebrews were behaving in this particular way. You'd have to substantiate that.
so we know that if you stole, you would get your hand cut off.
We don't
In
know
that
that.
area, in that time, there was
Well,
no,
we'll
there
try.
was no
We'll try this
story.
again. No, we don't know that.
You don't know that. Like if
No,
you stole, your hand would get
we
cut
don't
off.
have any we don't have any texts about what the Hebrews were doing in regards of cutting people's hands off.
In ancient times, no history.
What I'm saying is we don't have
Around
any
that time,
Hebrew
I'm saying around that
documentation
time frame.
talking about people cutting off other people's hands. The punishment for theft is outlined in the Bible, and it doesn't include cutting people's hands off.
Like I said,
Now, if you reach out and damage somebody's genitals, we got a different story.
like I said, it's a difference. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like it has
What's
the
the
same
difference?
punish. I mean, everybody's owed to death. Like you know what I mean when I
I
say
don't
that?
know why you keep bringing up death. It's a
Because
meaningless talking point. We
all right,
agree people
okay,
die. What's
all
that
right,
to
stoning
do
is death.
with the fact that the
Stoning is
Bible
death.
says that
And
you can
lynching
own
is death.
slaves?
Stoning is death. Stoning is death, right? And lynching.
Try this again. You didn't hear what I said. We agree that people die, right? That doesn't mean anything. What's that have to do with the fact that God says, while you're very much alive, you can own slaves?
Because he likes servitude.
Okay, but
You serve a
you started the conversation by suggesting that slavery was wrong. So is slavery wrong or not?
I started the conversation saying I would.
Well, try this again. Is slavery, in your view, right or wrong? I need you to say right or wrong. It's one of those two.
If I had a slave,
Try this again. Is slavery right or wrong? I need one of those two words to leave your mouth.
So, yes.
That wasn't one of those two words. You were almost there. You said a one-word answer, but it wasn't right. Is slavery right or wrong? Possible answers include right or wrong. You could say, I don't know, though.
No, because you don't want to see me morally. You just want to hear.
Try this again. The answers of the question, there are two of them. Three, actually. It's either right, wrong, or I don't know. Which one is it?
Why are you copy-paste babying me like you did the last guy?
Because I need you to actually answer the question and stop being a coward.
What you're saying is that.
So what we're trying to do is figure out where you actually stand on the topic of slavery, being that this was the point you brought up. You came in with this dog shit talking point about slavery, and it started with you saying that slavery was wrong, but the biblical slavery was different. I'm just trying to get your opinion, so we'll try this again. Is slavery wrong? Now you just say yes or no. Is slavery wrong? Yes or no?
You did lie.
Yes or
You
no?
did lie. Because I came with,
Yes or
with
no?
intelligence. I know I came.
Yes or no? Okay, we'll put a count. I'll put it on the board here real quick. So I know he's having trouble keeping track of the conversation, but I do have a notepad. So let's say, is slavery wrong? Question mark. Answer number 1 could be yes. Answer number 2 could be no. And then obviously answer number 3 could be I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So these are the options on the board. Which option would you pick to answer the question?
I already said yes.
Okay, so slavery is wrong.
No, I said yes, that slavery can be good for a thing, a purpose.
I'm sorry, is it wrong? Yes
It
or
is
no?
necessary purpose
Is it
form.
wrong though?
Is it morally wrong? Not if
Yeah.
you are kind to your slaves, not if you are supporting your slaves, not if you feed your slaves, treat your slaves nicely.
What if you beat them?
Saying
Actually, like it's like adoption. Like
What
your
if you beat
child is not
them?
a slave, but you can be kind to
What if you
people.
beat
It gives the
them?
opportunity to be kind to
What if you
somebody.
beat them?
See, that's the negative. See, that's
Okay,
immoral.
so the
That's
Bible wouldn't tell you
consciously
that you could beat
immoral.
your slaves. Okay,
That's
cool. Well, Exodus
consciously immoral. But you
well,
beat your kids.
well, Exodus 21
Some
says that
people
you
beat
can
their
beat your
kids. Some
Exodus
people beat their
21
kids.
Exodus 21 says that you can beat your slave so severely that they accidentally die. So it says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, then there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property. So in Exodus, we learned that you can beat your slave so severely that if they accidentally die a couple days later, you won't be held liable for it. You think that's moral?
I think everybody's owed to death in
That's a
how
yes or
you
no question.
one
Do you
thing
think
is how
that's
you go
moral?
out.
Do you think that's moral?
Moral. No, I don't think that's moral.
Oh, okay. So the Bible told you you can do something that's immoral
But
then.
but everybody's owed to, like how people
Just
were
to make sure
treated back
we're
then.
clear on this.
How
Okay.
people were treated, especially women. You act like humans were really kind back
I
then.
didn't say that. I
For
have no idea
no,
why
I'm
you think
really
I said that. I'm just asking you whether or not you think it's moral to beat your slaves in this particular way. And now you're saying it's not, which means God gave an immoral command.
all right. This is my first premise. Premise 1.
Oh, I love a premise-based argument. Let's have it.
Premise
P1.
1 with slavery, right?
I'm waiting. Yep, P1.
So if slavery is a form of servitude, does it give opportunity to be kind to your slaves?
That's not a proposition.
Not a proposition, not a question. It's a question, but not a proposition.
It's a question.
a premise cannot be a question.
Okay. Okay, so where can I go?
I was hoping P1.
Yeah, no, I'm with so if
Sounds like a question again.
yeah, so it sounds like a question. I'm trying to think of how I can phrase it. Cause
I
okay,
think
so if
before you
you
give us,
okay,
I
all
think
right.
before
No,
I think before you give a syllogism, you should know exactly what you're gonna say.
so it's about being over a commandment. Like you can break this commandment or command that's being said to you, but you can also follow it, and to be immoral is to follow it. But
So God gave you immoral commands to see if you would follow it.
God didn't give me immoral commands. God gave people at that time moral commands.
So to be clear, God gave commands that were bad, and He wanted you to know that they were bad and not follow them.
No, God gave rules to lawless people who had lawless things.
Okay,
You act like
did He
like
want you to
women
follow the
weren't
laws
being
or
raped.
not?
Like you act like people weren't being raped, like women weren't
Did
being
He
raped.
want you to follow the laws or not?
Yeah, because he had to have order with chaos.
Okay, if he wants you to follow the laws, that means he's okay with you beating your slaves.
He said that. It's been
I know
stated. Like
he
I
said
said,
it. Yeah. So if you think it's immoral to beat your slaves in this way, then God gave an immoral
but you're
command. Now
saying,
you're trying to cope with the fact that
but you're
God gave an
saying
immoral
me as
command
in God
and you're
told
not doing a
me.
good job of it. We're trying to figure out
But I'm
right now
saying
why
he's not
you
telling
think as
me.
a human being that God gave an immoral command.
He's not telling me. If you
It,
heard
does,
me,
it doesn't matter. He told human beings this. It doesn't matter if
yeah,
we
at
know
that time it was a bad
we know
time.
you weren't
You
there.
get to
We know you
reflect
weren't
on it.
there. You're not even here right now.
You get
You're
to
not even
reflect
present in
on
this
it.
conversation. You have no idea what's even happening. You're
Yes,
concussed.
I do. I'm on the phone on the podcast now. How can you be so what's the word?
Precise,
Arrogant,
cutting,
arrogant, arrogant.
correct,
That's what I mean.
logical.
Arrogant,
Right.
and you said everything else but arrogant
You
with your
spelled right.
arrogance.
You spelled right wrong. Right starts with an R, not an A.
How do you know which one I was talking about? It's a synonym.
No, they're not
Oh, this,
synonyms at all. This is words. This is not a good place for you to be. The battle of words is not the thing you should be
but
in
you
right
don't even
now.
hear me. Like you don't understand what I'm saying.
I do.
Which
I
is
do
like
hear
two
you. I
different
understand exactly
languages.
what you're saying.
Are
Right
you that
now,
high and
what you're
trying to
trying to
reflect?
do is trying to figure out why God gave an immoral command. I don't know if you've been
Because
paying attention. That's the
at
last
that
point we
time,
left off on before you started shouting in the background of me
my
talking. And
answer.
so we're clear, saying you can talk over me all you want. I can promise every time you do, no one can hear you. Just to be clear, you guys can't hear him when he talks over me, right? See, there you go. Again, I'm used to it. I don't mind. I don't mind it. You can talk over me all you want. I'm just letting you know that if people can't follow you, it's because you're trying to talk while I'm talking.
I'm not. We keep talking at the same time. I'm trying to get out something and you want yes or no answers. So when I say yes, you give a immoral structure where I look like I'm immortal because I said that at that time God told people how to handle slavery. And if killing your slave was was part of it, then that is a thing that they did at that time. Like Attila
So
the Hun,
so do
he
you think
killed
morals are
people.
relative?
But I'm saying, how is morals irrelevant if you don't
Buddy,
get that
do
from
you
a
believe that
deity?
morals are relative?
But how do you get that from without a
Do
deity?
you believe that morals are relative? I will ask you 100
Is
times till
that
you
all
answer
right?
it.
Relative as in meaning with meaning?
No, that's not what relative. Oh my gosh.
I've
Do you
never
know
heard
what?
someone use so many words and say so little.
Do you know what
I don't know
relative
what you
morals
what didn't
are?
critique what I said.
Relative morals means that they affect some people and not other people, meaning it might be moral for you to behave this way, but it's not moral for me to behave this way.
Isn't
Relative
that the way
morals
things are?
means that they're not objective, they're not universal, they're just relative. The same way time is experienced relatively.
I figure out like I get that you really want to explain it to me, but can you say like one explanation and then let me respond, or is that a problem?
You're responding right now. Do you know what relative morals mean?
Yes,
What
you
does it
just told
mean?
me. It means that people have different morals.
Right, which means there's no objective morals.
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
how do you know the morals given in the Bible regarding slavery are good or bad then?
there had to be order.
Order has nothing to do with this. I said good or
So,
bad.
so good or bad for the people to have instructions, I said was good.
We agree instructions can be good. I'm asking specifically about beating your slave to death.
If the instructions said that, then that would be the instructions, and it'd be good for the
Okay,
instructions, or
okay,
to
so it
obey
is good
God,
to beat your
to
slave to
obey
death.
God. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to explain. We talking at the same time. Sometimes I talk and I don't finish, but I do try to not cut you off because I don't want to be on here just to cut you off. Like that's not what I'm on. I'm not on that time right now, my guy.
So it is or isn't good to kill your slave through beating.
I have to rephrase your question. I want to say yes, but I'm trying to answer your question. Like I'm really trying to, but you have to let me say that following God, killing your slave is good.
Okay,
Following with those
just making
people,
sure
look,
you
it's
could
the
spit
same
it out
answer.
finally.
It's the same answer. It's the same answer. It's just the person who is following God that killed their slave did a good thing towards God. That's between them and God. I cannot like it. I don't have to agree with it, but that's between them and God. Can I say that?
You can say that, and what's today's date? Is today the 8th? Give me 1 second. I gotta write down in my notes to clip this conversation. See, just saying, and the note is gonna say, thinks killing slaves is good. Okay, well, you're on the list. You'll be clipped eventually. So the next thing then, now that we're on it, then when God says that when a man lies with a man, you should stone that person, that was a good command too. You think homosexuals should be stoned?
Homosexual, like I said, the same answer. You keep pasting me, and I get you wanna pin me as this guy that is immoral and like hates people, but I guess that's for the snap super chats. I mean, you get a lot of super chats. Kid you not. And
Wonder
I
why.
thought Ian probably would have been different, but you kind of like just did the same thing to the last guy, and you did. You did. You
You mean
literally did.
I force you to answer easy questions?
But
Yeah.
I mean, no. But you picked a question. I mean, it's your show. You picked the questions of stoning of homosexuals, women, and it's the same answer. Like the kid caught on. I mean, he was
So
giving you his heart.
are you going
He was
to
giving
answer
you
the
his heart,
question or
and
not? I'm
no, but
still waiting for the answer to the
I,
question.
I I know, but it's like I said, it's the same
Is-
answer
Okay,
because
so is the answer
look,
yes or
look.
no?
You had a guess. You just had a
Is
guess,
the
right?
answer yes or no?
And that's when you're going for. Why are you doing this to me? Like I'm a
Is the answer
person.
yes or no?
So you don't value me.
I'm asking for a yes or no.
You
You
don't
don't
value
value
me
conversation.
because my intellect is not at your level.
It's not about your
You
intellect, it's about your
disvalue me.
honesty. I need you to be honest and answer the question.
I said that following God is the good thing between them and God. I
Okay,
don't
just
have to
checking.
agree. I don't have
Okay.
to agree with it. Okay, or how about I take
So
the other route?
so
Since
then
since I always said yes, I'm gonna
if
start
God
saying
told
no.
just
I'm gonna
saying
start saying
to
no.
go hang a baby up by their toes, obeying God would be the right thing.
That's between them and God.
No, between you and God. If God says just saying, I want you to
No,
hang a
I'm not
baby up
doing
by
it.
its
I'm not
toes.
doing it.
I
That's
didn't
what you're
ask you if
trying to put me in.
you would do it. Listen to
So
the words.
so why am I being
Eventually
blamed?
you have to actually listen, okay? If
Okay,
God told you to hang a baby up by its toes, would you do it?
no.
Okay. If God told you to hang a baby up by its toes, would it be wrong to disobey?
Between me and God, that's God says I'm wrong, but I felt like I wasn't.
I need to answer the question. Would it be wrong to
No.
disobey?
I would say no for me. No for me.
No, it'd be wrong to disobey. It'd be right to disobey God.
I said I disobey God. I do
So
things that I'm not supposed
disobeying
to do.
God is not a sin?
It is a sin.
Okay, is sin wrong or right?
Sin. What do you mean sin? Sin is like
Does
instructions.
God want you to sin or not?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, if disobeying God is a sin, that means disobeying God when he says that he wants you to hang a baby up by his toes would be a sin. It'd be wrong.
Yeah. That doesn't mean I have to do it.
I didn't say you had to. I'm asking you, would it be wrong to disobey?
No, I said no, right?
It would. Yes, it'd be a sin. Disobeying God is a sin, and sin is wrong.
That's between me and God, though.
I'm aware. I'm not asking if it's between you and God. I'm asking, would it be
You're
wrong to
saying it's
disobey?
bad. You're
I didn't
saying it's
say
bad.
I didn't say it's bad. I'm asking you if it would be bad to disobey God.
And I said, for me, no. That was my
Okay,
answer, right?
then you don't believe that disobedience is a sin.
No, I didn't say that.
That's entailed by the instruction. If you say
No,
that
I didn't say that.
disobeying
I said I
God,
can disobey
this is
God.
crazy that you can't
I
even
said I
follow
can
this.
disobey God. When you rewind
Okay,
this
so
clip, you said you're gonna clip me.
we'll try this again. You need to watch this back when it gets posted. If disobeying God is a sin and sin is bad, then you disobeying God is bad. That's how that works. It's a transitive property. Do you
You saying
understand?
it's bad. You just said that, right?
No,
Repeat
you
what you
said
said.
that. We'll try this again. I will put it in a syllogistic form, even though you can't. So premise number one. Let me put it on the board so everyone can see it. I cannot believe a full-grown adult is having this conversation. Okay, so premise number one is disobedience is a sin. Premise number two is all sin is bad. Conclusion: disobedience is bad. All right. Do you see what's happening in the syllogism?
Yes.
Okay. So if disobedience is a sin and all sin is bad, that means disobeying God is bad, correct?
You're saying it's bad. I said it's bad. That's between me and God.
You didn't say it was bad. You said it's good.
No, I didn't say it was good. I
This
said
guy's
I can
a
I can be
million percent concussed. Okay. So if God told you to hang a baby up by its toes, would it be good or bad to obey?
I said,
Don't say anything about it between you and God. I don't want to hear it.
okay, so for me, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not
I
hanging
didn't
a
ask
baby
you
up.
if you were doing it. I said, would it be good or bad to obey?
I think it would be good to not obey. You said to obey,
Why?
it'd be bad to
Why?
obey.
It'd be a sin. It'd be a sin if you disobey.
Cause the baby. Think about the baby.
But it's still a sin. God said you to do it.
Yeah, but it's the
But
baby.
what? Okay, so is sin not always bad?
Is sin not always bad?
Yeah.
I think sin is bad.
Oh, then that means disobedience is always bad.
I don't think that the sin
I think
is
he's short circuiting.
the same. I don't think it's the same.
All
I
right,
guess it
listen,
is the same, but
listen.
like I
Just
said,
saying, I don't
disobedience. I
listen.
get.
I don't. You're not tall enough to drink at this water fountain. Okay, you got to go somewhere else. This isn't the place for you. So I at least you've been somewhat courteous, but you're not in the right place for this. I don't think you're prepared for this conversation.
I redub him just saying nothing. He lost me after dinosaurs and Paley's watch.
Oh my gosh. But at least we have a new emoji coming. In fact, let me put that in my notes. Let's see here. Let's see.
I was in tears at one point in this conversation.
We're definitely going to do a T-Rex with a Rolex. That's got to happen.
T-Rex.
What are we going to name it?
T-Rex with a Rolex is actually snappy.
Trollex. I don't know. I'll work on that. We'll work on that. All right. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Good question. Says Doug is better than Jesus and Yahweh. He created everything, including the laws of logic. He enjoys lifting infinitely heavy square circular rocks. I don't know. Actually, that's not a question I've pondered for Doug, whether or not Doug can do things that are illogical. I'll have to seek some guidance from Doug on that. I don't actually know, but it's a good thought. And Hammond, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm denying Hashem. Looks like he's not a part of the... What's that?
Him denying Hashem.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the H at the beginning. Him denying Hashem. It looks like he's not a part of the righteous remnant. Hashem is resurrecting him to eternal shame. Yeah, Daniel 12 says so. Thanks for the correction there, Don. I can't believe I missed the H at the beginning of that.
It's okay. It's that last
Eventually,
conversation took it out on me
I'm just
too.
gonna get a bigger screen. I'm not terribly far from my screen, but it's really hard to read the text. And before you guys say I don't actually need glasses, I just need a bigger screen. I've got so much happening on my screens that everything's real small, and it just what are you gonna do? You know, first world problems. Zanzibar, good to see. It says my Christian record label Mammon Records is struggling. Do you have any advice? Well, I was told that you can either serve God or serve Mammon. I assumed that Mammon would win out, but we'll have to wait and see on that. I don't know if I have a whole lot of advice other than you got to drop either the Christian or the Mammon. You can't have two masters, right? And McDubbin, thank you for the super chat. Says pray for Mike Hawk. He got in a pretty nasty accident. Hopefully it's just a tip. And Trav, thank you for the super chat. It says, perhaps confusing Chevelle with Chevette. I certainly had to pray a lot to make sure mine would start from day to day. Yeah, the Chevette was something else too. Oh, we already got a T-Rex with a Rolex. I love it. Make sure and send me that on Discord. We're
I
gonna
sent
make it
you.
happen.
Yeah, I already did. Wait, thank you.
I love it. I love it. Logan, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you ever listen to DC Talk, a Christian rap group? So embarrassing thinking back. I was a bona fide Jesus freak back in the day. You know that I was doing some DC Talk. I don't care what they might say. Jag, thank you for the $5 super chat. So listening to Levin makes me understand why Thinker raised her age standard to 25. Not that 25 and up has better slavery apologetics. It's a fair point though, because the quality of guests you get at a particular age is it's true. It's relative. It moves. You know what I mean? And Bucky, good to see you tonight. Bucky says, how did your guests not get raptured yesterday or today? And that's a fair point. They were supposed to get raptured again on the 6th and then again on the 8th. And now we're sitting here on the 8th and no rapture. I got to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping we'd finally get these Christians out of here, but we're still stuck with them. And Vinny Angels Rock and Roll Bedroom, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Vinny Angels Rock God to all available on Spotify. Oh, you're on iTunes as well now. And all streaming services starting October 1st, 2025. Thanks for your inspiration. Praise Doug. I love it for you, Vinny. Thank you so much for letting me know that you guys are rolling out to all the platforms. I'm happy to hear about it. We'll be downloading some music. He makes atheist music, my friend. Last one from our friend Sam. Thank you for the 666. For some photon juice, as long as photon juice means coffee, we can just change definitions, right? Words don't mean words. Gives me a laugh every time. I love photon juice too, by the way. That's never going to die. That's going to be a new unapologetic /Blitz/Ian/Justin live stream saying photon juice is just too good to not keep bringing around, you know? All right, I think Yoshi was next in line. So let me grab Yoshi from our queue. Welcome, Yoshi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Doing good. Okay,
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. Yoshi, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes and no to the second question.
Okay. Can we help you?
Yes, actually, I was trying to get straight answers from ChatGPT about child sacrifice in the Old Testament regarding the Israelites and the whole redemption thing. And it's like, to me, I'm like, what are they getting redeemed from? And it seems like God is trying to say, like, okay, I saved you with the whole Passover thing when I took the firstborn of Egypt. So now your Israelites belong to me, right? And he has a claim on them, but then they're allowed to like buy them back for 5 shekels. And it doesn't go with Christian theology at all, because they won't, what's the point in buying them back, you know? Like the whole thing is funny. And I was actually hearing a sermon about Abraham and how the whole point of Abraham, like, near sacrificing Isaac was for God to, like, teach us, like, child sacrifice is bad because that's what all the people were doing back then. And, like, God was trying to show us, I don't want human sacrifice. So he was,
It seems kind of strange because if God was really trying to teach the lesson that human sacrifice was bad, he should have told Abraham, "You failed the test. You weren't supposed to actually almost kill your kid."
right, exactly.
If you're looking for more straightforward answers on this topic, the book I would recommend for you to read is written by Francesca Stavrakopoulos. It's called King Manasseh and Child Sacrifice: Biblical Distortions of Historical Realities. She wrote a whole book on the ancient Israelites' practices of human sacrifice and how that was eventually weeded out.
Can you repeat that, the name of the book?
King Manasseh and Child Sacrifice by Francesca Stavrakopoulos.
Okay. Awesome.
There
Yeah,
are
okay. I
definitely
don't want.
some good scholarly resources on this. If you're talking to your friends about it, I would also put them on Ezekiel 20 verses 25 and 26, where Ezekiel is interpreting the Exodus passages as being about child sacrifice. He says, the word from God through Ezekiel says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord."
Okay, and what's the Hebrew word there for forgave? Like, it's
I,
not
s-
there.
I
The
assume it's
apologetic
Olah.
is the apologetic
Or
is that they were
Natan.
like trying to be ironic right there, and he gave them over to practices that weren't good, not that he gave them the statutes. But I've heard you argue that before
Where is it
on your
at?
show.
Ezekiel what?
Yeah, it should be 2026. And the phrasing that we have here is biha-abir, which means to pass through the fire, the same way we read elsewhere in the Old Testament about passing kids through the fire.
Yeah, so from your understanding, the whole redemption process or substitution process with the 5 shekels buying them back, it's so that they don't get killed, right?
Unless you were devoted to destruction. So if according to Leviticus 27, if you were devoted to destruction, you could not be ransomed or redeemed. But the Israelites specifically were supposed to, depending on what you're reading, be able to be ransomed or redeemed.
And to be sure, as at least as Dr. Francesca Stavrakopoulos points out, that the commandments that you see in the Pentateuch, for you can like exchange money to ransom your children, this is something that came about later on in Israel's history as a way of sort of backtracking from the child sacrifice. Because don't forget that the 5 books of Moses, even though they're at the beginning of the Bible, were actually written after the words of the prophets.
Got you. Yeah, that makes sense. So like the chronology that they accept is kind of like not always in line with what the scholars are saying. It's like they want to read it from Genesis to Revelation, not from like looking at it as actual compilation. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, for sure. The majority of Christians don't recognize the literary layers that are there and how they developed over time. So, like, if you went to the average Christian and explained to them the documentary hypothesis, they would just think that you're crazy or they would reject it altogether. So, like, but if you go to Bible college or seminary and you take, like, just an intro to the Old Testament, that's the first thing you're going to learn is some form of the documentary hypothesis, whether it's the fragmentary hypothesis or the supplementarian hypothesis. Like there's a couple ways to do it, but the reality is we know that they developed in different stages by different authors.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I
That's
just
okay,
wanted
man.
to be able to nail down this argument. Uh, where they're saying God was trying to teach us not to do sacrifice by, ironically, asking them to sacrifice someone, and then it really makes no sense because the whole plan of redemption for humanity is literally a child sacrifice.
Yeah,
But
I mean, exactly. I mean, if God is anti-child sacrifice, killing his own son seems like the craziest way to say it.
right, but the Trinity doctrine is an easy way out of that because then it turns it into self-sacrifice, even though all the child sacrifice language is still there. It's just it's hard. It's hard, man, especially with the political environment that we're in. Like this stuff seems like it matters way more than I thought it did. Like it was kind of like a little hobby, like watching your show and everything like that, and knowing these arguments. It just I don't know, like it's like therapy for me because I was indoctrinated into very cult-like type of Christianity, and so yeah. But now more than ever, I'm like, how do you defeat the ideology of Christian nationalism without exposing the foundation of it? Like
Mm-hmm.
belief in these hideous texts, and all the time I'm seeing so many people willing to get on and argue with you, even though they have no idea what they're talking about.
None.
It's insane. If there's any evil in this world, to me, it's that. And I don't see it really as evil or, demonize it. It's just ignorance.
Yeah, it is. We're with you. We're on the same page, buddy.
Yeah. But if you have any other callers, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, man. We appreciate the question, Yoshi. Have a good one. Thanks for watching.
Appreciate it. Keep up the good work, man. Hell,
Cheers,
dog.
friend. Yeah, hell, Doug.
That was it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that was a little palate cleanser for sure.
Yeah, right. With eyes wide shut says, "Hail Beelzebub." Just joking. Sup, Justin and co-host. I got no problem with Beelzebub. He's way cooler than the god of the book. Ex Mormongelical, good to see you again, says, "Heard that this dude made a 1-minute original animation dedicated to Doug worship. Seen it? Subject line, massive effort into Doug worship. Think you dig it." I'm pretty sure this is a repeat from your earlier super chat, but yes, I did watch it, my friend. I did watch it. Johnny One Music, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, "Why don't you ask callers like this if they are an absolute psychopath?" I mean, I should. I've never done that, but I mean, to be fair, it's an honest question, isn't it? I mean, it seems to be in line with the data.
I don't think they'd ever admit to it. I think that's part of being a psychopath.
I agree. And Michael Cock, we've got Mike Cock in the house. Thank you for the 666. Says, "Holy hell, I've seen it a couple times now, but it still scares the living fuck out of me seeing people agreeing with killing and raping innocent women." I know it used to shock me. I've seen it so many times now, it doesn't shock me anymore, but it should be shocking every time you hear it, friends, every single time. And Dromomanic, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, "A dinosaur launches a teapot into orbit. It has meaning to the watchmaker, therefore you're strawmanning me."
I had to mute my mic at that point because I was crying over here.
That's a good summation of the argument, to be fair. That is a good summation of the argument. And Tana, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "A Christian recently told me God allowed slavery because their hearts were too hardened back then. Dumbfounded me a bit. Curious how you even responded to that." Well, typically the same thing. This is the usual argument, by the way. They say, well, God had to allow them to do slavery because he knew they wouldn't obey. But it's a bad argument because they didn't obey any of the other laws anyways. God knew they weren't going to obey any of that shit. So he didn't have to select this one thing and allow it because he knew they weren't going to follow none of those damn laws. So yeah, it's just kind of it's a bad hermeneutic.
They get it from Matthew 19 with the divorce thing. But Jesus specifically points out divorce. He never, ever points out the same thing for slavery. And Paul affirms slavery, and so does Peter. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with that. Piranha, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Doug came to me in a dream and told me that tarantulas are exalted among creatures. I didn't hear about this. Stone shelters them in nature and it shelters our hearts. You better take back the blasphemy. Keep barbecue coming. Piranha, I'm not a huge fan of spiders. That's just my personal take. I could be wrong on spiders. I would rather have a pet snake than a pet spider. But tarantulas, at least, like, they don't really kill you if they bite you. It just kind of hurts a little bit, but you'll be okay. Design, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says weekly meetings for over 2,000 years and still hasn't determined that slavery is unambiguously wrong. What the fuck? Yeah, God had a lot of time to say that slavery is wrong. It's weird that he never actually said it. We needed humans to come along and actually say it. And Bluebird says, for both of you and your outstanding patience. Well, thank you, Bluebird. I really appreciate that, friend. And thanks for watching through the craziness. And Crazy Robots says, you get a lot of super chats. I'm not going to lie. No, well, it is true. We have a lot of people that support the channel, and we love and appreciate the supporters. It's what makes the channel possible. Now, unfortunately, YouTube takes like 35% of it, but we do what we can. Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, just checking Metal Archives and absolutely stunned there's not a band name devoted to destruction. And I got to be honest, I'm a little shocked and disappointed that there's not a metal band called Devoted to Destruction. It seems like it needed to happen a long time ago. All right, let's grab our next guest in here. I think next is Ave Christus Rex. So we know this should be a lot of
Catholic.
fun. How you doing, Ave? Ave? Hello? Okay. Well. All right, then. We'll move on to the next one after that. Let's grab Reasons from our guest queue. Welcome in, Reasons.
Hey, sorry, I'm letting the dogs out right now.
So finally we answered the age-old question, who let the dogs out? It's Reasons.
I am over the age of 18.
Cool. And are you a believer?
I am. I'm relatively new. I don't have a denomination, and I kind of have a question for you starting off. What's your reason for having this podcast?
Because I think religions are inherently dangerous for most of them, not all of them, but most of them. I think truth matters. I think truth is important. I think society does best when they believe things that are true, and I don't think that this is true. I don't think God exists.
So you would say that humanity works best when we all have common beliefs?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that?
No, I'm just saying that humanity as a whole does best when people believe things that are true, right? So if everybody in humanity believed that the sun actually is poison and that going outside in the sun would immediately kill you, that's just not true. And it's clear why that would be harmful to you. Nobody would ever go outside again. And we kind of need people to go outside. So I'm just saying that believing things that are true is quite helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But
So, you said you're a new Christian?
yeah.
What convinced you to be a Christian?
I grew up around, my grandfather was Christian. My parents were I was never raised in Christianity, but I was I guess I had been exposed to it a little bit. I wasn't raised in it, though, if that makes sense.
Sure. And why would somebody who doesn't believe in Christianity think that the God of Christianity is real?
Have you heard Pascal's reasoning for why he believed?
Pascal's wager?
Possibly.
Do you think that people can
Or
force themselves to believe?
I think that if you can believe, why wouldn't you?
Well, I can't. I need evidence. So what's the evidence that this God is real?
It's not belief.
It is. Yeah, that's how beliefs work. Beliefs are formed on evidence.
Okay, so beliefs are formed on evidence.
They should be. Do you believe in things without evidence?
I'm saying right now we live in a time where there are plenty of beliefs that have no evidence.
Like what?
Like the COVID vaccine.
Oh, but you don't want to
People
do
talk,
vaccine conspiracy theories.
well, those are beliefs without reason.
No, they're backed up by loads of evidence. Even to get that to market, there are millions and millions of trials that went into that. We've been working on mRNA vaccines since the 70s.
Correct. I'm saying the opposite. People believe that the vaccine's bad,
Okay, there we
even
go.
with all the evidence it's the other way.
I agree. Yes, people can believe these things without evidence. I don't think they should.
Well, so once you have proof, how does it become? It's not belief, it's fact.
No.
You can't believe in fact. That's just the way it is.
So you don't believe that things are true? So, for example, is it a fact that we're talking right now?
Yes.
Do you believe I'm real?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so we believe in things that are true.
No, that's not a belief. That's just how it is.
It's something you
That's
believe
what I'm
in.
saying. I can sit here and believe that we're in a computer simulation. That's a belief. Beliefs
And
have
that
no tangible evidence.
and there would be a reason why you have that belief. You would point to some sort of fact or some sort of evidence. The reality is we form our beliefs because of data that we're taking in. It's not just randomized. It's not for no reason. All of our beliefs have some data point behind them. Sometimes the data point's not good. Sometimes they're bad data points, but they're still a data point. Like the people who don't believe that vaccines are efficacious are dumb and they've taken in bad data points, but they're still forming an opinion based on data points, right? So my question is, what are the data points that would lead one to believe that your God is real?
Okay, let's take the law of superposition.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. There's millions and billions of other possible realities where none of this happens. So by the law of superposition, it didn't happen. It's
That's
not
not what the law of
happening.
superposition is. That's not even close to the law of superposition.
Okay.
The law of
What's the law of
superposition is a fundamental principle in geology and archaeology used to determine the relative ages of rock layers.
I think he was referring to the spin, like Schrodinger's equations. I know what you're talking about though. There's another way to use that word. I
Okay,
assume he was
so-
going with quantum womb.
Why should we believe there are other realities, other possible realities?
That's a good time to freeze right there. I like that face.
It's connection. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's a pretty good face, huh? Why possible realities? Instead of you're saying why should we believe that there's any other way humanity or anything else could have evolved?
Nope, that's not the
Why
question.
should we, he said, why should we believe that there are other possible realities?
No other realities.
Oh, I didn't say we should believe in other realities. I'm saying we should believe that there are other possibilities that evolution could have taken place.
We were not talking about evolution. I don't know what conversation you're having, but you're in a different conversation than we are. Oh, hey, chat.
No, I brought it into the same. It,
Ooh.
what I'm bringing
To be clear, what we're trying to figure out right now is why would anyone believe in your God?
correct. And I was going to bring it into the whole architect theory.
Go for it.
You know?
Lay it out.
Okay, so life originated. One of the theories, life originated from a pool of amino acids. Got struck by lightning.
Not quite
Correct?
that simple, but go on.
To simplify it, right?
Well, what do you think life is?
Life is anything with a ooh. Well, we can go by the scientific answer. It's anything that can on. Like I said, I'm new. I'm not totally poised for all of for all of it. Give me a minute. Plus, it's a little nerve-wracking being on a call like this. Never done
That
anything
is
like this.
true.
I'm sorry.
That is true.
Yeah.
And not to put any pressure on you, but there's a lot of people watching right now.
Yeah. It, here's my honest answer. I can't give a reason for belief because my reason is something bad happened, and I would say if you get to a point you can feel it. I would say you can feel it. It's a feeling, and
Feel
not
what?
everybody has that. And
What's a feeling?
so I heard this question earlier. How can you have a relationship with somebody who doesn't talk back? I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Give me a second. It's it's the feeling of have you ever had a bad day and you don't need to say anything to your partner? You just need a hug and you feel that come off your shoulders? You
The
know?
phrasing wasn't great, but yeah.
You know that feeling of just calm when you're with somebody that makes you feel safe.
So no come on the shoulders.
Said you feel a weight lifted off your shoulders. Or come off your shoulders. Got it. Yeah. You get that feeling. That's the only way I can say it.
We call that the feeling of
And
relief.
yeah.
Yeah. So God is real because you feel relief.
When I'm communicating with him. Yes.
Okay, so what's the difference between God and a pet? So I feel relief when I talk to my pet. I got a pet named Pi, and it takes a big load off my shoulders when I talk to Pi.
Yeah.
Do you know what a placebo effect is, Reason?
Yes, I know what a placebo effect is.
So how did you not come to the conclusion that what you're experiencing is a placebo? Like you really believe that this deity is there and that it loves and cares for you, and believing this alone has caused you to experience some amount of like stress relief.
Well, and that's quite possible. And that's why my first question was, why do you have these conversations? My belief in God hasn't caused me to do anything bad.
Well, not yet, but we can work on that. So, for example, do you think that it's ever okay to punish somebody for accidental disobedience by feeding them to lions?
Did you give me the context on that?
Yeah, let's say, for example, that somebody walks up to me and says, "Hey, I want you to slap me in the face." And I say, "No, I'm not going to slap you in the face. That's ridiculous." And then because I refuse to slap them in the face, they say, "Hey, listen, God told me that you're supposed to slap me in the face. And since you wouldn't do it, now God's going to have you eaten by lions."
Well, that is taking the Lord's name in vain.
At no point in time was the Lord's name taken in vain.
Did God really tell you to make me slap you in the face?
I
Because
gave
that
you a
is quite literally
I gave you a
Lord's name in vain.
hypothetical. I gave you a hypothetical in which that is the case.
Okay, that is the case.
Actually, I'll just read the Bible passage for you. Don't worry. Not everyone does well with hypotheticals. So
Like
it
I
says
said,
in First Kings 20, at the command of the Lord, a certain member of a company of prophets said to another, "Strike me." But the man refused to strike him. Then he said to him, "Because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, as soon as you have left me, a lion will kill you." And then when he left him, a lion met him and killed him. So there's a prophet who went to another prophet and said, "Hey, strike me." And the other guy was like, "I'm not going to strike you. What are you, crazy?" And then the other prophet's like, "Well, because you didn't do the thing God wanted you to do, he's going to have you eaten by lions." And then lions ate him. I think that was an okay thing to do.
Sorry, I'm getting. That's my bad. I know. We're not all good Christians. Like I said, I'm new.
Still thinking about it, or what's going on here?
No, I'm getting another call. I keep getting called.
Is it Jesus?
No, it's my fiance.
Oh, she's not important. Put that thing on Do Not Disturb.
Exactly.
This motherfucker's gonna get divorced
Okay,
so fast.
yeah, you think so? Yeah.
You put your fiance on
Probably.
mute, you're in a lot of trouble. You're about to get fed to the lions.
I'll see her in 10 minutes when she gets home. It's her call to tell me she's close. It's a
We'll see
nothing
ya.
call.
I'll arrange the funeral expenses. Don't worry. So the reality is it okay for a man to be eaten by lions for accidentally disobeying God?
So I would like to know the context around that.
What do you need to know?
Verses. What
There's-
about the verses before it? What are the verses after it?
There is no additional context. That's it. This is a out of context story surrounded by the tale of Ahab. This is the only context you get, is that there's a company of prophets, and one prophet says to the other, "Slap me, hit me in the face, say it like you mean it, hit me again, daddy." And then the other guy says, no, I'm not going to do that. And then God has him eaten by lions.
Made it that far in the Bible.
But it's on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm reading it. So, yeah, obviously, yeah. I mean, I would argue that um, there are times where things like that are needed, but in the context it's given there, no.
Okay, so it wasn't necessary there.
No, it was unnecessary.
Okay, so God did something that was unnecessarily cruel.
Yeah.
You can say it. God's not going to feed you to lions. This story is fiction, anyways. Okay, way to be honest. We appreciate that. Cool. Okay, so let's. Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, you know what? We can sit here and I can say, "Oh, it's because of God's plan and he was meant to be eaten by the lions." And fact of the matter is we don't know.
Well, I mean, I do. I think it's just a fictional story. I do, since you're a new Christian, I do want to give you something interesting, and you could be part of an ongoing game I've been playing. The prize is $100 over Venmo if you can find me the quotation that Jesus or that Matthew says exists in the Gospel of Matthew. When Jesus is betrayed, it says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. Can you find me this quotation in Jeremiah? Keep in mind, the price is $100 if you can do it.
So I have to go find. Hold on. I have to go find where it says in the book of Jeremiah,
Mhm.
and they took the 30 pieces of silver. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wouldn't it be a bit redundant to include it in both parts?
What
I mean, the
parts?
Bible doesn't say everything that the prophets did. It
Yeah,
doesn't
it
tell us
does.
what they had for purpose.
God said
It didn't tell
he
us that,
preserves his word.
right. And right there, that's preserving that word. It'd be redundant to include
It's
it
not
both ways.
preserved. This is a direct quotation from Zechariah chapter 11. Matthew goofed.
Right.
He quoted Zechariah, said it was Jeremiah.
Gotcha.
That's why you're never going to win $100.
Now, Justin, if I write my own copy of the book of Jeremiah and I find a nice little spot for this passage, just saying.
Did it
Hey,
come
I
from
mean,
Doug?
Yeah.
our manuscripts on Jeremiah disagree a lot. Maybe there's one with that, and we just, didn't find it yet.
Yeah, actually, I have this
It is
copy of
true.
Jeremiah. It's on these gold plates I found in my backyard.
An angel named Moroni led you to him.
I mean,
Chet,
no, I do.
your microphone is a little bit hot right now. I don't know if you know that. It's clipping a little bit when you're talking to it.
No, I do appreciate
Okay.
the conversation, and I appreciate being shown conflict on it.
Sure.
It'll help me be better.
Yeah. Well, listen, you've been fun to talk to. You've been nice young man. But we're gonna move on to the next guest. Thanks for being here, though.
Good. I appreciate it.
Cheers, friend.
Is my mic any better now?
It's still a little bit hot.
Is that any better? A little hot?
Yeah.
I'm so bad with this stuff.
Chet, have we met before?
I'd be shocked if you haven't.
Yeah. One time, when you were doing the atheist Bible studies, I came on and recommended a paper to you by Ron and Eichler, I believe.
God, that was forever ago.
It was a long time ago. I'm glad to see you back on here doing stuff, though. It's fun.
Absolutely. It made my second coming, unlike Jesus.
Yeah.
If for people who've been around long enough, everyone knows Chet. For those who might be new to the channel, if you're not following Chet or Dalton, the Bible guy yet, make sure you drop both of them follow. Chet, are you going to be going live anytime soon?
So my internet is down at the moment, but I'm going to be trying to do mornings, 9 to 12 Eastern time is what I'm shooting for. I work afternoons, which is why I'm, usually late to the show when you're streaming because like this, I literally just got off work. So, yeah, but I'm going to try to cover mornings about 9 to noon. So it'll be just before I go to work.
Okay.
Just as much as I can. Sometimes I have to work 12, so it'll be hit and miss, but Monday through Friday sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Dope. And for Dalton, I don't know if you know my buddy Chet very much. Chet and I grew up together, but he went to OSU to study Hebrew Bible, and he's Chet, if I remember correctly, you can read the Paleo Hebrew pretty well too, can't you?
Yeah, I had to do a lot of inscriptions and manuscript reading when I was at school. So yeah.
Is your name meant to be Chet?
What's that?
Is your name meant to be Chet?
No. Chet's just short for Chester.
Okay. I thought you were basically. Yeah, I'm a sinner. Yeah, my name's Chet.
Rob always brings that up when we chat.
Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Just saying, send a super chat after that conversation. Says, you never gave me a chance to talk. You had more than enough. You should devalue me. You just devalue me by calling me immoral when I can explain why I am a sinner and how disobedience has purpose. Just saying, you said plenty. Don't worry. I think we all know. Well, he's got another one. I will let you. Will you let go that God call for everything to have death, or that you imagine a world without death that you want so bad? Listen. This super chat is as incoherent as your ramblings when you were up here.
He had time to write that and plan it out.
There's not a single period, comma, not even a capital letter in there. Just like multiple incoherent run-on sentences. Blue's right. It is low functioning.
Just saying is the perfect profile name for him.
Just saying too much. And another one from our friend Carnage. Thank you so much, Carnage. I appreciate that. Carnage says, owning people equals good. Asking me questions equals mean. Am I not a person? Do you not value me? Wow, arrogant. But unaliving human property? Good. Yes. What I was doing was horrible for actually asking questions, holding their feet to the fire. Unaliving the humans that are your slaves, that's acceptable. God said to do that. Good point, Carnage. Good point. Let's grab our next guest. It looks like, it's a name. It is a name.
Oh, I've spoken with Whack Job before. Whack Job made the claim, this is great. Whack Job made the claim that just because his name is Jacob, that he is the Jacob that Isaiah spoke of as the servant.
Oh, dear God.
So prepare yourself.
Well,
I actually saw that.
I didn't get to see it.
Yeah, I watched that stream. Is my mic better? I turned the gain down.
It's crazy loud. I don't know why. It might just be me. Is
Wow.
it for me or everyone?
No, it's very staticky.
Well, Whack Job is teacupped.
Jacob, are you there?
Hello? Whack Job? Okay.
We can hear your mic.
Whack Job. Okay, well. They'll come back if they want to chat, I suppose.
God, I was so ready for that.
What?
You
what
needed
a weird,
you needed to take a little bit of what I took. All right, so.
Yeah, I'm a little sad someone like Whack Job didn't connect. We'll try again. They're back. Nope, they dropped. Okay, well, guess we'll move on to Sean. Whack Job, if you get a better connection, come on back.
Afton said he's too busy whacking it.
That's about right, yeah. Welcome in, Sean.
Hello?
Sean, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 18, or I'm 21, but yeah,
Do you believe in God?
yeah, I'm Catholic.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the Catholic God being real?
I mean, like personally, I'd say like the most convincing thing for me was that it doesn't seem like the alternatives really have like a good grounding for morality in a way that like I feel like morality needs to be like transcendent and like actually true. It can't just be like a convenient um like thing that we believe in, you know? So
Like
in that,
immutable?
yeah, exactly.
So morality can't change over time?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like it
then
has to
you'd
be
be
true.
so the okay, so then you think that morals are truly objective.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So you think slavery was dope then?
No.
But the Bible says you can own slaves.
Um, that doesn't mean I think it's like it's dope, you know. I thought you're kind of
But is it permissible?
like no, I'd say no.
But the Bible says it is.
Like the Bible puts forth I think certain like rules for owning slaves whilst like kind of undercutting like the very idea of slavery by by putting forth like the idea that human beings have like inherent value.
It doesn't say
Whereas like
that
I
though.
think that human beings are made in the image of God, it does say
That has
that.
nothing to do with value. That's a statement of what they look like. The same way it says that Adam's child was made in the image of Adam. It says in Leviticus 25, 44, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. So just owning another human being is property.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say that's normative. Like I wouldn't say that's a good thing. It's like, but
Okay, so
like if
God
you're
gave bad commandments.
gonna, okay, look, if you're gonna like tell me that the Bible is like a moral, like if you're gonna make a moral claim against the Bible, I think you have
I
to like
didn't.
put forth.
I didn't make a moral claim. I'm trying to get you to make a coherent claim because you said that morals don't change over time and that they're objective, which means it's still objectively moral to own slaves.
It's not that they don't change over time and that like people change like
Okay.
culturally over time. Like the practice of owning slaves
So
obviously used
then
to
you
exist.
take that back then. You take back the claim that they don't change over time.
It's not that they don't change. Like okay, so I'd
Right,
say
but
like in
do you
practice,
rescind the prior statement when you said that morals don't change over time?
depending on like how you look at morals, like I would say morals are like a fact that exist outside of human beings, but
You
within
can
human
say that, but
cultures.
that still doesn't answer the question. Are you rescinding the prior claim that morals don't change over time?
And like I don't really understand what you're trying to
We'll
say.
try.
Like
Okay, we'll try this
clearly,
again. When we started this conversation, you said that morals are objective and that they don't change over time. Now you're saying that they do change over time. So I'm merely asking you to clarify whether or not you're rescinding the prior claim stating that they don't change over time.
like you're saying, do morals change over time in practice or do they change over time in reality? I think that's like categorically different things.
I
Like
know
obviously
if they change objectively over time.
no, like objectively they do not change.
Okay, then it's still objectively okay to own slaves.
Like I would say it was objectively wrong to own slaves back then, like in
Well, you
ancient
don't believe in
Israel.
subjective morals. You believe in objective morals.
Yeah, exactly. So like it was objectively wrong for ancient Israelites to own
It's
slaves.
it's subjectively wrong for them to own slaves,
He's
but
Objectively
objectively
wrong.
right for them to own slaves.
he said
Oh,
object. Yeah.
Did I hear
yeah.
He
Mark?
said it's objective. He said it's objectively wrong for the Israelites to own slaves.
So God was objectively wrong.
God was permitting like certain moral evils, but I wouldn't say that's normative. Like he's not saying that they should own slaves. Like he's saying that it's okay that
He
they
says you're
can.
allowed to.
Yeah, exactly.
Do
Like
you
that's not
believe that
normative.
God?
It is.
Do you believe that God permits moral evils?
Yeah, like clearly, like he has to work through human freedom, right?
Oh,
So it's
cool.
not
So
like he.
so then
Go
show
ahead.
me the
Go ahead.
verse in the Bible where God says that slavery is no longer permitted.
There's no like specific verse that like specifically says
Then,
slavery is not permitted.
then why are you telling me that that's not good?
Like currently, like Catholic moral teaching,
So,
understanding in the light of current revelation, understands that slavery is wrong.
where do they get that from?
Like from theology,
Not from
from
the Bible.
textual. Yeah, they do. What are you
Then
talking
show me in
about?
the Bible where it says slavery is wrong.
Okay, look, as I told you, created in the image of God, like it actually means something more than just like we look like a god. Like
Prove
we
it.
look different. How am I supposed to prove a subjective understanding of a like of a thing? Like
Exactly.
you're
You
telling me
can't
like
do
my
it.
yeah.
What does Salem mean when it's used to describe the relationship between Adam and his son Seth in Genesis chapter 5? What does it mean there?
Like he takes on his nature, his fallen nature.
No.
Oh,
You think
No.
what, that it means that they look similar? Like is that really your argument?
That's what that
yes,
means.
humans
Yeah.
were made to look. Humans were made to look like the gods.
I think like what you're kind of like conflating is like your subjective interpretation, and like you're saying I have to believe what you believe.
You don't
That
have. You don't. Yeah. Well,
like why
what does the
can't I
word
take my
Salem
own
mean in Hebrew?
interpretation of what that means? Like why are you like literally saying I'm just wrong?
Because it's
Like how
just
can
I
you
just
it's not rooted in anything that's real. Like we're rooting it in the actual text and what words mean.
created? Okay, so saying what's his name? Seth created in the image of Adam. Are you saying that? Oh, in English. By the way, Bible is written in Hebrew, right? So like
I said.
you don't
I
even
said Salem. I said Salem, which is Hebrew.
okay. So like to say created when he's created in the image of Adam, like you're saying there's no like further meaning besides the fact that he just looks like him. Like
No.
that's really like
Yeah,
the
it's
extent of your
yeah, the
argument.
culture in the cultural context of the ancient Near East, when you say that humans were made to be B'Tselem Elohim in the image of the gods, this means that they were made to look like the gods. This is how the word Salem is used throughout the Hebrew Bible.
It's the same thing when it talks about making a cast image of a deity. The same root word.
Hmm.
You're making an image of something, a copy of it.
Yeah, like I'm not an expert in Hebrew. I guess maybe you have more knowledge than I do, but you understand though that like what the church teaches is not exactly like what you're telling me. So like,
Well, there you
Yeah,
who am I supposed to? Okay,
because
go
by
ahead.
the time you get to like the writings of the early church fathers, you have these post-biblical philosophical inventions where by the time you get to the church fathers, God has become this transcendent, incorporeal being. But for the people who wrote the Pentateuch, God was not transcendent or incorporeal. He was a being with a body, arms, legs, head, even a penis, and God had a physical form, and men were made to look like God. In fact, the rabbis of the Talmud made the claim that the way we know that Adam was circumcised was because Adam was made in the image of God, and God was circumcised.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean I've never heard that argument. So you're saying that like it's literally um okay, so you're saying that like your understanding of the old scriptures is like um how do I explain this? So like I would say like in terms of like church fathers and stuff like that, like we have like thousands of years of history of like theology and like scholastic understanding of the Bible and stuff like that. So to like kind of make this claim, like I feel like you're not really putting forth enough evidence to like change my mind on like the
You
meaning
didn't
of the
put forth
text.
any evidence.
Yeah,
You
like
just
I
said the
personally have
Catholic
not
Church
done the research.
says.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the
like
Catholic
that's because
Church
I'm Catholic.
didn't root their answer in the Bible.
I mean, it's rooted in reason and the Bible, but I would still say it's
It's
definitely
not.
rooted in the
Then give
Bible.
me the answer from the Bible.
Like, why do, okay, look, just because I don't know specifically, like the exact cultural or scriptural evidence or textual evidence for a certain belief, doesn't mean that they're like, it does not exist evidence.
Well, the Catholic Church also teaches that Mary is a perpetual virgin when the gospel
Right.
clearly says that she had relations with Joseph after the birth of Jesus.
Well, like that's actually a really good point that you bring up because like the so many like early church fathers, Saint Jerome, like so much of there's so much like scholastic um like insight into this like doctrine of the perpetual virginity that like I don't know every like single argument that Saint Jerome made, but like because I trust in like the Catholic Church, I'm gonna naturally like trust in his understanding and his like the work that he put in to understand
Why?
this thing.
Why would you trust him?
Do you think
Because
Jerome understood like the mindset of like ancient Middle Eastern peoples?
Jerome made the argument from the New Testament, so he spoke Greek and he understood Greek, so he could make his argument. Like the perpetual virginity of Mary has absolutely nothing to do with the Old Testament.
No, what I'm demonstrating to you is that you shouldn't just blindly trust the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church says things that are clearly not wrong. Matthew 1:25, they had no marital relations until she had given birth to a son, and she named him he named him Jesus. That means they had sexual relations after they gave birth.
Yeah, so that's just like an argument. Like Helvidius made that, and it's like so widely disregarded in the early church because it's just
Prove me
like
wrong. Prove me wrong.
okay,
What's dumb
okay,
about it?
okay, okay. I would like to like go back, I guess, because you're kind of saying, oh
No,
well, why should
no,
I believe in the
Sean,
Okay,
prove me
go ahead.
wrong.
Prove you wrong. What that
Why
Mary
does
was a
Matthew
perpetual virgin?
1:25 not imply that Mary had sex with Joseph?
Well, in Greek, I think the until kind of implies not necessarily that the thing that happens directly after actually occurred. So, like for example,
What's
if
it
I were to
mean?
say,
What's the word until doing in that sentence? What's its purpose?
so like if I say like I'm not gonna eat breakfast until the day that I die, does that imply that like I'm gonna eat breakfast after I die?
No, because you're dead. Is Mary dead?
No, but you see how
Oh,
the word
well then
until.
obviously until isn't negated by death, is it?
So like, but it's Greek as well. It's not English, you know.
I know.
It's like
I know.
yeah. So like to say our own like understanding is going to be like full, like it's kind of I don't know. I don't think that's
You
necessarily
don't think we know how eos in Greek is supposed to read? Like, do you think all the translators got it wrong?
no.
Okay, so the word until is pretty easy.
Yeah. Okay. Let's.
And this would have been super easy for the author to just say that she had no relations with Joseph ever, or until, like you said, she died, right? Like, I mean, there's no reason why it would have to say until she born a son, right? The reason it says that is because it's expected that they're going to try to have more kids. I mean, it's a commandment. That's what you're supposed to do, is have kids.
Yeah. So something you guys have to understand is like this is kind of a Protestant argument. Like a lot
Not a
of
Protestant
Protestants.
argument, it's a textual argument.
Yeah. But like what Protestants often like bring this up.
I could
I'm
care
not
less
like
if Protestants argue it.
okay.
I'm arguing about what the text says.
Yeah. So I would say like if you pull up like First Timothy 3:15, like as a Catholic, I kind of believe that
Oh God.
the church acts as a pillar of truth, right?
We know you believe that. We're asking to justify it because the church clearly doesn't know how to read its own book.
Okay, you're not really like giving me a chance to justify it. Like my belief is built on layers, right? It's like a pyramid. I'm not gonna like every time I try to explain myself, you just like kind of break in and say, "Oh, here's this
But
thing that like
you
seems
don't have to
contradictory."
explain this, the fact that you believe in the church fathers no matter what. We already know that. That's not an answer to the problem. The problem is, why does the text say that they didn't have relations until a particular time? Why does it say that?
Okay. So so let me go back to like what I was trying to say is that in order to explain why I'm Catholic, I also have to explain like
Nobody
why
cares
I'm
why you're
Christian.
Catholic. We want you to explain this verse.
I just explained it to you that the word until is not necessarily done in such a way like it does not necessarily have that exact meaning.
It
I could pull
does.
up. Okay, do you want me to pull up like a different verse that I
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. Show
Okay.
me where until doesn't mean until.
Okay. I mean, you're gonna need to give me a second to look it up if that's fine.
Take your time.
Appealing to a book that probably wasn't actually written by Paul. It's crazy.
First
By the
Timothy.
way, Justin, here's one.
Think that.
Here's one of my old shirts from back in the day.
That's
I
crazy.
got a bunch of. I still got so many of my Catholic shirts in here.
Don, do you have any Christian tattoos?
No, I don't. I don't have a single tattoo. My first tattoo I'm gonna get a the pentagram, the anti-demon tattoo from Supernatural.
Oh hell yeah, that's what's up.
No, but when I was younger, I was gonna get one of those really cringe tattoos where it was like, you see like it's your hand, but actually it's Jesus's hand on your arm. You know what I'm talking about? Or actually, when I was considering Judaism, I was going to get La Adonai on there.
Right.
Okay, I have like a list here if you want me to like just start going through some.
List of what?
Like passages where until is used in that sort of way.
In what sort of way?
Like where the latter thing, like the thing that happens after the word until. Oh wait, no, prior.
Until
doesn't
it doesn't happen?
No,
So
like,
they had sex before Jesus was born?
no, she didn't. No, she was a virgin before and after, right? But like
Well
you're
then,
saying,
the statement doesn't work. If you're saying that until means that they did something until a particular time, well then it still supports my interpretation.
I misspoke. I was saying like, where the former thing does not necessarily like become true after the
What former
word
thing?
until.
There's
I
no
mean,
former thing here.
the no marital, like the marital relations part, like that's before the word until,
Or
right?
sorry, it is former. I apologize. Not I was thinking latter. Yeah,
Okay.
the former thing is here. It says they had no relations with her until what?
Until she had given birth.
Okay. Which means after she gave birth, what happened?
What do you mean?
Why is the word until in the sentence? What function does it serve?
I mean, I don't know.
It's a useless word. If until doesn't mean until, then it's a useless word. It doesn't belong in the sentence. He could have just said that they had no marital relations, full stop, end of story. The word until does nothing for you.
Yeah, like I like what I've heard is like I think this verse it's supposed to like be specific, like showing a specific thing that of the like virginity, the virgin birth. Like it's supposed to be like showing like this is like a miracle, right? And so
You're right. The
right.
point here is to demonstrate that Joseph didn't have relations with Mary until after the birth of Jesus. Therefore, Jesus was a miraculous birth. But in doing so, in defending that position, it explicitly is stating that she had relations with Joseph after Joseph was born.
I mean, it's really just it's a semantic issue, you know. It's an issue of wording and like
It's not.
if yeah, like if your
Words just
argument
have
is
meanings, and you're saying that they don't have meanings.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like okay,
To be
look,
fair, Jesus wasn't born of a virgin anyways, and nor is that even a prophecy in the Bible, but go for it.
Okay. Yeah, like as I was like trying to explain before, like my belief in Catholicism kind of implies that I'm gonna believe in certain Catholic teachings, right? And so my belief in Catholicism is because of a belief in Christianity, and my belief in Christianity is because of a belief in God as a whole, right? So that's why I have that like this trust, I guess, in Catholicism.
So why would you? Okay, why even be Catholic when Jesus clearly wasn't even the Messiah? He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
Like Isaiah 53, is that not like the
No.
common one everyone brings
That's
up?
not about the Messiah.
Arguably, yeah, but I think most people read that as if it is like explicitly about Jesus. If you want to pull it up right now.
Yeah, only if you've never read the rest of Isaiah. Have you read all of Isaiah?
I mean, I haven't. I'm like not a big. Or I'm not like super knowledgeable in the Bible, so no.
Do you think that maybe Isaiah tells you who the servant is?
Israel. I know
Yeah.
that, but I think clearly, like in Isaiah 53, it's like discussing a different idea
No.
um, because like we're talking about an individual like person suffering, or we're talking
Nope.
about okay. So
No, not no.
if
That
we read it
actually,
as
when we
Israel, it
read,
doesn't really make sense. I feel like.
well, if we read the original Hebrew, it becomes quite clear it's not talking about a singular individual person. If you read verse 8, it uses the plural word they or them to refer to the servant.
Okay.
So how can this be about Jesus?
And I just thought like in the context, it doesn't seem like it could apply to
What
the whole
context? You haven't
state
read
of
it.
Israel.
You haven't read the
To,
context. You have no idea what the
well,
context is. What's
no,
the
I mean,
context of 2nd Isaiah?
in this whole passage, I guess it's like he was pierced for our sins, crushed for our iniquity.
No, the
He's borne
context
upon.
before
Not
and after
pierced.
that passage.
Also, it doesn't say pierce in the Hebrew.
Right.
Okay. But like, we had gone astray like sheep, but the Lord.
Yeah, we all know it. I'm asking you the context before and after this passage. What is it?
I don't know, but it doesn't seem like this.
So how could you
could
possibly
speak
know what
to
the context
Israel.
of Isaiah 53 is when you have no idea what's happening before or after it?
Are you gonna like explain the context or just?
How can you know what's happening in 53 when you don't know what's happening in 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, anything up leading up to it?
I don't know. This is just what I've like heard this one quoted a lot. That's why I
I
brought it up.
know.
I didn't say
Yeah, this is
I'm
Catholic's
an
favorite
expert.
prophecy. Okay, so the prophet tells you who the servant is on 8 different occasions leading up to chapter 53. It's expected that you had read the chapters prior to 53 and you know who the servant is already. He says
Yeah.
in 41, 8 through 9, you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, who I took from the furthest ends of the earth, and called you from his furthest corner, saying, you are my servant. Verse 43:10, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. Says the same thing in 44, 1 through 2, 44, 21, 45, 4. My favorite is 48, 20, when he says, go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob, which is the meta-narrative in 2nd Isaiah, which is that God is redeeming his servant Israel from captivity in Babylon. And it's going to be so miraculous that the nations are going to see that Yahweh is, in fact, the true God. They're all going to recognize Yahweh's greatness.
Okay. So do you think Isaiah 53 could apply to like reasonably to the whole state of Israel or the whole people of Israel?
To
I
the
guess?
righteous remnant.
What do you mean to the righteous remnant?
So there's an idea with.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's an idea within Judaism that and this is not only within Judaism, but it's also proposed by Paul in his letter to the Romans, that within every generation of Jews, there's always a remnant of Jewish individuals who remain faithful to God no matter what. The author of 2nd Isaiah is presenting as if through all the sufferings that they endured in Babylon, God has redeemed Israel. They are returning as righteous. And and notice that the language of Isaiah 53 is the language that it's in the past tense or future tense, the suffering of the servant.
We had past, I guess. It was.
So when Isaiah writes this and it's in the past, what does that mean about the suffering of the servant? When did it occur from Isaiah's perspective?
I mean the past, I guess, if that's how it's supposed to be interpreted.
So how can it be about someone who existed 700 years after this text was written?
I'm not sure like the actual like I guess you know Hebrew better than I maybe, but is that not something that's like common in prophecies to talk about it as
No.
if it already happened?
There's no such thing as a Hebrew prophetic perfect.
What does that mean?
It's a weird piece of grammar that Christians invented to not admit that a number of prophecies in the Old Testament are speaking about events that have already been completed, and they really need them to be about future events, so they call it a prophetic perfect. But there's none of them in the Hebrew Bible.
Like this is the only example.
No.
no, this is not the only example of a prophetic perfect, or this is like
Well, to be clear, there are no prophetic perfects. This is just what they would call a prophetic perfect.
okay. So the other things that they call prophetic perfect, like what are these other passages?
Ezekiel
Another
28, Isaiah 14.
Like
Isaiah
like
9.
so are these things that you're saying Catholics are trying to apply retroactively to things that were fulfilled in Jesus, and in doing so, they have to pretend that the thing that was happening in the past is actually going to happen in the future or something like that?
That's basically it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is outside of like the scope of my understanding, so I can't, um, like, I can't, what's the word?
But,
Like refute that, but
even
go
the
ahead.
more straightforward prophecies, for example, like Zechariah 9:9, it was quoted in Matthew 21 when he rode the donkey into Jerusalem. If you just bother to read the whole prophecy, it's really clear that it's not about Jesus, because it says that he's going to end all of the wars in Palestine. He's going to be an actual victorious king, but Jesus wasn't a king for even 5 minutes. He certainly wasn't victorious over the enemies of Israel.
You said this, where did you say this was?
Zechariah 9. So in Matthew 21, he rides the donkey into Jerusalem, and they quote Zechariah 9:9 as a fulfillment. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt the foal of a donkey." Now, the reality is, this is about a real king who is legitimately triumphant. Triumphant over what? Well, it tells you in the next verse. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow would be cut off. So this is a military leading king that is victorious over the enemies of his people, which certainly Jesus wouldn't fall into the category of.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously the Jews like didn't see Jesus as the fulfillment of their prophecy, but I do think like obviously most Christians interpret that like Jesus fulfilled part of the prophecy now, and then
What
like the
part?
rest is fulfilled, like the victory over death and um.
That's not in
So,
this prophecy. What part of Zechariah 9 got fulfilled?
all right, can you like scroll up?
Mhm.
Yeah, like you're talking about like this triumphant and victorious victory. Like I think the Christian understanding is like his victory was over death, like through the resurrection,
But
right?
it
So
didn't
he
say
was,
anything about death here.
yeah. So like I don't think prophecy necessarily needs to like like spell out exactly, like word for word, exactly what's gonna happen. Like, hey, this guy's gonna come on this date, and it's like it is, it's like a narrative. It's like a, um, I don't know the word, but it's not like I understand like um that you might feel like it needs to be very like exact and precise, you know?
Well, I'm asking what in this passage at all got fulfilled.
I just explained, didn't I? The triumphant the triumphant victory. Like this whole idea of
But
triumphant
it didn't
victory,
say that he's going to be
humble and
victorious
riding on
over
a donkey.
death.
Yeah, it says he'll be triumphant and victorious though. And so like this
Over
part
what?
of it over death.
No, it didn't say that. Try again. In the passage, what's he going to be triumphant over?
Triumphant and victorious is he. That's
Over what?
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't think it really.
The very next line, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, the war horse from
Mm,
Jerusalem, and the battle bow. These are implements of war.
yeah.
That's what he's triumphant over. He's triumphant over the enemies of Israel.
Okay. And this is the okay, and this is the Messiah that they're waiting for.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's pretty convincing actually. I'm not super sure like how I would answer that. But I'd still say like, do you want me to be like an atheist, or do you want me to just be like a theist or something like that? Like if I
Well, I don't know if I want you to be anything other than honest with the information. Um,
yeah.
I I think Christianity is just dead out of the gate. Like if Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies and the Bible is full of lies and contradictions, Like, that doesn't mean that God's not real. It just means that Christianity isn't true.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. Um, yeah, I just think like if God is real, it seems like Christianity like is probably the best way that we would come to know God, you know? Like it's the most I
Why?
guess coherent theology. Just
But it
like
can't be. Can't be coherent if Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies.
Yeah,
I don't
or if y'all's descriptions of God so totally don't even match the way the Bible presents God.
Yeah, like
I'm
a
interested.
Trinity.
Yeah, I'm interested what you mean by that. Like God is not presented
Like
as
you believe that God is incorporeal, right? He doesn't have a
yeah.
body.
Yeah, yeah.
The Bible exclusively depicts God as having a body, Old and New Testament.
New Testament, I don't think that is the case. I
Yeah,
think
he
he's
sits on
described as
he
a
sit
spirit.
he's the book of Revelation. Well, spirit doesn't mean incorporeal. That's a common assumption that's brought into like modern philosophical talk. For the ancients, spirit was a finer material, but it was still material. Spirits could be seen and had bodies and stuff like that.
Okay.
And God sits on a throne in the book of Revelation. You don't sit on a throne unless you have a tuchus.
Don't you think that this could be a metaphorical throne? Do you think that this has to be taken
N-
literally?
Not not literally, plainly. Just read it for what it plainly says. The
But isn't
Bible
a
gives me no
throne,
indication that I should take it metaphorically.
I feel like that's kind of like self-evident, like to say throne could be seen metaphorically. You don't think that?
Mm-mm.
It's
Nope.
no. I mean, would you read throne metaphorically if we were talking about Zeus sitting on Mount Olympus on his throne? Would you take that metaphorically?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe, probably not.
Right.
I treat the Bible the same way I treat every other religious text.
Yeah, I guess, but in light of the teachings of the church that God is incorporeal, it seems
It's
obviously
a it's
to
post
be.
biblical innovation.
Um, you really think that all the New Testament authors believed in a corporeal God?
Eh, it depends on what part of the New Testament you're reading. The Old Testament for sure, but the New Testament seems divided. You know,
God is God is definitely more transcendent in the New Testament, existing very far away, which is why you have all these intermediary figures. But I don't think we get any direct indication that they thought of him as being incorporeal.
Hmm. So like, what? Okay, why did then like the Old Testament talk about God speaking through like the burning bush instead of like actually just like appearing?
he did appear.
But he does appear.
Yeah.
He appeared to Abraham.
Yeah, but I'm
Genesis
saying in the
18.
in, in the to Moses though, why doesn't he just like appear to Moses? Why is he actually speaking
He
to
Yeah,
him?
did.
Moses saw his backside. He has a
Yeah.
back.
Exodus 33.
See
The
this.
prophet Isaiah sees God. I saw the Lord high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the temple. He's got a robe that Isaiah sees.
Yeah, like I don't think most like Christians that you speak to are going to take everything literally. Like obviously, if God
Plainly,
is
not literally.
corporeal, sure. I mean, I don't really understand the distinction there, but um, it seems to me like if God is corporeal, it doesn't seem like, or if God, okay, let's say like God is spiritual and not corporeal. Like, do you
Those
think that
aren't
this means? Sorry, what?
those aren't opposed to each other. Angels are spirits, but they have bodies. Spirit doesn't mean
Why
incorporeal.
do you not think angels?
Those are not synonyms for each other.
I don't think angels are understood to have bodies. They can be like embodied to talk to people or something like that, but generally,
Every instance of us having angels in the Bible, they have bodies of one kind or
yeah, yeah,
another.
yeah, because like that's like in order to appear to humans, so like God can like give them a body, but I don't think the classical understanding is that they actually are embodied.
I think you might want to, I think you might need to look a bit into how first century Greco-Roman world and the Jewish world understood the concept of spirit and how that's not exactly incorporeal. Like they don't have that understanding. That's something that comes about hundreds of years later.
Okay. I mean, that is my understanding though, is that they are incorporeal. And so like I would say
Yeah, because
if
you
God,
for the church
okay,
fathers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I've been influenced, but like, if God is incorporeal, does it like necessarily dictate that like the Bible would have to be like could not be written with this like potentially metaphorical language? Like, does it have to
I, I
specifically? Go ahead.
I would expect somebody somewhere to tell me in the Bible that God doesn't have a body.
Especially if you consider the fact that, the Israelites were writing in a world where everybody around them believed that gods had bodies, right? So
Yeah.
to describe God in that way wouldn't have been taken as a metaphor in that culture in its place. It absolutely would have been taken literally.
Okay. So how about all right. So we have Luke 24:39. A spirit does not have flesh and bones, as you see that I have. Do you not think that this is like probably relevant to
Yeah,
us?
flesh and blood, flesh and bones, but that doesn't mean not having a body. They thought spirits had bodies; they just weren't made of like physical matter. They were made of like, if you will, like a spiritual sort of matter, finer material, as Homer would have said.
Okay. Um, Colossians, God, Christ is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. First
Invisible,
Timothy.
not incorporeal.
Yeah, so if he's invisible and he doesn't have a body, do you think
Well,
he's
invisible doesn't mean incorporeal. The Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four is invisible, has a body.
yeah, she has flesh and bones as well. But I'll say like if he doesn't
Yeah,
have flesh and bones and he's
but
invisible,
we
I
shouldn't
have a
just
hard time
we shouldn't
believing
just
it.
think that invisible equals incorporeal. Those two words are not synonyms.
Yeah, but in light of the other things that I brought up, don't you think that that seems to imply that he's incorporeal?
No, if you would have asked the Greeks if Zeus was invisible, they would have told you yes because you can't see him; he's too far away,
So you think invisible just means like not present?
not physically present. They would have used that same exact terminology to describe the Greco-Roman gods. And when it describes Jesus as being the icon of God, as being the image of God, like this was common language for, like, for example, if you would have read Philo of Alexandria, Philo thought that God had a body and that he existed very, very far away, so no one could see him, but that the Logos, which was the highest of all God's archangels, was the perfect image of God, and thus was like a sort of representative for God here on the earth because God was too transcendent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like I would say like even as a Christian though, like our ideas, our understanding of God like can develop over time. I don't see why that's incompatible with the faith.
Incompatible with the Bible. Yeah, it's just an innovation.
What
If you want,
the
if, I'm fine with you saying that you're innovating on what the Bible says, but you're not believing what the Bible says.
I'm not saying innovating like our understanding of what the Bible says is furthered. Like that's what I would say doctrinal development actually is. It's like our understanding is being furthered, not like the actual meaning necessarily changed. But does that not make
Yeah,
sense?
I don't know what you want me to do with that.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, listen,
do you not think that's like a reasonable position though? Like that, I
no,
think.
if your post biblical innovation doesn't seem to line up with the Bible teaches, I'm not going to treat it as progressive revelation. I'm just going to say somebody came up with a different opinion later, and wants you to ignore the previous opinion, and that's fine. But listen, Sean, it's past midnight. I've got to read what's left of my super chats and get some sleep. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I've got to get myself some shut eye before I wake up early tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you, man. Have a good rest of your night.
Hey, good to hear from you, bud. Take care.
All right, you too. Bye bye.
Poor Sean. We gave him a little bit of a beating there. He took it well. Friends, I'm going to read some super chats here. It's just K. Good to see you tonight. It says, it took one word to destroy Cyber's entire argument. Actually, yeah, he kind of destroyed himself, to be fair. That was a while ago. People might...
What word was that?
I forget now. I have to go back and look it up.
Yeah, it must have been good.
Well, shit. It'll be in the super chat history. Hemlot says, thank you for your donation. And Hemlot, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And Revlin Dayjanger says, lead singer of Slayer is devoutly Catholic. I actually didn't know that. I wouldn't guess anyone in Slayer being devoutly Catholic. That's kind of depressing now that I hear about it. Bothel Guy, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Louisiana Slave Codex 1847 or 1842 is Leviticus. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that Louisiana's...
Yeah, under the French like slavery code during the like before the Louisiana Purchase, it was a felony to kill your slave. So they had regulations on slavery.
I'll go check that out here in a little while. Thank you for that. And it's just Kay again says, you look handsome tonight, Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Kay. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Adam says, theme of the night, look at the sophistries. That's good. That is dynamite. That's a huge win. That's a huge win. Johnson Tittles, another good name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, what if the caller was SA'd for the punishment? Wait, which caller? If the caller was...
Maybe it was the Jewish caller.
Right. Yeah. If I put him in the hot seat, maybe. I think they'd give in with it. Patrick Meyer says, I think if you used more realistic situation that we're just profound, that we're just as profound. Hold on. I think if you used more realistic situation, I think you mean situations, realistic situations that were just as profound as baby paste, might be more persuasive. Just a thought. Well, there's some run-on sentences happening there. I think what you're saying is if I use scenarios different from baby paste, we can catch them and get more agreement with them. But I think that's the fun with baby paste, is seeing how far you can push them. Like the goal is to push them all the way to the edge and see how far they'll go.
I thought it was interesting that I don't remember who Cliff Knechtel was talking to. It wasn't on a college campus. He was actually on an interview with someone, and they posed to him if he was one of the Canaanites and he knew that the Israelites were coming to like kill him and his family because it was God's decree, would he like be okay with it, knowing that it was God's decree?
That was Alex O'Connor.
O'Connor, yeah, it stumped him. It was fantastic.
It shouldn't stump anyone. The answer should be no, I'm not going to do it. Evan, thank you for the super chat. It says, Doug is our substrate, our solid foundation. Indeed, your feet are on Doug as we speak, my friends. And Cosmic Gibbon, this must be a play on Gutsick, says, I hope you don't mind me saying, but Dalton is cute. If you're not gay, please don't tell me. I won't tell you, but Dalton is dashing, is he not? Look at him. Come on. Come on.
And I'm not telling.
Dalton, are you giving mustache rides later?
Oh, God.
Design says the purpose of the teapot is it serves you your ass. That's funny. I wish I had seen that earlier. Yeah, that is the purpose of the teapot analogy. And the Eyes Wide Shut says, with Eyes Wide Shut, the meaning is a B of A. What's a B of A mean?
BOFA?
Bank of America?
What's the meaning of BOFA? BOFA these nuts.
Oh, BOFA these nuts. You're right. That's what it is. Helping Megan says, just saying shows what Christian brain rot syndrome does to the brain. Indeed, it's shriveled. Shriveled. It must be cold up there. Ham and Molek, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, you guys know about Rabbi Avraham Baruch. I don't actually. That guy is crazy but hilarious. He likes to scream about wigs and Jews following the Gentiles. This is new to me.
I don't know Abraham Baruch. Yeah.
No, I don't know at all. I know Abraham Heschel. Ronnie, thank you for the super chat. It says dinosaurs greater than watch. I know what you do. Wait, I know what you do. I don't get it. Ronnie, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Sorry I didn't get it. Leftover mana. Remember, leftover mana spoils. Got to be careful. It says all pleasures have purpose. I do agree. Remember, you only collect as much mana as you can eat. Everything else will rot. Viper34, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, you're a fucking saint for dealing with just saying so calmly. My liver couldn't possibly filter through Kraken to allow me to get through that call. That was a tough call, to be fair. We had a crazy list of callers tonight. Off the rockers. And Boop and Boom, good to see you. Boop and Boom says, for parody, will you refer to the Virgin Jesus and the Virgin Yahweh like the Virgin Mary, one of three? She is the only one that isn't still a virgin. Okay, so this is interesting. That I was thinking as I'm reading this. If we refer to Jesus as born of a virgin, would it be wrong to say that Yahweh was born of a virgin if Yahweh is Jesus?
Well, Yahweh's, if we go by the oldest pantheon idea that Yahweh was one of the 70 sons of El, then his mom was Asherah and his father was El, and they did divine coitus.
Bumped some uglies. Hank,
So
thank
he
you for the
married his
additional.
mom?
I mean, basically,
Yahweh-
Jesus consummated with his own mother to give birth to himself.
Yeah, him and his dad have so much in common.
Hank says, guys, it's okay to own people as long as you're nice and you feed them, you know, like they're pets. Did he get lost on his way to a Wiggles concert? I don't know who Wiggles is, but it's
The Wiggles.
crazy to... What?
The Wiggles.
I don't know that.
You know
Fruit
they're
salad,
kids.
yummy.
They have the red, yellow, blue, and they dance and they sing for kids. It's for toddlers.
Oh, but, well, that
It
makes
was
sense.
after my generation, but my niece watched it. So
I'm old.
generation, yeah.
I'm old. I didn't watch any of those. And my son doesn't watch either. Susan says, painful guest today. You are doing Gord's work. I appreciate that. You're right. The guests they're pretty rough today. We have days like that. Tim says, Smexy Rexy, the T-Rex with the Rolex. Smexy Rexy I could rock with. That's a good name, actually. And Monkey King Ghost says, my offerings to Doug. Well, thank you, Monkey King. I appreciate that. Doug appreciates that as well. And remember, also be sinfully wet for Sharon. And Orin Patch, thank you for the donation, says, I love you, but maybe steer clear of telling people they can't drink at a water fountain. Rock hard for Doug. To be fair, I said you're not tall enough to drink at this fountain, but I should say you're not tall enough to ride this ride or some other nonsense like that. Yeah, you might want to stay away from drinking fountain language. There's a bad history with that. I'm with you there, actually. And Noah's Lions ate dead babies on the ark says Tolex in your messages, which means there's already an emoji, and Tolex might be the right thing to do. I'm okay with Tolex. I'm going to name it Tolex. The Hum says, 43, hey, Mike, you're dreaming. Have fun, thanks. Oh, yeah, right. Fuck you, Mike. Did we talk to him, Mike? Or is he talking to the comments?
What?
Philip, thank you for your donation, my friend. And just saying, I missed one of Just Saying's comments. It says, and you let Yoshi talk more than me. Well, Yoshi was nice.
Just
Sorry.
saying, thank you for paying Justin all this money.
I'm more than happy for you to pay your money to me to complain. And Eyes Wide Shut Again says, God doesn't give an F about it, him, or us. That seems to be the case. That fucker does not care about us. That's for sure. And Josh Barba, good to see you tonight, says, what a weirdo. Reason's been smoking the high-speed chicken feed. That's what it is. Don't smoke the corn silk, friends. And Arter K says, Matthew 11, gotcha, only works with bad translations. Well, that's the thing. If you don't like what it says, you can do words don't mean words. And the easiest way to do that is say, well, but the translation, the guy with the PhD got it wrong. I don't know the language, but I got it right. Flanker 420, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, the scary thing is when you realize the difference between thinking God tells you to do something and God actually telling you is indistinguishable. This is why divine command theory is scary as fuck. And I agree. This is why we try so hard when we get people in like the divine command theory realm to push them to see what kind of crazy stuff they'll agree to demonstrate how dangerous the faith is. And Sonic Shroom says, is Jesus freak offensive to Christians? I don't think so. It's a Christian song. What would people do if they learned that I was a Jesus freak? I mean, it's a classic. Oh, you know, anyways, Irish convert. Interesting. I didn't know you could convert to being Irish. Says Domino's Vobiscum Sean. You put in a good, solid effort, pray more and study more, and you'll be able to put these vipers to shame. Irish, that certainly won't be the case. Nobody will be on this stage putting us to shame on the Bible. They haven't read it. They don't know it. Neither do you. We'll cook you if you ever get on the stage. But I'm sure you
Domino's
can.
Vibiscum. Oh, did he mean to write Domino's Vibiscum?
I assume that was on purpose.
Oh, God.
Jennifer, good to see you. Surprised Justin reads Greek too. Actually, I don't remember a lot of the Greek. Like, obviously, I could read it because I took Greek. But the conjugation of Greek verbs is headache inducing. I forget so many of them. There's so many different ways to say stuff in Greek that it's very memory intensive. It just is what it is.
Hebrew is so much
Yolanda,
easier.
I'm with you. Yolanda, thank you for the 666 on Venmo. I really appreciate that, Yolanda. And also, Game Master says, we still cooking? Justin is the GOAT. Rock hard for Doug. Soppin for Sharon. Soppin for Sharon that is it. That's got to be the new saying. Soppin for Sharon. Sharon, we are sinfully wet for Sharon. We are soppin for Sharon. I love it. That's really good, Game Master. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We can add that to our list of titles for the Quadrinity. And Bluebird said, Justin, do you have any tattoos? You asked Dalton. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. And no, I don't, because I have commitment phobia. And I know if I got a tattoo 5 years from now, I would hate it. And I'd want to like change it into something else. So I can't pull the trigger. I can't do it.
Same.
Can't do it.
That's why I chose that specific supernatural tattoo, because I've wanted that for like 20 years. So like I know I'm committed to it.
Right. Yep. I almost got a forehead tattoo, and then the guy said, there's no gun to your forehead, so be fine. Some people will get it. Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, the Jesus perspective hand tattoo, where your hand looks like it's his, is cool until you realize he'll be a blessing. You're Peter from then on. That's exactly what I was hoping you were going to say. Yeah. It's like Jesus giving you a holy hand job.
Listen, my reason for getting that tattoo was as a way of staving off certain actions. Let's just say that.
You wanted to prevent it. Am I the only one on TikTok that always gets like commercials for like, are you struggling with pornography? Because TikTok sure thinks that I'm a Christian struggling with pornography.
Oh my God. No, yeah, it's same.
Philip, thank you for the super chat. Says, learning Hebrew. In the meantime, are there any books that are good, are a good launching point to understand the timeline and context of the Old Testament? I mean, if you're just getting the Old Testament, I love the Old Testament Survey by Hubbard. It's kind of a classic. I'm sure there are more up-to-date ones now. I love it. Who else was there?
John J. Collins has a book on the Hebrew Bible. And then, of course, Dr. Bowen has his book on the Hebrew Bible.
Indeed. Chet's probably got a survey of the Old Testament behind him. But there's quite a few Old Testament survey books that I think is a good launching point into the Old Testament. And let me see. Let me find that one.
Well, since you're learning, the individual asking is learning Hebrew. If you're interested in like linguistic developments that are going on, there's a great book. It's called A History of the Hebrew Language, and it's by Angel Sáenz Badilos. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. I'll type it in the chat though.
I just sent Justin today a really cool PDF copy of like the Samaritan Pentateuch, English and Hebrew, and it highlights in red all of like the differences in the text between that and the Masoretic text.
Oh, so it's like a critical edition.
Yeah, I'm excited about
it's
that.
really cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jennifer, thank you for the additional super chat, says, I don't think prophecy is prophecy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's why they have to do things like prophetic perfects and things like that. And Psycho.69 says, Yahweh and the Zodiac Killer have a lot in common. They both want slaves in the afterlife. Oh. At least they're not waiting for like 72 virgins in a river of milk. You know, at least we don't have any of that nonsense going on. And Jennifer, again, thank you for the additional super chat. My friend says, learning Greek to go to grad school. Oh, congratulations. Glad to hear Hebrew is easier, over 500 forms for participles. So yeah, my experience in seminary was that learning Greek was harder than learning Hebrew, only because there's so much more to memorize. To be fair, it's an easier language to read because the alphabet's so similar. There's a lot of words in Greek we already know in English, so there's a lot of crossover. So the reality is there are some things that are easy about it and some things that are not easy about it, but I didn't like it. I thought it was a boring language. I didn't care that much about the New Testament anyways. I was an Old Testament guy, so I just didn't find it interesting. But to be fair, some people think Greek is easier. I thought Greek was harder, but that's because my strength isn't brute memorization.
Modern Hebrew is pretty easy to learn too, because you get words like the word for asshole in Hebrew is idiot. Idiot.
Now I'm gonna have to put that to use. I appreciate that.
Or
And
like
with that,
the word for, sorry, I was gonna say the word for cholera is cholera, evil sickness. You know.
oh shit,
And it sounds like cholera, which is fun.
that's a good
Nice.
one. Who's live right now that we can go raid?
Let's see. Mezzo is live. Born Again's live. Quantonaut is live. Good Trouble is live.
Is Thinker live?
Let me
No,
see.
surprisingly not.
No.
Let me see who else is live. I'm gonna have to go raid Thinker's live stream. I mean Mezzo's live stream. Let me see where he's live at. I assume he's live on Deconstruction Junction. He is. Okay, so Mezzo's live right now on TikTok. Let's go raid Mezzo on TikTok and also on YouTube. His YouTube channel right now that he's live on is at the Deconstruction Junction. Looks like there's 215 people watching now. Let's bump that up. Let's get that thing over 250. Let's go send a whole slew of people over there and bump this number up. It looks like he's got Daniel Green with him. Daniel Green should be a treat for those who don't know Daniel Green. The handle that you want is Deconstruction Junction on YouTube. Let's go raid Mezzo. I'll be over there in just a few minutes. Friends, thank you so much for joining me. Dalton, Chet, thank you for joining me. It was great to have you. I always appreciate the assistance from these brilliant minds. And guys, thank you for all the likes and shares and super chats. And I really appreciate all the support that the channel gets. It really warms my heart to know that so many people are supporting my work. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for all the support that you guys show me. And with that, we'll see you in 2 more nights. We'll see you on Friday night, friends.